I got slapped awake by my uncle. Lin Chuan, your bride skipped town. The wedding's tomorrow, and she bolted back to her folks' place last night. So she ran. Whatever. Next one, I'll just break her legs. I rolled over, ready to burrow back under the covers. She took the bride price with her too. The words bride price hit my ears, and my eyes snapped open. Who's got the nerve to touch my money? But the second I opened them, I blanked. The dark, weather-beaten man in front of me, stranger. The busted shack with daylight leaking through the roof and 4 bare walls, also a stranger. Then a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into my skull, so dizzying I dropped straight back onto the brick bed. 1981. Deep Mountain Village. Lin Chuan, 20 years old, the village's #1 thug, strong-armed a bride price out of a family and was trying to force a girl from the next village to marry him. I had a couple of drinks and got on the highway. So I went the wrong way for a hot second and hit the gas instead of the brake. That's really enough to get me transmigrated? The memories kept surfacing, and I finally placed the man, my uncle, Lin Dashin. Uncle, who'd you say ran off? My voice had gone calm. He swallowed hard. Your bride, Su Xia, the girl you're marrying tomorrow. According to the memories, the original Lin Chuan lost his parents 3 years back. With nobody left to rein him in, he muscled his way to being Deep Mountain Village's top bully inside a month. The worst piece of trash for miles. Stealing chickens, extortion, gambling, hassling women. Anything but an honest day's work. 6'1" and built like a slab of muscle. He was the human equivalent of a stick you stir a cesspool with. Folks who spotted him from a distance gave him the widest berth they could. With a reputation like that, what girl would look at him twice? So he took matters into his own hands. Borrowed the 10 yuan notes my uncle had scraped together over 2 years, used them as a bride price, and locked down a wife for himself. Word is, the day you delivered the bride price, Su Xia cried like her heart was breaking, swearing she'd rather die than marry a filthy thug like you. This is her 6th time running, and now she's cleaned out the family's cash too. My uncle stamped his foot, frantic. Go after her. At least get the bride price back. That's my money. I looked up at the leaking roof, the soot-black walls, the quilt so worn the cotton had all fallen out. One thought filled my head. What a garbage character to get stuck in. But still, Uncle, I was too drunk that day to get a good look. This Su Xia, she pretty? My uncle's face went white and his whole body started shaking. Later I'd learned that every single time the original called him Uncle, it was right before robbing his house. Pretty. One of the finest girls for miles. That day, you're the one who forced her to kiss you, hit her dad, and shoved the bride price on them. His voice shrank smaller and smaller, and he didn't dare lift his head. Fine. Prettiest one around, then. Well, here I am. Might as well settle in and go see just how pretty this wife of mine is. I pulled on my one and only patched up outfit, and it stretched tight across my frame. Would you look at that? This build could probably drop a bear with one punch. One perk of getting reincarnated, at least. The moment I stepped out the door, someone outside started hollering at the top of their lungs. Run? The tiger's out of his cage, Lin Chuan's loose. A wave of screaming, and people scattered faster than rabbits. My mouth twitched. This dump of a village, there's no living here. Su Family Village was a 2-hour hike over the mountains. I strolled along, taking my time, while my uncle trailed behind me like an ant on a hot skillet. Faster. We're gonna lose her for good. The deal was she'd marry you and work off the money. That's your little cousin's tuition. I shot him a look. Uncle, think about it. With my rotten name, how long does it take news to travel from Su Family Village to ours? She ran yesterday. By the time we get there, we won't find a single hair off her head. That got him. His face went red. Then what do we do? That's my hard-earned money. You owe me. Didn't you just say it was the wedding money? I gave him a sidelong glance and let out a soft laugh. He swallowed the second half of that sentence whole. Make this little demon king repay something? Might as well wish for the sun to rise in the west. Relax, Uncle. I'll pay you back for sure. Listen, I'm not the guy I used to be. As of a minute ago, I turned over a new leaf. I'm a good man now. I slung an arm around him. Starting today, kind, honest, hardworking, dutiful. A real stand-up man. You believe me. If my arm weren't draped over his shoulder, he'd have already turned and bolted. For years, the whole village had agreed on one thing. Sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than believe one honest word out of this guy. He forced a grin and squeezed out 2 words. I believe. Tears practically welling up. Being a good man. Who knew it'd be this hard? At the east end of Su Family Village stood the Su house. 3 rundown rooms behind a ring of fencing. Before I even arrived, the whole family was already at each other's throats over the money. The eldest daughter, Su Chunhua, and her husband were demanding a cut of the grain. Second sister ran off and took the cash, and my 2 boys are starving. You owe us half the grain. The youngest son, Su Dongbao, blew up on the spot. Bullshit. That money's for my wedding. Get lost. Mid-shoving match, a neighbor lady came tearing in, panicked. Trouble. Lin Chuan's at the village gate. Face like thunder. He's here to settle the score. Su Daqiang, who'd been squatting there smoking, went weak in the knees and collapsed flat on the ground. For miles around, the name Lin the Madman was scarier than the king of hell. A few drinks in, and he'd brawl his way from one end of the village to the other for no reason. One man against 100, and nobody could stop him. Last time the commune handed out grain, he hoisted 2 sacks and walked off. 100 people tried to block him, and each got one kick, tumbling around like dropped gourds. If a family was stewing a chicken, he'd walk off with the whole pot. And if they complained, he'd nearly torch their house. Report him and lock him up, and he'd be out in a month, tops, with a nasty streak for revenge. There was no reasoning with him. Su Chunhua and her husband turned to bolt. Just as they reached the doorway, bam! I kicked the front door clean off its frame. Both panels flew off and slammed straight into the two of them, flattening them good. I stepped in over the fallen door, taking my time. Su Daqiang, here my bride ran off? I came to see what's what. Su Daqiang scrambled up. Lin, son-in-law. Cut it out. Don't go calling me that. I don't even have a girl yet. You're ruining my good name. The crowd of gawkers outside the fence kept swelling, and their whispers wormed straight into my ears. The original senses were absurdly sharp. Su Xiaohe drugged her old man's liquor and got clean away. Real slick. I'd run too. Marry Lin the Madman, and you either get beaten to death or starve to death. This family's legs are done for. They won't make it to New Year's. The back of my neck went cold listening to it. What the hell did this guy do in a past life? I half wanted to wipe myself off the map for the whole village. Change. I had to genuinely turn things around, or one day I'd catch a brick to the back of the skull. I softened my tone at Su Daqiang. Uncle Su, don't mind my uncle running his mouth. The two of us just came to check on things. Girl ran off. No problem. Money's gone. No problem. A person you can look for slowly. Though a young girl out there alone is dangerous. Be a shame if someone did her in and you never even found the body. The money you can pay back slowly. I'm not in a rush. I know where you all live, and you've got a good few decades left. I'll collect eventually. From today on, Lin Chuan's turning over a new leaf. Gonna be a good man. Before I even finished, Su Daqiang and his son dropped to their knees with a thud, tears welling in their eyes. Su Chunhua and her husband, who'd just staggered upright, quietly lay back down under the door panels. Never find the body. Know where they live. That silky smooth tone. The man's clearly planning to wipe out the whole family. The onlookers sucked in a collective breath and shook their heads. Sarcasm. Pure sarcasm. The Su family is finished. I was floored. Since when does telling the plain truth get me nowhere? Then my uncle, of all people, put on a pained face and started urging me. Forget the money. Just let them off. That did it. My eyes went wide and the menace came roaring out. 10 days. Either hand over the girl or pay back the money, or I break every leg in this house. Su Daqiang and his sons crying cut off dead, and then they actually smiled. The crowd let out a long breath of relief. My uncle nodded along, wearing the look of a man who'd just survived a shipwreck. I was exhausted. Being a good man. Why is it this hard? Just as Su Daqiang was thanking me up and down, a frail but clear voice rang out. Dad, cough, cough. We'll pay it back. We can't shove second sister into a fire pit. Oh, so somebody here isn't scared to die. I turned to see who had the nerve to call me a fire pit, and the sight of her stopped me cold. A girl worn thin as a rail, leaning on a wooden staff, standing only through what looked like the very last of her strength. Ragged single layer of clothing, dull yellow hair, skin so porcelain pale it screamed serious illness. A thick scarf hid most of her face, but even the half that showed had brows like ink paintings and eyes like stars, a beauty that stole the breath right out of you. Like a single white plum blossom in the dead of winter. This gorgeous, even half dead from sickness. Cure the illness, put some weight back on her, and she'd be devastating. Well now, my bride skipped town with the cash, but this little sister-in-law is an absolute stunner. The onlookers had already backed off a good 30 yards, covering their mouths and noses with their clothes. Su Chunhua and her husband scrambled out from under the door panels and darted behind Su Daqiang, hands clamped over their faces. Why'd you come back down from the mountain? You've got consumption, don't you know that? You trying to drag the whole village into the grave? Get lost, get back up there. A room full of people, all glaring at the girl with pure disgust, Su Qiuxin. She only lowered her head, suppressing a cough, her body swaying like it might topple. I genuinely wanted to step in and steady her, but the whole reputation thing held me back, and I pulled my leg in. Cough, cough. Second sister came to me before she left. She wanted to take me to the city to see a doctor. I wouldn't go with her. She left me, all the money. She fished a cloth bundle out of her pocket with trembling hands, a stack of 10 yuan notes. Dad, let second sister go. We'll pay it back. With that, She crumpled into a crouch like the last of her strength had drained out, set the wrapped money carefully on the ground, and gripped the staff, trying to stand. She tried and failed, again and again, and still she stubbornly kept crawling. Not one person reached out to help. I frowned hard and said, cold, Su Daqiang, this daughter of yours is dying. You know that. Consumption is tuberculosis, spread through coughing and airborne droplets. In an era with no Western medicine, it was basically a death sentence. There's nothing I can do. Consumption's got no cure. Whoever touches it dies too. Funny, the way I remember it, the county's big hospital just opened this year, and Western medicine can treat it. I fixed my eyes on him. It's not too late yet. Odds are good she can be saved. I meant it kindly. Figured news just didn't reach a mountain village like this. But the second the words left my mouth, Su Daqiang and Su Chunhua didn't so much as flinch. Their eyes just slid away. They already knew. It clicked instantly. Tuberculosis is highly contagious. Back then it was a death sentence, and nobody wanted to nurse someone with it up close. Worse still, treating it cost a fortune. Western medicine had to be taken for a year or two without a single break. Miss a dose, and it relapses, then turns drug-resistant, and that's the truly hopeless kind. A bottomless, unbreakable expense like that. Nobody in the Su family was willing to spend it. Well, nobody except the wife who ran off with the money. She had no standing and no cash, couldn't change a thing, but she'd secretly noted where her father hid his money. Most likely, to pay for her little sister's treatment. And the reason Su Qiuxin didn't leave with second sister in the end was that she didn't want to be a burden. Two sisters, each more stubborn than the other. This time she dragged her sick body down from the back mountain, using the money as an excuse, probably because she knew she didn't have long, and came to see her family one last time. My senses are sharp. One look and I saw right through it. The girl's eyes were flat and empty. She'd made up her mind to die. Running on sheer grit, Su Qiuxin finally got herself upright on the staff. She looked at Su Daqiang and the others one last time, then turned away, expressionless, and staggered back toward the mountain. She'd clearly accepted it. That back mountain would be her burial ground. From the gossip around me I caught it. This girl was only 18. A flower barely bloomed, and already staring down her own death. Su Daqiang lunged forward, snatched up the cloth bundle, flung the cloth away in disgust like it burned his hands, dug out just the money, counted it carefully, and stuffed it into his own pocket. My uncle lost it. He crossed the yard in 3 strides and grabbed him by the collar. Give it back. The bride price is mine. Su Daqiang clamped both hands over his pocket. We said 10 days. I'll bring Su Xiao back to be Lin Chuan's wife. The bride price stays. You can't go back on it. Neither of them would budge. They grappled, rolled around, and turned into 2 mud-caked gourds. Su Chunhua, her husband, and Su Dongbao all piled in to help, except what they were grabbing for was the cash in Su Daqiang's pocket. The watching villagers roared with laughter. Nobody broke it up. Some even egged them on. I didn't get involved. My eyes were fixed past the whole scene, locked on that thin, struggling figure. Lin Chuan, nephew, get up here and help. What if they run in 10 days, the money? My uncle, losing 3-on-1, called out to me for rescue. I gave a lazy wave. Forget it. A bride price you've handed over doesn't come back. Then I paused and grinned. Father-in-law, second daughter ran off. No big deal. The bride price is yours. I'll take this little sister-in-law instead. No objections, right? The 4 people rolling on the ground froze like they'd been paralyzed. The onlookers dug at their ears, sure they'd misheard. What did Lin the madman say? Marry the third girl? She's got consumption. He's got a death wish. Just the meds to cure consumption cost 1,500. You'd have to be insane to marry a money pit like that. The chatter exploded. My uncle, closest to me, sprawled on the ground clutching Su Daqiang's collar, went red in the face and roared. Lin Chuan, have you actually lost it? That's consumption. The girl's dying. The bride price is 10 Tinyuan notes. You tired of living or just plain stupid? I swept a glance across the whole crowd. It's what I want. The Su family finally came to, and the shock on their faces flipped straight to euphoria. A dying consumption patient could still be married off and pull in a bride price. 100 yuan, no less. Their ancestors' graves must have been smoking with good fortune. Yes, yes, yes. The third girl's yours. What a fine son-in-law. A match made in heaven. A fine man and a fair maiden. Su Chunhua didn't get to finish. One cold look from me, and her voice cut off dead. Anybody says another word about my wife, I torch their house. One sentence, and the whole crowd dropped their heads and shut up. Sometimes a thug's reputation is a lot more useful than a good man's. I caught up to Su Qiuxin in a few strides and stopped right behind her. She turned slowly and looked at me, cold and blank, the hand gripping the staff trembling faintly from the strain, a sickly flush rising to her face from coughing. Then she turned back and kept inching forward, ignoring me entirely. Grief past the point of caring. If I didn't turn this around, she'd be gone in 3 to 5 days. Desperate illness, desperate cure. My goal was simple: save her. And sure, 80–90% of it was that I'd taken one look and wanted her. No shame in that. I planted my long legs and blocked her path. The bride price stays put, and your second sister's gone for a while. Your dad put you up as the substitute and married you off to me. You're my wife now. That finally got a reaction. She stared at me, those star-bright eyes gone wide, and the look in them said it plainly. They all call Lynch a mad thug. Turns out he's an idiot too. She knew it herself. She wouldn't last the month. Tough it out. And the cave on the back mountain was cold and damp. Winter would freeze her to death. If the cold didn't get her, she was too weak to forage for food. And the only sister who'd looked after her was gone. Disease, cold, or starvation. Take your pick. Coming down the mountain this time was only to lay her last small wish to rest. What she feared most, ironically, was this: a sudden, unasked for kindness. My illness, it's contagious. Her voice was soft, faint, and utterly without feeling. I didn't care. Just tuberculosis. In the future, it's a minor illness. In this era, it kills, and the county hospital could treat it, but the risk was real, the cost high, the treatment long, more than an ordinary family could bear. But standing by and letting her die? Absolutely not. Your illness can still be beaten. You're in the prime of your life. Don't you want to see the country? Landscapes like paintings, food sweet as honey, love that's sweet as poison, friendship warm as a home-cooked meal. Set your heart on dying this young. That's no good. I racked my brain for anything to spark the will to live in her. It barely landed. Her eyes brightened a hair, then dimmed again. She stepped around me and labored on up the slope. Hey, don't just walk off. What I mean is, I'll cure you. You can live. You can live well. She stopped. In a voice barely audible, she said, "Thank you. That won't be necessary." A pause, then softer still. Maybe second sister was wrong. You're not rotten all the way through. Not rotten all the way through. Did I just get handed a good guy card? Wait, that's not right. I was being a good man just now, and it got me nowhere. So what's this mean? A good man can't save her? Does being a thug work better? Let's find out. I watched that cold, thin figure struggle up the slope, and somehow there was still a grace to it. Well, if being a good man won't cut it. I raised an eyebrow, cocked my mouth to one side, and let my voice go slick. The bride price Lynch, handover doesn't come back, and your dad won't return it. Fine. You don't want to be my wife? Then I've got no choice but to go find your second sister. She's the prettiest girl for miles. Only 3 days gone. No car, no horse, no money. Easy to track. Once I catch her, she'll chop my firewood, cook my meals, go work jobs to feed me. I owe a lot of debt, so she'll probably work 3 jobs and still come up short. And I keep gambling. So let's make it 5. Work her to death. I'll eat meat every meal and give her none. I drink, and when I'm drunk I hit people, no restraint. Once we've got a kid, I'll hit the kid too. And from then on I'll just kick back and get waited on. Oh, my place has one quilt, so she'll warm it up first, then I'll shove her to the side. Winter's coming, after all. She tries to run. I break one of her legs and chain her up. That whole stream of venom left Su Chioshin frozen solid. Her knuckles went white on the staff. If her second sister had to live like that, it'd be worse than death. Second sister was right. This man was a demon, rotten to the core, and the world would be better off with him dead. She could never let him ruin second sister. Second sister, beautiful, bright, kind, was the last bit of tenderness in her heart, and nobody was allowed to touch it. She turned around, calm now, the dead emptiness gone from her eyes, replaced with pure fury. I'll talk my dad into returning the money. Every cent we have is yours, but you leave my second sister alone. Cross me on that, and I'll drag you down with me if it's the last thing I do. With that, she yanked the scarf off her mouth and nose. The illness meant to kill her had, in this moment, become her greatest bargaining chip, the chip of mutual destruction. But I just stood there, stunned. What a face. Fair and haggard all at once. More beautiful than anyone I'd seen in 2 lifetimes. Brows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, a fine nose and pale teeth, all set off by that sickly flush, the very image of a white plum blossom that had weathered a winter of snow. Hollow cheeks, dull yellow hair, a frame worn thin, and somehow it only added a fragile, willow-in-the-wind grace. I couldn't even imagine what she'd be without the illness. A face to topple cities. My bride skipped town. Well, thank God this little sister-in-law is a knockout. If not now, when do I ever get to press my advantage? Like I said, the bride price stays. Either I hunt down your second sister and break her legs, or you come home and be my wife. 2 choices. I'll count to 10. 1, 2. You. She glared, a trembling finger pointed at me. 8. Shaking all over, she said coldly. Fine. You're not scared to die. I'll rid the world of a menace. Leave my second sister alone, and I'll go with you." Then she pressed the scarf back over her face, the fury in her eyes still blazing. I sighed to myself. A good man can't get a wife, but a thug walks off with a beauty in his arms. What a world. Where's the decency gone? Deal. I'll leave your second sister alone. Let's go, my bargain price bride. I stepped over, grinning, to help her up. She ignored me completely and turned back toward the mountain. Changed your mind. The cave. Cough, cough. I need to grab my things. Her voice was flat, keeping the whole world at arm's length. I didn't waste breath. Seeing how hard she struggled to walk, I strode up, snatched the staff away, hurled it off into the distance, bent down, and swept her up sideways into my arms. You put me down. Cough, cough. Too close. I'll infect you. She struggled, instinctively clamping her hands over her mouth and nose. Hold still, or I toss you off the mountain and go find your second sister instead. She went still at once, her head forced against my chest. Weightless, almost nothing to her, far too thin. Under my arm it wasn't flesh I felt, but bone. This thin. We've got to fatten you up, or the kids'll suffer later. I said it offhand, harmless in the future, but in this era it was pure lechery. She took it seriously. Her body stiffened, and the flush on her face spread all the way to the tips of her ears. Let's go home. It's getting dark. I can't wait for the wedding night. She rolled a giant eye at me and turned her head away, done with me. Probably too exhausted, because she slowly drifted off to sleep right there in my arms. I eased my pace and walked steadier. At the foot of the mountain, my uncle squatted by the roadside, sighing and tossing pebbles, waiting for me. He spotted me from a distance carrying someone and started to come meet me, then saw who it was and shot back 30 yards in a flash. "Linchuan, you really have lost it. You dare carry someone with consumption, you're gonna die? You're your dad's only son. His whole line ends with you. Forget the bride price. You've got the money. Why not just marry a decent girl?" Watching him fidget and squirm, too scared to come close, I found it a little funny. However much the original had wrung this uncle dry, he still held on to a scrap of family feeling. "Quit wailing, uncle. She's my wife now. Look at that black and blue face of yours. You clearly didn't get the money back. Just as well. The bride price is theirs, and I'll take Suchioshin for those 10 yuan notes. I'll pay you back. Let's go home." I set my pace toward Deep Mountain Village, my uncle's sobbing chasing after me the whole way. "It's over. Big brother, you died too soon. Climb out of your grave and come look at this fine son of yours. Passes on a perfectly good girl to marry a consumption ghost. My 10 yuan notes, gone down the drain." A grown man built like a slab of muscle, bawling and shedding tears at the drop of a hat. What is wrong with him? To keep from waking Suchioshin, I walked the way back even slower. By the time we reached the village gate, it was full dark. I was about to give my uncle a few instructions when he took off, shouting as he ran. "Linchuan's gone mad. He brought back a consumption ghost. He's gonna marry a consumption ghost. Run for it." Bam! Bam! Doors and windows slammed shut all over the village. The lit windows blinked out one by one, and before long, even the dogs went silent. Dead quiet. This dump of a village, really no living here. Then again, it worked out. With my uncle as the town crier, nobody would dare come knocking, which saved me the trouble of anyone catching something at my place. At some point, Suchioshin had woken up, a pair of bright eyes watching me with my wry smile. Even she couldn't have said why she'd slept so soundly in that warm embrace. I looked down and met those cold, clear eyes, and gave a soft laugh. "We're home. Wedding night, wedding night." The house sat at the far north end of the village. A broken door missing half its panel, an empty little courtyard, a courtyard wall half caved in, 3 crooked mud brick rooms with windows papered over in layers of old rag and newspaper, still riddled with a good 7 or 8 holes, creaking every time the wind blew. I set her down and dragged out the house's one and only stool. "Have a seat. Let me tidy up." She sat, curled in on herself, and looked around, and inwardly, she was almost relieved. Thank God second sister hadn't married in here. This place was even more broken down than their own home, poor in the plainest terms. For bare walls was no exaggeration. The original was famous for being a lazy glutton. Hungry, he mooched meals off the whole village. Tired, he flopped down where he stood. The house had never once been cleaned. Last winter, everything burnable got burned for heat, right down to the front door panels. I paced the room a few times and couldn't find a single thing to tidy, which was a little embarrassing. What kind of life had I been living? Nothing for it, but to make do for now. I scratched my head and stepped back out. "We'll rough it tonight. I'll figure something out tomorrow." Easy as anything. I scooped her up, carried her inside, and laid her gently on the heated brick bed. "Wait here a minute." Then I headed out, straight for my uncle's place. No answer when I knocked. The door was shut up tight. I didn't bother with pleasantries, took a light run at the wall, vaulted the 6-foot top, dropped into the yard, and shoved the door open with a bang. My uncle's family of four huddled together in a panic. Hey, Uncle Andy. Jangwo, shouting, everybody's here? Eaten yet? I flashed a grin. My aunt, Lu Chunhua, snapped. Lin Chuan, what do you want? Get out. You're not welcome here. Jangwo and Xiaoqing wore faces full of resentment, but, cowed by their delinquent cousin's habit of throwing hands regardless of who you were, didn't dare say a word. My uncle had already scurried into the back room, hands over his mouth and nose, eyes wide with dread. Auntie, getting worked up again, that ages you. What is it this time? We're broke. You blew Jangwo's tuition and married a consumption ghost. You trying to drive this whole family to the grave? Everybody, come see, my nephew's driving us to our deaths. Lu Chunhua wept and wailed, tears rolling down in sheets, crying like her heart was truly breaking. I felt a twinge of awkwardness. The old me really was scum, showed up every few days to plunder, robbing them blind. A good chunk of my uncle's household had been squandered by the original. Those 10 yuan notes were Lin Jangwo's high school tuition. In an 80s mountain village, producing a high schooler was a rare thing. 50-odd yuan a year in fees, while a strong laborer earned 3 cents worth of work points a day. With only 2 laborers, my uncle's family scraped by. Everyone except Jangwo, still in school, had gone years without new clothes, tasting meat only at New Year's, and sometimes even that got snatched by the original. The 3 of them clung together, weeping, denouncing my crimes. The old me was a real piece of work. Auntie, stop crying. From here on I've reformed. I'll never rob your family again. A good man. I'm gonna be a good man. The crying quieted a little. But then my next line. So, Auntie, lend me 2 quilts. And a little food. Arg what? The wailing shook the rafters instantly. She wanted to come at me, but didn't dare, so she vented through sheer volume. I dug at my ear. Quit howling. What's with the funeral crying? I'm not dead yet. The 3 of them went silent at once, eyes brimming, furious but too scared to speak. I said I've reformed. I'll pay it all back. Familiar with the layout, I strolled into the back room, opened the wardrobe, and pulled out 2 thick quilts. Then into the kitchen, wrapped up a few steamed buns, borrowed half a sack of millet, grabbed 2 heads of cabbage, snagged a handful of salt and a small iron pot on my way out, and left loaded down with bundles. Behind me, Lu Chunhua wailed with a bitter face. Wretch. Bandit. Robber. I've got nothing left to live for. I didn't want to do it either, but needs must. The patient came first. I'd pay them back double later. With 50 years of hindsight and know-how stored in my head, there was no way I'd end up doing badly. Back home, Su Qiuxin was curled in the corner, watching me with fright, coughing without pause. That dead stillness was still in her, and her bright eyes were full of distrust, like a startled night cat. Something about that cold gaze got under my skin. I ignored her and spread out the thick quilts. I'm gonna make some food. We'll eat in a bit, don't fall asleep. I stepped into the yard, set up the little iron pot, and boiled millet porridge, tearing cabbage in to cook along with it. The other door panel hadn't escaped the fire either. Looking at the empty door frame, I let out a sigh. Looks like no matter what era you land in, there's no escaping the grind of making money. The porridge was soon done, a pinch of salt stirred in to help her strength. Searching the whole house, I turned up 2 chipped, cracked bowls, just barely usable. I filled one and carried it inside. Bargain price bride. Have some millet porridge. She shot at a cold glance and turned her head away, plainly refusing to eat, still curled in the corner, like a spray of white pear blossom about to wither. Hard to please, this one. My temper flared too, and I turned mean. Don't eat, then. You'll have no strength for the wedding night. And if you've got no strength, tomorrow I go hunt down your second sister. Girl runs that fast. She's clearly got energy to spare. I won't rest easy till I've hauled her back and broken her legs. Su Qiuxin's head snapped up, glaring at me cold, choking down her fury. You eating or not? I barked again. I'd figured it out. If I want her to listen, I've got to play the thug. Set it down. Get out. I didn't argue. I put the bowl down and walked out. Once I'd finished my own bowl and came back in, hers was empty. I nodded, satisfied, crossed to the corner, scooped her up, and carried her toward the heated bed. You? Her heart clenched. This, the wedding night. This bastard really wasn't afraid of dying. She had consumption. She instinctively locked her arms around my neck, shaking all over, radiating refusal. Laid down on the bed and tucked under the thick quilt, she dug her nails into her own palms, curled up tight as a ball, eyes clamped shut, terrified she'd open them and see me turn into a beast and swallow her whole. 1 minute. 2. 5. Nothing happened. The room was dead silent, and all she could hear was her own heartbeat, hammering fit to burst. Then my slick voice finally piped up. Tisich, skinny as a rack of ribs. Cop a feel, and it's like fondling mahjong tiles. All bone, digs right into your hand. Flat front, flat back, straight as a telephone pole. Better fatten you up first. Wedding night right now? I honestly can't bring myself to bite in. Her eyes flew open, straight into my picky, unimpressed look. The tension vanished, replaced in an instant by rage. Get out. Cough, cough. Out I go. I turned and left, clean and quick. Only once my shadow was gone did she yank the quilt over her head, furious, and curl all the way in. The house had 3 rooms. The east room had the heated bed, that was hers. The middle was split into a little kitchen and a main room. On the west side was a small room. I dug up some dry straw, spread it on the floor, laid a quilt over it, and set up camp in the west room. Lying on the straw, staring at the bright moon and scattered stars through a hole in the roof, I mapped out the road ahead. A start with nothing, a character everyone on earth despises, plus a consumption-ridden wife. God almighty, I'm gonna knock your kid's teeth in. Right now the most urgent thing was treating Su Qiuxin. Her body wouldn't hold out much longer. But whether the county hospital even had the right medicine, I had no idea. I racked my brain for everything I knew about tuberculosis. In my old life, I'd barely brushed up against the disease, but I'd scrolled past a few clips about it, and now that came in handy. Whether it was a perk of transmigrating or not, my memory was terrifyingly sharp. Anything I'd ever encountered in my old life would surface the moment I reached for it. In this era, the drugs for treating TB were rifampin, ethambutol, streptomycin, isoniazid, plus something for the liver. Best case, about 120 yuan a month. In her state, she'd need at least a year and a half. No breaks. One break, and it turns drug-resistant, and after a relapse it's basically a death sentence. A year and a half of meds alone came to over 2,000. Meanwhile, a top-tier city worker who didn't eat or drink made 500 a year, under 60 a month. A strong village laborer earned less than 200 a year in work points, 20 a month. Curing this girl would cost a strong laborer 10 years of not eating or drinking. No wonder nobody in the Su family would pay for it. They genuinely couldn't shoulder it. A beauty really is a curse, huh? But flip it around. If she hadn't met me, she'd have wasted away for sure. I was at least raised under the red flag. Standing by and watching someone die was more than my conscience could take. Marrying her was a stopgap too. Otherwise, this proud girl would never have come with me. Once you're cured, I'll sell you to some rich landowner. 5 grand. At the end of the day, it still came down to making money. Right now, I had nothing, and the only way to do business with no capital was one road: into the mountains. Deep into them. In 81, the country had just cracked the door open a sliver. Urban non-agricultural households could go into private business, but only in a few lines: retail, food service, repairs, non-motorized transport, with no more than 7 workers and apprentices combined. Rural households were, in principle, barred from operating in towns. At most, you could set up a stall to sell your own farm produce, or it counted as speculation and profiteering. Private enterprise wouldn't be legal until 87. And of course, I had a rural household registration. I didn't even qualify for a license. To do business, I'd have to wait years. So the only option left was the mountains. North of Deep Mountain Village stretched endless ranges, the highest peaks out past the horizon. During the famine years, villagers had gone up to hunt. Once the nearby slopes were picked clean, they went deeper, and a third of those who got lost never came back out. Inside were wolf packs, tigers, bears, wild boar, dangerous as hell. With this year's land redistribution, farming became the main livelihood, so even fewer went up, and the ones who still hunted only circled the nearby hills. With a build that could punch a bear's lights out, plus my patchy knowledge of hunting and herb gathering, I ought to be able to make money. At the very least, I could find some Chinese medicinal herbs for TB and stabilize her illness first. Wasn't there a formula called with1, the top prescription for consumption? The herbs were Beishizhen Mai Dong, Tian Dong. Muttering it to myself, I drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, I woke to the sound of coughing. I dressed and stepped out to find Su Qiuxin in the yard cooking millet porridge with cabbage. Still that same patched single layer, cloth shoes with her ankles showing, the thick scarf over her mouth and nose hiding half of that lovely face. The weather was turning cold, and that get-up wouldn't survive winter. Warm clothes, house repairs, buying coal, all of it needed to go on the list. All of it money. At least she looked a lot better today. Seemed she'd slept well. I put on that punchable tone on purpose. Well, taking up your wifely duties already? Not bad, not bad. She looked up, rolled her eyes at me, dropped her head, and fed the fire, not bothering to answer. Bit of a temper on her. Porridge done, she filled a bowl for herself, went into the east room, and shut the door. She knew the illness was contagious and kept contact with me to a minimum. Sure, when I'd threatened her with second sister, she really had wanted to infect me and rid the world of a menace, but face to face, she still covered up tight. I slurped down the leftover porridge and called into the room. I'm heading out for a few days. Feed yourself while I'm gone. Usually nobody comes around, but if someone does show up looking for trouble, just cough at him. Pull out a bloody rag and scare him half to death. Remember to air the place out. Hang the quilt in the sun on a nice day. If I'm not back and the food runs out, go ask Lindashin or Linde for more. Inside, her heart wound tighter the more she heard. This talk. Why did it sound like last words? Was she being left behind again? 3 years ago, when she'd first fallen ill, her whole family had driven her up the back mountain to fend for herself. And now that feeling of abandonment cracked open a sliver again. Was she about to be thrown away a second time? She jerked up and pulled the door open. Where are you going? Cold and faint, with a tremor in it. I was washing my face. None of your business where I'm going. You really think? I looked up, straight into her white-knuckled grip on her own sleeve, tears pooling in her eyes, half that gorgeous face gone a shade paler, fragile as a white cherry blossom in the wind. The rest of the sentence stuck in my throat. Yesterday this woman was cold as ice and hell-bent on dying. What heartstring got plucked today? Well, whatever. Better than being dead set on death. Heh, what are you crying for? Can't bear to see me go? Guess you are eager for the wedding night. Impatient little thing. Told you already. You're so flat there's no front or back to you. I really can't bring myself to do it. But if you're truly starved for it, I'll shut my eyes and lie down. You climb on. Just pretend you're being ridden by a GH. Bam! The door slammed. The tears in her eyes were long gone, replaced with pure fury. I chuckled, stacked the last half sack of millet, the cabbage, and the steamed buns by the door, enough for 6 or 7 days. I come back and don't see you here. Humph. I'm not eating that bride price. I'll drag your second sister back instead. Bam! Something hit the door. People in this era were too earnest, couldn't take a couple of jokes. I shook my head and headed out. First stop was my third Uncle Linde's house. The elder Lin generation had 3 sons and a daughter. My dad was the eldest, then second Uncle Lin Dashin, third Uncle Linde, and my Aunt Lin Qingxia. I'd come to borrow hunting gear. Third uncle had been the village hunter back in the day, and all his equipment was still around. Going into the deep mountains was no joke. I had to be fully kitted out. Third uncle, auntie, both home. I called cheerfully. The second third uncle and my Aunt Wang Hohot saw this walking disaster. They tensed right up. We've got no money and no food left. Go try somewhere else. I'm begging you. Lin Chuan, I'm your uncle at least. Quit robbing us. Your cousin's so hungry he can't get out of bed. Your auntie's getting down on her knees for you. My head throbbed. In my memories, both second and third uncles' families were good people. After my parents died, they'd helped out constantly, went hungry themselves to bring the original grain. But the original never learned gratitude. He took people's kindness as his due and only got worse, robbing them openly as routine. By the end, the whole village bolted at the sight of him, and even his elders had to kneel and beg. A real tragedy. I quickly caught my aunt before she could kneel. Third uncle, auntie, I don't want money, I don't want food. Both their faces changed on a dime. Then you're after our lives. You heaven-cursed brat. You won't even spare your own uncle and aunt. Big brother, open your eyes and look. Murder. Why is being a good man this hard? I set my jaw and forced on a menacing look. Quit the funeral bawling. I'm going into the mountains, the deep mountains. Lend me the hunting rifle. Borrow the rifle? Into the deep mountains? Both their tearful faces froze solid. Third uncle stared at me, and seeing I wasn't lying, went quietly into the back room, fished a cloth bundle out from under the wardrobe, counted out 3 10-yuan notes, carefully hid the rest, came back, and pressed the whole lot into my hands. That's all there is. Spend it carefully. My aunt looked pained, but said nothing more. Third uncle, I'm here to borrow the rifle. What are you giving me money for? But third uncle's face went grave, and he said solemnly, You don't know how dangerous it is up there? And you want the deep mountains. Have you forgotten how your father died? Of course I remembered. My old man was killed by a bear. The body was a horror by the time they found it. That day I'd thrown a fit demanding meat, so he'd gone up the mountain. Sure, that was all on the original, but it still sat heavy in my chest. Still, nothing I said would change it. Going up to earn money wasn't optional. Su Qiuxin was waiting to be saved, and I had to live too. I picked the money back up and stuffed it into my aunt's hand. I don't want the money. I want to go up the mountain. Call it avenging my dad. Anyone who stops me, don't blame me for turning on you. With that, I went into the west room, dug out the rifle and every last shell with practiced ease, took down the thick-backed hunting knife, rope, a little compass, a rain tarp, slung the well-kept strong bow off the wall, and strapped the quiver to my waist. On my way out, I turned back with a brilliant grin. Third uncle, wait for your meat. And do me a favor, keep an eye on my wife. I walked off without looking back. Behind me, third uncle mumbled. That little punk actually got himself a wife? A consumption wife? He's gonna die? He's gonna die. The sun was fine, birdsong rippling through the woods. Villagers headed to the fields, saw me fully armed, and looked like they'd seen a ghost, muttering in 2s and 3s. What's this troublemaker up to? Rifle, hunting knife. He's going up the mountain. Just for show? Guy's got zero hunting experience. He bags any game, and I'll eat dirt standing on my head. There's nothing to hunt in the near woods anyway. He's a scallion up his nose playing elephant. Better not end up dead in the mountains like his old man. Yeah, that'd be good too. One less menace in the village. Come on, let's go buy firecrackers to celebrate. 100+ yards off, and I caught every word crystal clear, but I couldn't be bothered and strolled on calm as anything. At the village gate, 5 big men squatted or stood smoking, all in hunter's gear, rifles, knives, rope. Headed up too. I dredged my memory. The 5 Lin brothers from the village's west end. Lin Dong, Lin Shi, Lin Nan, Lin Bei, Lin Zhong. All dark, hulking men, a family of full-time hunters who together with their seasoned old man, Lin Old 5, made up the village's only deep mountain hunting team. One look at my gear, and the 5 went blank, then scornful. Rule 1 of deep mountain hunting is experience, and a punk like me who'd never set foot up there had 0. Better hope he doesn't die up there before bagging a thing. The contempt was written plain across their faces. They wouldn't dare mouth off in a fight, but touch on their own trade. And I wasn't taking that. The hell you 5 morons staring at? The 5 whipped their heads away, snickers barely contained. Skin itching, is it? Get over here, before I make you. Sure, every one of them was a 6-foot dark whirlwind, but on raw muscle I could take 100. They couldn't dodge, so they shuffled over to butter me up. Haha, Chuanji, you headed up too? We weren't laughing, just thought of a joke. Oh yeah? What joke? Let's hear it. It's not funny, watch how I pound you. Lin Bei bit the bullet. So, there's this guy who goes up the mountain, rifle and bow, and in the end doesn't bag a single thing, slinks back down all sorry. Taking a shot at who exactly? I was about to roll up my sleeves when a stern voice cut in from behind me. Lin the madman. The mountains aren't a game. I turned. It was the brother's old man, Lin Old 5. 6'3" and then some, even beefier than his sons, a few long scars across his face. Tiger claws, they said. You want to hunt? Circle the nearby hills. It's too dangerous inside. I knew he meant well, but I had to go up. I beat your 5 sons like I'm slapping around a 3-year-old. Run into a bear, I'll knock it senseless too. That's not what the mountains take. They take experience. Lin Old 5 frowned. Snakes and beasts aren't the worst of it. The worst is getting lost, falling sick, or bagging nothing and starving up there. And lately there's a big wolf pack. One man alone is just delivering dinner. I looked him up and down, spotted the gun slung across his back, and got interested. Tell you what, a bet? Whoever bags more game this trip. Me against your 6. You lose, you give me that Eagle brand double barrel. Lin Old 5 could see I'd made up my mind. And if you lose, I pay you 15 10-yuan notes. Anybody who welshes doesn't stand up to piss. He flat out didn't believe I could win. Fine, but one condition, you stick with us. Game shows up, you shoot first. I won't take advantage. Clearly still not easy about me going up alone. In the 80s the village had plenty of good people, plain, kind souls. And of course a few bastards like the original and Su Daqiang. TCH, who are you looking down on? I'm going solo. 7 days. Meet at the village gate. And get ready to lose. I turned and shouted to the gawking crowd. Everybody bear witness. A roar of laughter. Not one of them backed me. An inexperienced thug against 6 seasoned hunters. The gap was obvious, and they were all lined up for the show. Brought home a consumption ghost yesterday, and today he dares bet Lin Old 5 on a mountain trip. Asking for a beatdown, great entertainment. I curled my lip. Bunch of short-sighted folks. I'm a transmigrator, at least. I've watched every survival show there is. My head's packed with hunting techniques and trap tricks, and paired with a body like A.T. Rex and the know-how of the information age, losing would be hard. Besides, I genuinely wanted that gun. In the north back then, an Eagle 16-gauge double barrel was top of the line. Priceless and impossible to find. Absolute murder on big game. I'd be going up often to earn money, and I badly needed a heavy hitter like that. 7 days and we'll see. I glared around the crowd and strode off into the woods. Lin Old 5 shook his head, sighed, and waved his 5 sons up the mountain after me. The hunt was on. I didn't rush going in. First I fixed my position with the compass, then drew my knife and moved fast, carving marks into big trees as I went. I had a mental map of the nearby terrain, but the game and herbs there had long been scoured clean by the village. To gather valuable herbs and hunt big beasts, I had to push deeper, where humans rarely tread and resources ran rich. As long as I didn't get lost, it was a mountain of gold. With these sharp senses, a photographic memory, and my past life foundation in hunting and herbs, I was sure I could make money. From sunup to sundown I ran and cut through the woods a whole day. My freakish stamina didn't feel much of it. I was just starving, stomach growling. But I'd made it into the deep mountains, and the real gathering and hunting could begin. I unslung the strong bow, slowed my pace in the last light, and watched for animal tracks. Up ahead a sapling was snapped, the brake still fresh. The ground was dug open in a hole, like a root had been pulled up. Pulling up the flood of memories in my head and marrying theory to practice, I quickly pinned down the animal's path and gave chase. The sun slid west, and the woods grew dim and eerie, the scene swallowed bit by the dark. In my heightened hearing, distant wing beats, farther off a crow's caw and an owl's hoot, a wolf's howl from behind the opposite ridge, and the sound of my own feet on dead leaves. A gust of wind, and a rank, gamey stench of urine hit me, nearly retching up my gallbladder. Wild goats. I was in luck. It was already dark under the trees, but that didn't stop my upgraded eyesight. I nudged the brush aside. 7 or 8 wild goats came into view, the lead billy pawing hard at the ground. I didn't use the gun. I drew the bow, aimed at the biggest one, thwip. The billy looked up, baffled. The arrow had buried itself in a tree 3 yards to its side. Should have practiced first. The herd sensed danger and bolted. I drew the knife, planted both legs, and launched like an arrow off the string, closing a dozen plus yards in a blink to reach one from behind. Slash, SHG. It went down and lay still. Not even glancing at the kill, I burst forward again, tackled a big one, and pinned it on its back, one clean cut to the throat. By the time I got up, the rest had vanished. 2, one big, one small. Not bad. Even I hadn't expected the body to be this freakish, running down a sprinting wild goat in an instant, and 2 of them. At this rate, tangling with a bear or a tiger didn't seem out of the question. There was a little stream nearby. I gutted and cleaned both goats. The sky was full dark now. I chopped some deadfall, got a fire going, cut off 2 big hindquarters and set them to roast, and filled the iron kettle with stream water to boil. An hour or so later, the roasting meat smelled unbearably good. Just a bit of salt. One bite, and the char crackled in my mouth. The meat inside tender and never tough, carrying a faint smoke and the sweet richness of goat. I chewed in big mouthfuls, grease running down, the hunger wiped clean out. Bliss. Wonder if my bargain price bride's eaten yet. I muttered it and kept feasting. 2 hindquarters down the hatch, a full belch, in pure contentment. Deep mountain village. My house. Tsuchioshin had napped at midday and never saw me come back, right into the night. She warmed a steamed bun, poured a bowl of hot water, and ate slowly, bite by bite. The bun was mixed with coarse chaff that scratched her throat, but she ate it satisfied. For over 3 years, she'd hardly ever eaten her fill, surviving on the back mountain's wild fruits and greens, tree roots and bark, and the few sweet potatoes and taters she grew herself. She'd nearly starved more than once, and if second sister hadn't slipped her food now and then, the grass on her grave would already be a foot tall. Having a steamed bun to eat was, to her, already happiness. Bastard Lin Chuan, off gallivanting again, cough, cough. Better not come back. Humph. She murmured it, then lowered her head. Second sister, where are you? Little sis misses you. At second uncle's house, Lin Dashin and Lin Day sat facing each other, smoking dry tobacco, worry all over their faces. Old 3, go check on little Chuan's place again in a bit. Sure, second brother. That little punk isn't really going to spend the night in the mountains, is he? Who knows? Doesn't know the sky from the ground, and neither of us can rein him in. Betting Lin old 5, no less, 6 of them, and they still get hurt all the time, and he's alone. My heart won't stop pounding. How are the 2 of us supposed to face Big Brother and his wife down below? I've got no face for it. I just pray he circles the near hills and doesn't really go deep. Both side together, long as he comes back alive. Under a sheltered earthen bank, I dug 2 long fire trenches, laid coarse deadwood and hardwood at the bottom, cross-laid thin branches and pine boughs on top, and built the fires into a well-hashed lattice. Vented, but with the base coals smothered enough not to die. Before sleeping I steadied the fire, leaving just a slow flame burning, so it held all night, never blazing, never going out. 2 trenches, double insurance, and warm. With open flame, ordinary beasts wouldn't come close. If one did, my senses would catch it first. I spread straw against the bank, pulled the rain tarp over me, and slept through till dawn. It dropped to 3 degrees overnight, and not only was I not cold, I was toasty. Bear Grylls would be proud. I put out the fire, raked 2 mud lumps out of the trench bottom, cracked them open. The aroma hit me. Beggar's chicken's good. This was my beggar's mutton. I gnawed through 2 big chunks, licked my fingers, still not satisfied. The rest of the meat and hide I bundled up and hoisted high into a big tree, noting the landmarks around it to grab on the way back. I pressed on deeper. Ahead lay the truly untrodden reaches, where the treasures hid. Pity the season was wrong. Early November, most root and tuber herbs already dormant for winter, their stalks and leaves withered off above ground, no trace to find. All I could do was hope for luck. Thinking back to yesterday's arrow, 3+ yards off at 20-some, thank God nobody saw. Embarrassing. So I unslung the bow and drilled it hard against a big tree. Couldn't hit the target at 10 yards to start. 2 hours later, I was landing in the 9 ring at 50. Huh. This body was born to hunt. I planted my hands on my hips and laughed. Just then a pheasant in the tree, startled, flapped off, and without a thought, I drew in a flash of lightning. Thwip. A moment later, a gray feather drifted down onto my head. A crow, right on cue, caught obnoxiously. Look at you. I'm a good man now. Killing's wrong, so I'll let you off. Umph. With the bow zeroed in, by noon I had 2 pheasants and 3 hares hanging at my waist. I didn't rest at midday. Roasting a hare over a fresh fire was too much bother, so I saved it for one big evening meal. In the afternoon, I stumbled on a herd of sick deer, meant to take a few, but from inexperience I snapped a dead branch and spooked the lot. Still, I bagged plenty of small game, 7 pheasants, 6 hares, 2 badgers, every one packed with winter fat, greasy plump, the badgers especially round as propane tanks. At dusk, I made camp on a sheltered mound, cleaned out the organs, cold weather, slow to spoil, bundled everything tight the same way and hoisted it up a tree, marked the spot. I kept the fattest hare and 3 pheasants, skewered them to roast, and buried 2 more under the coals for breakfast. Gnawing on the meat, I did the math. 2 days in, the haul wasn't huge, 2 goats plus some pheasants and hares. It'd fetch a bit, but a drop in the bucket. Tsuchiyoshin's meds, food for the 2 of us, and I wanted to eat well too. A month, 200 yuan minimum. And that didn't count fixing the house or stocking up for winter. Roof repairs, new windows, 2 sets each of padded coat, pants, and shoes, quilts, coal, all of it money. Which is why big game and valuable herbs were the target. 3 more days deeper at most, then I had to turn back. Otherwise Tsuchiyoshin might go hungry at home, and I hadn't left much grain. Day 3 I picked up the pace. Small game I took if it came easy, passed on it if it didn't. Along the way I spotted plenty of herbs too. Wild schisandra, Siberian ginseng, atractalodes, amur cork bark, wild mushrooms. But I gathered none. Too little of it, too much hassle, too poor a price. 10 pounds fetched 8 or 9 yuan and took up space. At noon, by the river, I found the tracks of a moose herd. 2 hours later, I finally spotted them at the water's edge, a dozen plus, heads down, drinking. I lay flat in the grass, confidence rising. Moose are the largest deer in the northern woods, thick-bodied and short-necked, freakishly high at the shoulder with a camel-like hump on the back, like a horse, an ox, a deer, and a camel all at once, topped with a pig's snout. Adults run 6 feet long, 6 feet at the shoulder, some over 1,000 pounds, and they charge like little tanks. The one at the front had to top 1,000 pounds. The meat alone was worth 800 yuan. I locked onto it and slowly raised the rifle. The instant it dipped its head to drink, boom. The biggest one shuddered violently and pitched over, its head flopping into the ditch, blood staining the water red. The herd scattered. I swung the muzzle across and fired again in a flash. Boom. A galloping moose crashed headlong, scrambled up bawling, made a few steps, and went down again. Too big moose, I'm rich. I drew my knife and rushed in, ending the struggling one's pain with a single cut. They say as common folk, today we're truly happy. Huh. Singing, I dragged both to the riverbank and gutted them with practiced hands. I wasn't going anywhere. I made camp right there. Cut off a big slab of foreleg and roasted it sizzling and dripping, salted it. And, one bite, crisp outside, tender inside. The juices bursting across my tongue. No gaminess, just a hint of pine smoke. Better with every chew. Add a soul-stirring dipping sauce and a swig of aged liquor, and my spirit would ascend. A full 10-pound slab. And I put it away in one go, still wanting more. I patted my belly. Satisfied. That evening I decided to head back. 2 moose, gutted, still came to over 1,500 pounds, plus all the pheasants and hares, the 2 goats. Around midnight, the fire trenches flickered low, and I lay on the dry straw sleeping sound. A few distant howls, I paid them no mind. But something changed suddenly. Not far off, the brush thrashed wildly, the sound of breaking branches and scraping leaves coming closer, headed dead straight for the fire. I snapped awake and scrambled up, rifle out, sweeping the dark. The bushes tossed like a python racing straight in. My grip tightened, heart slamming. What the hell? Not a bear, is it? Just as I was about to fire, a burly wild boar burst out, the bristles on its neck standing straight up, ramming forward in lurches, gravel flying. But somehow it looked like it was fleeing for its life. The instant I squeezed the trigger, it swerved and charged straight for the fire. Aren't all beasts afraid of fire? This one's inviting itself to a barbecue? While I stood there dumbfounded, the brush on every side started thrashing again. A mighty howl split the air, aroo. My arm jerked, a wolf pack. I glared, irritated, at the boar now sprawled panting beside the trench. So it hadn't walked into a trap, it had come for refuge, run so ragged by the wolves it stopped fearing even fire. I turned. Two wolves poked their heads from the brush, fangs bared, their eyes glowing in eerie green in the firelight. Then more green lights bloomed, drifting and circling all around like will-o'-the-wisps. My scalp prickled. A rough count, at least 20. The beasts kept testing the line where firelight met dark. A rush was only a matter of time. 3 or 4 I could carve up like chopping melons. But this was 20+ untamed wolves. One slip and I'd be done. Strike first. Boom. I aimed at the frontmost one and fired without hesitation. A miserable yelp. Its belly blew open, flesh spraying, and in a moment it stiffened dead. At the gunshot the wolves fell back, but soon closed in again, and a few starving ones darted out, clamped onto the dead wolf's neck, and dragged it into the grass. Then came the tearing, the chewing, the snarling. They wouldn't even spare their own. Ruthless. I stopped holding back and raked a 3-round burst into the brush where they were feeding. Bam, bam, bam. Yelps rose and fell. In the pitch dark, I couldn't tell how many I hit. Wherever green light showed. That's where I fired, then fell back to the fire to reload and kept at it. The boar seemed to have a screw loose. It wasn't even scared of the gunshots, and now it had its eye on the moose meat beside me. Damn it. I'm fighting for my life, and you're thinking about food. You brought them here. You touch my meat. I'll put a magazine in you first. Whether second brother Beiji understood or not, it actually stopped eyeing the meat, turned, and gave me a pitiful look. You've grown a spirit, huh? Second brother, is that you? Another wolf cry, and the pack surged from the brush as one, a dozen+ lunging and fangs bared. I raised the rifle, bam bam. The front 2 took hits to the head and went down yelping. But I only got off 2 rounds before the rest were on me. I swung the gun like a club and threw it, crack. One flipped over and couldn't get up. Dropping the gun with the motion, I ducked a pouncing wolf and drove the knife into another's eye. Adrenaline flooded me, veins swelling, red creeping into my eyes. The knife flashed. Before my brain caught up, my body had killed 4 on instinct. The 5th I grabbed by the throat and ran through the belly, blood pooling across the ground. Right then, a huge wolf leapt from behind me, straight for the back of my neck. I'm done. At the last possible instant, second brother by the fire suddenly exploded upward and rammed its head hard into the attacker's flank. Aru? The wolf yelped, tumbling 7 or 8 rolls, tried to rise, but its hind legs wouldn't answer. Its spine was broken. Attaboy, second brother. This one was clearly a size bigger than the rest, the pack leader. At its wail, the wolves broke and fled at once. I retrieved the rifle, reloaded, bam, and sent the Wolf King on his way. The surroundings went quiet fast. Second brother snorted a few times, then wobbled right back to the fire and flopped down on its rump. Damn thing, even picky about your spot. Know that side's warmer. Well, seeing as you did earn it, I'll show some mercy. Beat it. It grunted twice and wouldn't budge. A few kicks and it still didn't move, just rolled over and made itself at home. The pack was its doing, but it had saved my life, and I really couldn't bring myself to put a round in it. Fine. I dragged the 7 wolf carcasses to the far side of the fire and piled them together, 7 of them. What you'd call a 7-wolf set. They say wolf meat's nasty. I'd never had it and wanted to try, so I cut off a leg and set it to roast. What I cared about more was the pelts. Cured right and spread on the bed, they'd be plenty warm. I skinned and sinew stripped each one, even knocked out the fangs, and by the time I finished the sky was light. The roasted wolf leg looked decent. Crisp outside, tender in, so I took a big bite and spat it right back out. Tough, stringy, rank, and gamey, with a sour off-taste like a foot wrap that hadn't been washed in 10 years. Blah, no point staying. I rigged up a simple sledge, lashed the 2 moose onto it, and started dragging it back. A few steps in, second brother suddenly stood up, sniffed the air, dashed over to snatch the roasted wolf leg I'd tossed, and trotted along happily behind me. You've really glommed onto me, huh? Stockholm Syndrome, that's what this is. A few kicks, and it still wouldn't leave, dead set on tagging along. Nothing for it. Let it. Even with this freak body, dragging 1,000+ pounds of meat through the deep mountains was a slog. 2 hours of walking, half an hour of rest. Resting again that afternoon, I glanced back on a whim and caught second brother gnawing away happily on some little tree root. I looked harder. Holy hell. I flung the water bottle aside and launched myself at it. 200-some pounds of second brother got pinned under me in an instant, squealing and thrashing in terror. I clamped its snout shut and yanked the tree root out. Ginseng. No mistake. Wild mountain ginseng. Ginseng this big. And you get to eat it, you good for nothing? It's thick as a kid's arm. Chewed to mush. How am I supposed to sell it now? My 3,000 yuan. This time it was my turn to drop to my knees and wail to the heavens. Second brother, hiding behind a big tree, snuck glances at me, clenching up tight. It took me a good while to recover. I whipped around and glared at it, murderous. You. Today you're finding me another wild ginseng. Or you and I settle this at the dinner table. And once you're in my outhouse pit, don't come crying to me. I grabbed it by the ear and dangled the mangled ginseng in front of its eyes with my other hand. Second brother looked at the ginseng, then at me, seemed to get it, and started snuffling around hard with that pig snout. November. Wild ginseng's above-ground stalks had long withered and rotted, and the odds of a human finding any were lower than a blind cat stumbling on a dead mouse. But second brother was different. Its scent cells were 50 times a human's. It could smell its own kind miles off, and tubers buried 3 or 6 feet down were snacks to it. It snuffled around up front while I dragged 1,000+ pounds of meat behind it like I was juiced up, not feeling tired at all. 2 hours later it stopped short and started clawing at the ground hard with snout and forelegs. I hooped, undid the sledge rope, rushed over in 3 strides, shouldered it aside, and dropped to the ground, thrilled, digging up a prepped little twig to nudge the dirt aside bit by bit. I dug for ages and saw no ginseng. Just as I was about to give up, several irregular black orbs surfaced. I grabbed one, looked and sniffed. A smell of fermented earth and rotting leaves shot straight to my brain. This, black truffle? That size, that ripeness. Good stuff. I'm rich. Wait, that's not right. This was 1,981. What black truffle? This was pig-rooting fungus, hog feed. 10 pounds for a dime at market. Screw you second, brother. I'll take you down with me. A moment of joy ending, again, in fury and heartbreak. Who can take these highs and lows? I pinned second brother under me again and beat it soundly. Another day, I collected the pheasants, hares, and badgers I'd hung in the trees earlier, bagging a few more pheasants and hares along the way, plus a roe deer. The two of us ate to our heart's content. This thing had officially attached itself to me. Wouldn't even look at raw meat, just stared at the roasting stuff on the fire rack, drooling and smacking its lips. Wild boars are omnivores that like meat, but I'd never heard of one this crazy for roasted meat. And a bottomless pit too, 15 pounds a sitting. If I weren't counting on it to sniff out ginseng, I'd have settled things at the dinner table long ago. Another day, I hauled the 2 moose, half a roe deer, and a dozen+ hares and pheasants with effort. Second brother suddenly stopped, lifted its head, snuffled around in circles, and stopped to root behind a big tree. My eyes lit up and I rushed over, shoving it aside. If this isn't a big ginseng, I'm stewing you today. Snort. Last time that was gastrodia, 20 yuan a pound, and you've still got the nerve to squeal. Snort. Get lost. Still want roast meat? I'll turn you into roast pork chops in a minute. I dug out the twig and nudged the dirt, and after barely a stroke, a streak of yellow flashed into view. My hand jerked hard. Dusk on day 8, the edge of Deep Mountain Village. Lin Old 5 and his 5 sons hunting team had come back the day before, sat at the village gate a whole afternoon, and never saw me. Now the 5 brothers were squatting at the gate again, smoking. You think Lin Chuan bit it up in the mountains? Deal was 7 days, and it's day 9 now. Probably got lost. Once you turn the wrong way, you don't get out. Good if he's dead. One less menace in the village. I'm hoping he comes back. The 15 Tinyuan notes we bet on. Dad says he wants to marry off the eldest, and that bride price money is all that's missing. A good crowd of passing villagers had gathered too. Lin Old 5's boys. Heard your trip went well. His third uncle was there yesterday. His waist loaded up, 30 pheasants and hares at least, plus a roe deer, and a good haul of herbs. Gonna have a fine new year. You're too kind. Come drink at my place for the holiday. You lot can quit waiting on Lin Chuan too. First mountain trip, and he went for the deep range, probably buried in there. I never once saw him draw a bow or fire a gun, and he wanted to hunt. Doesn't know the first thing about staying alive. Day 9. Either starved to death or a bear got him, huh? One less menace in the village. My wife can finally sleep easy. Come on, let's go buy firecrackers and celebrate some more. Second and third uncle had long since had enough. They'd been keeping watch at the gate too, praying I'd come back alive. Damn it. Anybody says Lin Chuan's dead again, I'll beat you to death. Whatever else, I was still their nephew. In a blink, second and third uncle were tangled up, brawling with the gawking villagers. Farther off, a slender figure leaning on a staff gazed out past the village, eyes dim. Su Qiuxin hadn't wanted to come out, and dreaded it too. She had consumption. Everyone who saw her either scorned her as bad luck or shrank away in fear, desperate to keep their distance, feeling filthy just to look at her. But I'd said 5 or 6 days, and by day 9 I still wasn't back, and the whole village had gone wild with rumors, saying I was dead. Somehow, she still braved the whole village's pointing and whispering and made her way to the gate. She hoped I'd come back, hoped the one person who'd given her a little light and warmth wouldn't die like she was going to. Even if, sometimes, she wanted to beat me, the big bastard, to death herself. Time crept on, and the last bit of light in her eyes dimmed with it. Ignoring the pointing around her, she turned to leave. And right then, a devil-may-care voice rang out. Yeehaw! Second uncle, third uncle, what are you doing, a group brawl? Look at you two, all black and blue, pinned to the ground getting worked over. Embarrassing. Here, let your nephew avenge you. Let's see what's what. Second and third uncle, pinned to the ground, looked up in delight. The five brothers and the ring of villagers went stiff as if hit with a paralysis spell, staring dumbly at the newcomer. My shirt had long since vanished, and I came along bare-chested, 6'1", muscle carved clean as if by axe and chisel, explosive power hidden in every move and every stillness. A handsome face wearing a punkish, sunny grin, hauling a big sledge along easy as anything. Behind it the sledge dragged deep gouges, impossibly heavy. Little Chuan, you're not dead. Second uncle scrambled up and rushed over, looking me up and down. Third uncle, a hunter in his day, locked straight onto the game behind me. Little Chuan, you took all of these? The five brothers' eyes bugged out too. The two moose alone topped 1,000 pounds, and he'd hauled back this much more. Was that something a person could do? Lin Chuan, there's no way you dragged this. Are you even human? Lin Bei said, stunned. One man alone, of course, couldn't. Even with a freak body, no way I dragged this much game. But I wasn't alone. There was second brother, wasn't there? 280 pounds of muscle, not for nothing. Even the two of us hauling together. It was half an hour walking, half an hour resting, and pushing hard the whole way we still reached the gate a day and a half late. Of course I dragged it all back myself. I've got God-given strength, that a problem? What you don't know is, few days back a bear caught one of my punches and cried for half a day. If it hadn't run so fast, humph. I bragged, gloating. Yeah, keep bragging. Little Chuan, you can't eat all this. Share some with us. Second and third uncle couldn't care less whether I was blowing smoke. A whole sledge of game was rock-solid real. Look at the villagers around us. Already so green with envy their eyes were bloodshot and drool ran in rivers. Little Chuan, hurry, let's go home. Anybody comes to grab your stuff, beat him half to death. Put on your thug airs. Let's see who dares step up. Little Chuan's really made something of himself. The two were so excited they didn't know what to say, and kept trying to help push the sledge, but the big thing wouldn't budge an inch, and they both went red in the face straining. I rubbed my nose. Damn it. I'd bragged too big a minute ago, a little awkward. This was so heavy even I struggled to drag it. Second uncle, third uncle, hold on. Let me get some help. What help? Didn't you say you hauled it back yourself? I did by myself. The help I mean. I never said it was a person. I whistled. Before long, a huffing came from the woods, and a massive wild boar came thundering out at a gallop, kicking up dust. Holy hell, a boar. Get the rifle. Run. A 300-pound, deep mountain veteran. The saying's real. First the boar, then the bear, then the tiger. The crowd at the gate exploded in an instant, running for their lives into the village, gone in a blink. Second and third uncle, who hadn't run, had cramping calves and instinctively wanted to bolt. But seeing how calm I was, they didn't dare move. The help I'd just mentioned couldn't be this monster, could it? Second brother didn't care about any of that. Its eyes held only me and roasted meat. It charged like a tank, the ground quaking, its 4-inch tusks a chilling sight. Adult boars run 6 feet long, shoulders up to a grown man's waist, their hides already thick, coated year-round in a rolled-on armor of pine resin, mud, and grit that small-caliber rounds couldn't punch through, strong and durable, and one thrust of those tusks could gut a bear, one bite snap a bear's leg. One-on-one in the deep mountains, even a bear was no match. If it hadn't run into a pack of 20-plus wolves, it'd walk this stretch of woods like it owned the place. And even against the pack, the wolves had to trade 10 lives for it. Little Chuan, it's charging over here. Second uncle's voice cracked. I gave him a sidelong glance, cool as anything. Scared of what? In the woods I take a dozen of them at once. If this one weren't so well-behaved, I'd have beaten it up too. The two rolled their eyes in unison, trembling. Second brother thundered up to my leg and rubbed its head against me hard. I slipped a rope over it with practiced ease. I looked back toward where Su Qiuxin had been standing. She was already gone. Come on, let's go home. Good haul this trip. We'll tally it up back there. Second uncle, third uncle, take plenty home to put some meat on the table. The two agreed out loud, but their eyes stayed fixed on second brother huffing along up front, hauling the rope. Novel, so novel. You hear of hunting with a dog. Who ever heard of hunting with a boar? That'd make it hog hunting. In the yard, Su Qiuxin sat on the house's one and only stool, watching me stride in. That pair of starry eyes held a few threads of light amid the coldness. Just sitting there, she had the fragile, willow-in-the-wind look about her. I raised an eyebrow. Wife, I'm home. Miss me? Bet you couldn't sleep. Just saw you playing the wife-waiting stone at the village gate. We haven't even had the wedding night. So if you're aching for it, totally understandable. The few threads of light in her eyes turned to blades in an instant. If a look could kill, I'd have died 1,000 times. Coughing, she gripped her staff, wobbled to her feet, and started for the room. I frowned. She hadn't been this weak before I left. Had the illness worsened? But one look at the empty grain sack and I understood. I'd left little grain to begin with. One person stretching at 6 or 7 days was already good, and this was day 8. This girl hadn't listened, and she'd probably gone 2 days without eating. Didn't I tell you to go to second uncle or third? I cut myself off. With her pride and her indifference to living or dying, no way she'd go ask for food. My fault. Wife, half-starved to death and still going to the gate to meet me. A warrior with no fear of death. Wait here. I'll make you something to eat. Bam. Something hit the door. I chuckled, and under second and third uncle's baffled looks, drew my knife, cut off a goat leg, and set it stewing. Second brother made itself right at home, circling the yard a few times before rooting around at the collapsed wall. I couldn't be bothered with it. Second uncle, third uncle, good haul this trip. 2 big moose, 2 roe deer, 12 pheasants, 15 hares, 2 goats, 3 badgers, plus 1 second brother that won't leave. I plan to sell the 2 moose in town. The rest, split 3 ways. Put some meat on everybody's table. The 2 waved their hands at once. No, little Chuan, you risked your life for this. Give us 1 chicken and 1 hare. That's plenty. Sell the rest for money. Winter's here. You've got to fix the house. Long-winded. Thug Lin Chuan, online. I glared, menace pouring off me. Do what I say. I'm doing you a favor. Believe I'll beat you too if I have to. The fear of being lorded over these past years came flooding back, and the 2 shrank their necks. Fine. Not gonna listen to me, huh? Come here. Let your nephew loosen up your joints. I blocked the doorway and shook out my arms. The 2 caved instantly. Split it. 3 ways, right now. I rolled my eyes. Wouldn't take the toast, so it's the forfeit drink. Third uncle took the knife of his own accord, a fine hunter in his day, deft with a blade, and skinned the unskinned ones in a few strokes, breaking everything down and sorting it neat as the legendary butcher carving an ox. Little Chuan, these 2 moose, you can't sell them in town, can you? Out in the open like that. It'd be speculation and profiteering. Third uncle wasn't sure. I waved him off. Don't worry about that. I've got a trick up my sleeve. Wait and see. And don't sell it all. Save some for second brother. It's a bottomless pit, 15 pounds a meal. I'm even thinking of getting some hog feed from the feed plant. It'll eat that stuff? Before he finished, third uncle gasped again. Holy hell, these are wolf pelts. This many wolf pelts. You ran into a pack. The whole bottom of the sledge was lined with wolf pelts. I raised an eyebrow smug. A little wolf pack, easy pickings. Only 20 some. I carved them up 1 in each hand like chopping melons. See that biggest one? Pack leader. 20 some. Counts as a little pack? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about wolf packs? I waved it off, unbothered. I beat up 3 bears. A little wolf pack, easy money. Beast. My nephew's a beast. I waved him off while soaking up 10 minutes of flattery. Oh right. Third uncle, take the wolf pelts back and dress them. It's getting colder by the day. Make my wife a wolf fur mattress. Little Chuan knows how to look after someone now. Don't you worry, third uncle get it done quick. Su Qiuxin, eavesdropping inside, curled her lip and cursed under her breath, never noticing the warm little stream running through her heart. What ill intent could I possibly have? Just that this sister-in-law's a knockout and I want her, so I'm getting in first. Once the illness is cured, I'll have a city-toppling beauty for a wife. Perfect. For now, of course I've got to give her my whole heart and take the high ground of her affections. Isn't a happy, a satisfying life just around the corner? Second and third uncle went home for a cart to haul the meat, and came back with second and third aunt and a string of youngsters in tow. Seeing the cart heaped with meat, they grinned ear to ear, praised me up and down, and wouldn't leave. It took Su Qiuxin's non-stop coughing to scare them off. No telling whether she did it on purpose. An hour or so later, the goat in the pot was stewed soft. I filled a big bowl and set it at her door. Bargain price bride, dinner. No movement inside. Calling several times did nothing. Damn it. A good man really is useless. These 2 moose are 1,000+ pounds. Worth at least 1,500 toward the debt. Meant to use it all to treat a certain someone. But if a certain someone starves to death, then I'll just have to enjoy it myself. Or go find your second sister. 1,000+ yuan. I don't believe I can't scrape up 1 su xia. The words were barely out when the door flew open with a bam. Su Qiuxin stood in the doorway glaring at me. You said, cough, cough, you'd leave my second sister alone. I deliberately played the scoundrel. I did, on the condition you be my wife. If you sicken and starve to death, does my bride price just vanish? Then it's your second sister or nothing. So you see, your life and death are tied to your second sister's happiness. They all say she's the #1 beauty for miles. I was too drunk the day I made the offer to get a good look. Just how pretty is she? Curves in all the right places. Haul her back, 3 beatings a day. I'm looking forward to it. The fury in her eyes swelled. She pressed her lips and glared, like a milk kitten about to swallow its prey whole. In your dreams. She carried the goat into the east room and slammed the door with a bam, dust drifting down from the rafters. And another thing, I don't need you to treat my illness, she shouted, then broke into violent coughing. She was truly furious. Second sister, so kind, beautiful, and cheerful, had been her only light in her darkest hour. Every time second sister brought food, she'd sit outside the cave cheering her on, telling her not to give up, sharing funny village tales to make her smile. And each time she'd forced out a few happy laughs. That day second sister had wept, saying she'd have to marry a notorious bastard, and it was Su Qiuxin who'd told her to run. Who'd have thought a dying girl like herself would leap into the fire pit instead? Even after these few days living together, Lin Chuan wasn't as bad as the rumors said, but letting second sister leap into that fire pit again was out of the question. Even if, after she died, that bastard really did go after second sister, even at a 1 in 10,000 chance, no. So she couldn't die yet. Hold on a few more days, and pray second sister ran farther, and never, ever came back. Thinking this, she looked at the bowl of still steaming goat soup and briskly tipped it back, draining it. The soft, tender goat was fresh and mellow, melting in her mouth, a warm current spreading from her stomach to her limbs, nourishing a body 2 days starved. She wiped her mouth and set the bowl at the door. Another bowl. Without a word, I filled it again. The door opened a crack, and a snow-white arm reached out and took the bowl inside. Humph. Long as she eats. Might as well treat her like a raise-her-upright kind of wife. With my reputation, I couldn't find another one for miles anyway. Wait. Feels like I've forgotten something important, but I can't place it. My memories from the future were carved sharp, but the originals were mostly blurry, and merging them left things more broken still. Like Su Qiuxin's second sister, Su Xiahe. How could the original hand over a bride price without inspecting the goods? Yet I had no memory of it. No idea whether she was even prettier than Su Qiuxin. #1 beauty for miles, though, couldn't be bad. Seems like there were 2 more women the original couldn't let go of. Can't recall clearly. 2 very beautiful sent-down youth, and it seemed he'd even forced himself on them. But by 81 the sent-down youth had all returned to the cities, and the program office was disbanded. So who were they? Forget it. They've all gone back to the city, probably never see them again. Not thinking about it. Sleep. Early the next morning, I slept till the sun was high. The exhaustion of days swept clean. I washed my face and stepped out to find Su Qiuxin in a standoff with second brother. She'd made a weapon of her staff, pointing it like a sword at the boar pawing the ground, about to charge. A sickly girl who couldn't even stand steady against a nearly 300-pound wild boar at daggers drawn. One look at the meat stewing behind her, and I understood. I'd forgotten to feed second brother last night. Didn't know my wife was a lady warrior. The second she saw me come out, the staff drooped, and a wave of fright and weakness hit her. She couldn't stay standing and started to topple. Quick on my feet, I stepped over and caught her in my arms. Playing tough over a little meat. 1 charge from second brother, and you're done. Guess you really do want me to go find your second sister. Once again she leaned against my warm, broad chest, and that feeling of safety welled up again, along with some fluster and shyness, so she started struggling in my arms. TCH, stingy thing. You think I want to hold you? A bag of ribs. Might as well hug a telephone pole. Look, even with my hand on your butt, I can't find 2 ounces of meat. That bit of safety vanished in an instant. Her face and eyes flushed red. She clenched her back teeth and struggled harder. Cough, cough, get off. I didn't let go. Instead, I looked at second brother. Come here. This is my wife. From now on, you listen to her too. Come on, call her mama. Second brother seemed to understand, squinted its little eyes at her, then leaned in and sniffed. Snort, oink. Su Qiuxin's hand pounded away on my chest. Who makes a boar call them mama? It's called second brother. From now on, we'll raise it together, you and me. Cough, cough, put me down. She was still glaring, but to me it read as adorably fierce, those starry eyes stunning, even breathing fire. Seeing her cough without stopping, I quit teasing and carried her inside. Bam! On my way out, something hit the door again, no telling what. Second brother tried to nuzzle up the moment I came out, and I shoved it off in distaste. Off. If you could turn into a beauty, forget 300 pounds, I'd hug you at 1,000. I found a beat-up basin, cut off 10 pounds of roe deer meat in chunks, ladled goat soup from the pot over it, and tossed it to the boar. The 2 of us ate stewed goat. I sorted out the game, then carefully drew a cloth bundle from inside my shirt and checked it over for damage before I could relax. You in there. Get ready, you're coming to the city with me. When second uncle hauled the meat yesterday, he dropped off a flatbed cart too. and that's what we'd use to get to the city today. In 81, Deep Mountain Village was remote. Visiting relatives over the holiday commonly took 2 or 3 days. Transport was miserable, and the village's only piece of advanced tech was the party secretary's second-hand, state-issued bicycle. No choice but to walk the flatbed cart all the way to the county seat. Tallying up the rest. Keep one moose as second brother's rations, buy some hog feed in the city to stretch it, and it'd last a long while. The big one for sale was 900 pounds, plus 50 pounds of roe deer for pheasants, 5 hares, the 2 goats we'd keep for ourselves. Third uncle had already butchered the meat yesterday, so I stacked it in the back middle of the cart, wrapped tight in coarse cloth, and laid thick straw across the front. I pushed open the east room door to find Su Qiuxin curled in the corner. Come on, I'm taking you to the city. She didn't budge, her eyes cold. I'm not going. Cough, cough. I don't owe you, and you don't owe me. She knew treating this illness took a lot of money. Second sister had asked around long ago. She didn't know the exact figure, but from second sister's despairing eyes, she understood an ordinary family simply couldn't bear it. If Lin Chuan really treated her, she could never repay it. I couldn't care less. A model young citizen of the future, I couldn't stand by and watch someone die. And I wanted her to be unable to repay it. Unable to repay's just fine. Pay with yourself. That I'm familiar with, and wanting her makes it flow all the more naturally. I'm an above-board man. Very above-board. See, you're forgetting again. Think about your second sister. Ignoring her glare and struggle, I scooped her up in a practiced princess carry, set her on the flatbed cart, and tucked the thick quilt around her. Second brother, you stay and mind the house. There's food in the basin, ration it. Don't wander off. Wait till I'm back. It pretended not to understand and tried to crowd up to me. Took several kicks before it settled down. Su Qiuxin tried to jump off the cart. I caught her in 2 strides and pressed her back down, then set off pulling the cart. Wrapped head to toe in the quilt with only her face showing, she watched the back of the man hauling the cart up front, her feelings hard to read. Was this bastard a good man, a bad man, or a wicked one? Everyone said he was a thug and a scoundrel, yet these past days, a churn of emotions rose in her, and out of it a single thread of curiosity and being moved slipped quietly free. The villagers still gave me a wide berth, but dared to talk from a distance. Lin the madman's heading out. Is that the consumption woman on the cart? The good-looking, sickly one. He's not going to sell her, is he? Who would buy a consumption ghost, unless they had a death wish? Maybe city folk are into that. Sell her off, dump the consumption ghost, and pocket the cash. There's nothing Lin Chuan wouldn't do. That's Su Xia's little sister, Su Qiuxin. Both sisters are little foxes. I heard Lin Chuan wants both sisters. You think Lin Chuan's a good man? Don't tell me you think he's getting her treated. Huh? The chatter grew louder. I was a mover and shaker for miles around. Every move I made got talked over. Su Qiuxin, sharp of ear on the cart, listened to the gossip, dropped her head glumly, and buried herself entirely in the quilt. I frowned. Glancing back and seeing her do that, my face went dark. Got nothing better to do? Every one of you like a pack of gossips. Get lost. Let me see who's here. Tonight, I'll meet you in your wives' beds and settle who's best. One sweep of the bare-eyed glare and the gawkers dropped their heads in unison, turning and scattering like startled beasts. They firmly believed the bastard would really do it. A few women, though, eyed my frame with a bright glint. Out of the village, south across the river then southeast, half a day's walk to Linjiang County seat. A stretch in, I looked back and saw Su Qiuxin still shut up entirely under the quilt, only muffled coughs. I knew the words a moment ago had stomped her pride into the dirt and ground it in, and I worried she'd spiral. A sickness of the heart is the hardest to cure. So then, sister, sit on the Kong and stay big brother. I'll haul the dray, me and my Qiuxin girl, lovey-dovey, swaying all the way, hey. The loud, high singing floated back and forth across the hills. Passers-by turned to look, faces full of contempt, and yet listened close. Corrupting public morals, the world's gone to hell. What were those lyrics again? Under the quilt, Su Qiuxin stopped coughing, her whole body going rigid. What is this bastard singing? I sit on the Kong. You climb the wall. The more she listened, the deeper her nails dug into her palms, veins standing out. Second sister was right after all. He's just a bastard. One song done. I cleared my throat and launched into the next. Moon comes out and I dive in the haystack. Dive in the haystack and holler for my wife. This song's for Su Qiuxin to hear. Hey. She hears it and dives under the quilt. Hug her now. Oh, hug her tight. Hold my Qiuxin girl till she's Logan fit to bust. Travelers on the road roared with laughter. A few young wives and girls spat and cursed me, red-faced, for being shameless. 80s folk customs ran conservative, and this was way over the line. Under the quilt, Su Qiuxin's urge to die and her urge to kill rose together. Should she kill the bastard first, then off herself in shame and rage? Hold my Suchioshin up onto the calm. Oh ah. She flung off the quilt and roared, seething. Lin Chuan, sing one more line, and I'll beat you to death. MMC? There's the full-throated vigor. She sat on the cart stewing, glaring daggers at my back. The earlier gloom, coldness, and sorrow all gone, leaving only the urge to bite me to death. Humph. I chuckled and stopped singing. In my old life, I'd been a workhorse for a dozen-plus years, then ran a little business. All backstabbing and scheming, and saved up a bit of spare cash, thinking my life a modest success. Now, thinking back, what was that but the difference between an ordinary workhorse and a high-end one? Yet these past days in this time, I felt at ease and free. No phone, no obligatory dinners, no mortgage, just warm sun spilling over me, the roadside trees slicing the light into flicker and shade. Without realizing it, I tipped my head back, squinting comfortably, the corners of my mouth curling in a sunny grin. Suchioshin caught it by chance and paused, then looked at the scenery around her, and the world seemed a good deal brighter. 4+ hours of road, and I never once rested. Walking into the county seat streets, it was far livelier than the countryside, people coming and going. Face after simple, faintly sun-darkened face, mostly bare of makeup, hair oily, lips chapped, clothes uniformly army green, black gray, and blue, shapeless and hiding the figure. The occasional clean-cut, fashionable young man drew heads turning again and again. Bicycles, a rare sight in the village, were common here. Phoenix, Forever, Flying Pigeon, the Mercedes and BMWs of the day. The slogans on the walls were full of the era: fewer and better births, a lifetime of happiness. Family planning benefits the nation and the people. At the intersection, volunteers with red armbands directed traffic on their own initiative. Both sides of the street were lined with state-run shops, department stores, grain stores, the supply and marketing co-op, restaurants, barbershops. Privately run businesses were nearly non-existent. The whole way I saw only two: a breakfast joint and a repair shop. An 81 private business had just poked its head up, and getting labeled a self-employed operator meant being seen as shiftless and up to no good, something your family would break your legs over. Sure, getting a license made it legal, but in people's minds it was still speculation and profiteering, a disgrace. I'd have liked to open a shop myself, but with a rural household registration, I couldn't even get a self-employment license. Under current policy, only jobless, unemployed people with urban registration could. The big picture was hard to put into words. The instant I set out the moose meat, the next second I'd be hauled off and sentenced for speculation and profiteering. The co-op was no good either. They only took goods that were within plan, from qualified units. They'd never dare take moose meat, and I'd risk getting reported. So that left just one road. I hauled the cart around the streets, poking here and peering there, looking aimless. Suchioshin didn't ask, just gazed around curiously, the scarf clamped tight over her mouth and nose, terrified of infecting anyone. It was 4 in the afternoon when a group on the street made my eyes light up. A sleazy, swaggering street punk with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a duck-footed strut, in a jacket with permed long hair, leading 7 or 8 similarly dressed hooligans who sauntered through like they owned the place. I smiled to myself. My own kind. No, wait, the original's kind. I trailed behind them, watching them shake down passers-by, skip out on a meal, smack a waiter, and run, trailing all the way till dark when they ducked into a pitch-black alley. I followed in without a second thought. I'd barely reached the middle when the whole group closed in front and back, a good dozen plus of them. Brother, you followed us all afternoon. Never seen you before. What turf you from? The permed one stood at the front, sneering. I set down the cart and smiled. I've got nothing against you. Just here to feel out the lay of the land. Feel out the land. You know the rules. Rules? My rules are the rules. I said it out of old habit. Death wish. Where'd this hick come from? Amid the uproar, someone flipped back the coarse cloth, and their eyes went dead straight. Boss, it's meat. A whole cart of meat. And a woman too. Suchioshin had stayed silent the whole time, not knowing what I was up to, but she wasn't scared, ringed by a dozen plus big men. Never mind my thug reputation and 1 against 100 record. One shout of, "I've got consumption," from her would scare this bunch to death. The permed one's eyes gleamed. In this era, anything meat was good as gold anywhere. With ration coupons, city folk got 2 pounds a month, and a whole cart of meat meant riches. The pack of punks rubbed their hands, all looking to him, waiting for the word. His eyes flashed green, but he stayed relatively cool. Buddy, what's the deal? Trying to sell us meat? Which village you from? Might even be relatives. I chuckled. I just came to feel out the land. You're dragging your feet. You robbing me or not? If so, make it quick. His face changed. You know we're bad guys, and you still walk right into it. You sick in the head? Boss, quit wasting your breath. Bash him and be done. A whole cart of meat. One hot-headed flunky grabbed a stick and rushed to crack my skull open. Don't. The permed one paled and got one word out before whoosh. That flunky came fast and left faster. I pulled my leg back and cracked my knuckles. Haven't thrown down in ages. Come on, let's have some fun. Someone shouted. Boss, 4 blackies out cold. Damn it, kill him. I lit up all over, stamped hard off the ground. Wish smack. The one out front took a big backhand and got plastered to the wall. Smack, smack, smack. 3 more flew sideways. My moves were lightning quick, faster than a normal person could react to. In under 3 minutes, all dozen-plus big men were down, yowling in pain. I walked over to the permed one, face swollen huge, sprawled on the ground, yanked him up by the hair, and smiled. You gonna talk? Boss, please, what do you want me to say? What land are you feeling out? I looked up, blank, at Tsuchiyoshin. Didn't I ask? You didn't, she said coolly. Boo-hoo. I slapped him, and his other cheek swelled up too. Being a hoodlum with zero sense of the game. How are you supposed to grow big and strong and reach new heights? There's a black market in the city, right? Take me there. The permed one was crushed. That's all. Boss, you should have said so. The biggest black market's in the old town on the east side, by the city wall. Plenty of people know it. Smack. I'm asking if you're taking me. Lead the way. Not bothering with the ones still lying around. The permed one and I cut through the alley heading east. Another hour or so of walking, and we reached the spot at 9 at night. The east side old wall black market was already open. A flat brick lane, city wall on one side, a dried-up riverbed on the other, the water long gone. When the guards came to make arrests, you cut across the riverbed into a maze of alleys, hard to catch anyone, prime ground for a black market. Before we even reached it, 2 big men leaned against the wall smoking. The permed one leaned in and whispered, Boss, this is Boss Hay's turf. To enter and sell light goods, 1 yuan. Heavy goods, 5. Buying costs nothing. I nodded and looked at him, amused. Pay up. He nearly died of frustration. He had to pay too? How is that different from getting robbed? But he didn't dare gripe and coughed it up obediently. The big man handed over a slip with a number on it. A stall number, probably. He led me in, clearly familiar with the place. Kid, what's your name? You Xiaonan. You can just call me Xiaonan, boss. Xiaonan, you know this Boss Hay? What's his reputation? That perked him up. Boss Hay's my idol. Righteous, plays by the rules, rock-solid reputation. Last time one of his brothers got a leg broken, he took men to get revenge on the spot. I waved him off. Go find a scale and pass Boss Hay a message. Tell him I've got big goods. Have him get 3,000 ready. Handle it, and I'll give you 10 pounds of meat. Yu Xiaonan's eyes lit up. On it, boss. He shot off. While I waited, I turned to Tsuchiyoshin. Sorry to drag you along to sell meat today. Once it's sold, tomorrow I'll take you to the hospital. Your illness needs a sputum test and blood work first, maybe a chest scan too, to check for other complications. Curled in the quilt, she said nothing, but the look she gave me had grown more complicated. Was this man really going to treat her illness, with money he'd risked his life for in the deep mountains? While her father, eldest sister, brother-in-law, and little brother all hoped she'd die. She lifted her face and, for the first time, showed a bright smile. Thank you. The words barely audible, but I heard them and saw that peerless smile clear. Worth it. Simp if I'm a simp. I want her, after all. Don't mention it. It's so we can have the wedding night sooner too. An eye roll. Yu Xiaonan soon brought a scale, then shot off again. I flipped back the coarse cloth, exposing the big slabs of meat. Tsuchiyoshin stayed out of it, going to sit by the city wall and watch me sell. In the 80s black market, meat was a hot commodity, and passers-by crowded in at once. Don't grab. 80 cents with coupons, 120 without. Cloth coupons, grain coupons, industrial coupons, oil coupons, sugar coupons. I'll take 'em all. Whoosh. The whole ghost market surged over. Give me some. Me first. I've got 6 kids. I was here first, mister. The 1,000+ pounds I brought had them going wild. I hadn't expected people in this era to crave meat this badly. In the end, even the market menders couldn't stand it and stepped in to keep order. So I stopped caring who wanted how much, grabbed a big slab, waited. This one's 8 pounds, pay up. In a bit over half an hour, the meat was all gone. Those who didn't get any left disappointed, and only then did I breathe out. I turned to find Yu Xiaonan already back, standing a little ways off, somewhat anxious. I put him off for now, went to Tsuchiyoshin's side, and stuffed a bulging bag into her hands. Boss lady, count how much. She took the cloth bag with a shaky hand, like it was a hot potato she wanted to shove back at me. I can't count it all. You count it yourself. I turned and walked off, giving her no chance to return it, and went to Yu Xiaonan. Boss Hay here. He's here right up front. At the corner of the wall stood a square table with a man seated at it, 4 or 5 big men standing behind. I nodded. There's 10 pounds of meat on the cart. Take it and go. I'll head over myself. Yu Xiaonan ran gleefully to the cart. hauled out a big slab from under the coarse cloth, glanced around, wrapped it in his jacket, and dashed off. Only up close did I get a good look at Boss Hay, a dark, weather-beaten man of about 40, wearing a sleeveless shirt in this cold, arms black and thick, features a touch fierce, doing his best to seem honest and simple, though the sharp glint deep in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Little brother, sit. Place isn't much, but I brought good liquor. He produced a bottle of sheafing from under the table, then an oil paper bundle, a roast chicken, a packet of oil-fried peanuts, like greeting an old friend, playing host with a drink. Not a simple man. This Boss Hay, I thought, playing the sentiment card before we've even talked business. I wasn't dancing to his tune. I sat down brashly, rewrapped the roast chicken and peanuts, and kept them for myself. No offense, Boss Hay, my wife hasn't eaten yet. Boss Hay's hand jerked as he raised his cup, surprise flashing across his face before he smoothed it over. But the four big men behind him weren't having it. Menace surfacing, hands reaching behind their backs, all looking to him. Boss Hay waved and smiled. Of course, if the sister-in-law doesn't mind, come have a drink with us. I smiled too. She can't come over. She's sick, consumption. Crash, clatter, crack. Boss Hay, smiling a second ago, went pale and flung himself backward, tipping over stool, table, and all. The four big men flipped from fury to terror in an instant, retreating 7 or 8 steps as one, not even minding Boss Hay flailing on the ground. Boss Hay, what's wrong? Let me help you up. I deliberately took a big step forward. Stop. Stand still. I don't need your help. You wait right there, kid. I'll kill you, now back off. I shook my head. TB's reputation really was something in this era. Good thing Su Qiuxin kept up protection at all times, 3 scarves washed daily. Relax, Boss Hay. She's masked up, it's fine. I've got good goods, 100-year wild mountain ginseng, for tails. Boss Hay, about to bolt, spun right back around, red light blazing in his eyes. 3 tails makes it ginseng, 4 tails makes it treasure. A wild ginseng over 4 tails is a genuine treasure, a top-grade rarity you don't see in a decade, with maybe 3 coming out of the whole country in a year. His eyes rolled, and he scurried back to right the table and stool and sit down. Haha, little brother, my apologies for losing my composure just now. With a treasure like this, what's a little consumption to fear? Boss Hay? Boss Hay forced a smile, his back already soaked through. You joke, little brother. You bring it. Let big brother have a look. I drew the cloth bundle from inside my shirt and opened it carefully. A yellow-brown ginseng, shaped like a twisted, shriveled old knot, the reed head long and stacked, the bowl scars dense and deep, clear iron thread wrinkles on the main root. Only, the top of the main root seemed to have been bitten once, not clean through, but ragged and torn, and quite a few of the fine root hairs were broken off, not so long. Just thinking about it made me mad. That day in the deep mountains, when second brother found the ginseng, I'd excitedly pinned it and carefully cleared the dirt bit by bit. 4 whole hours, success nearly in hand, when the impatient thing bit down and yanked the whole root up. I'd wailed on the spot and pinned it and beaten it hard. Boss Hay looked at the poor-conditioned 100-year ginseng, fingers trembling, not from excitement, but from being furious. This, a waste of a heaven-sent thing, may lightning strike. You. I understood. I'd been far more excited than him at the time. Haha, never seen one before. Took a bite. The 2 broken root hairs I fed my wife to build up her strength. If not for your wife's sake, I'd give you a good beating. An intact 100-year ginseng, I'd pay 5,000 for. This one, 1,000 at most. My eyes flashed. 1,500. Look, Boss Hay, it's bitten but still whole. Glue it back. You think glue works on this? 1,100, that's the ceiling. After some haggling, we settled at 1,200. Watching Boss Hay's fuming back, I called out, Boss Hay, next time I've got good stuff, I'll come to you. Huh. I pocketed the money, sat Su Qiuxin on the cart, and left the black market fast. All this had run past midnight. Staying at a hotel in the county seat required a letter of introduction, and even with one, Su Qiuxin couldn't stay. She might infect someone. I had faith in my own body. Others, not necessarily. Luckily, the cart had straw and a quilt, so we made do for the night. I stopped not far from the county hospital, stuffed the warmed roast chicken into her hands, then pushed the 1,200 over too. You hold this. I'll ask for it if I need it. She dumbly took the fortune, more flustered still. She'd never seen this much money. She'd just counted the meat proceeds, 500 plus in cash, the rest all cloth, oil, industrial, and grain coupons, sorted and bundled by type. And now here was 1,200 pushed over too. I pushed it over like it was nothing. She took it like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He trusted her just like that? Was he really that all-around villainous thug? She looked at my back, and it felt unreal. Coming to herself, she looked at the bag of money and coupons, then at the warm roast chicken in her hands, and suddenly smiled a little. I can't finish the chicken. You have some too. I really was hungry, having eaten nothing at midday or evening, and the state restaurants had long closed. So I took it without ceremony, splitting it as I talked. You've gotten a lot gentler just now. Do you kind of fancy me? If you fancy me, say it out loud. I can take it. Worst case, I'll just give in and be yours. Can't break the habit. My speech still defaults to future-style jokes, which to someone of Su Qiuxin's era just sounds like elect talking. She snatched back the divided chicken, pursed her lips, and glared. Get away from me. I didn't mind, walked a few steps off and crouched to eat. And only then did she carefully undo her scarf and eat in small bites. The night wind was cold, and I barely slept. She, on the other hand, slept soundly. Early morning, the two of us were already waiting at the hospital gate. She needed tests, unsure whether to fast, so neither of us ate breakfast. In her condition, I didn't dare leave her among crowds. So the moment the hospital opened, I settled her in a corner of the courtyard and went to register and line up. The moment the doctors inside heard tuberculosis, they tensed up. In this era, TB was a virulent, contagious disease with a high fatality rate, feared by everyone who heard of it. Several doctors in full protective gear took her in alone for tests. As a contact, I got a few simple tests too. After that, there was nothing for me to do but pay, and pay, and pay again. When the results came, the doctor's face was unusually grave. Su Qiuxin, in a thick mask, hands clenched, looked at me with her starry eyes, trembling slightly. I gave her a reassuring look and, taking the chance, grabbed her little white hand, ignoring her struggle, and asked quietly, Director Kong, my wife's illness is treatable, right? You're looking so grim. I'm getting scared. Kong Xuemei, brows knit, face cold, looked up and let loose at me. Scared? Your wife's like this, and now you're scared. Look at the lab report. Heavy acid-fast bacilli in the morning sputum with blood streaks. She's coughing blood, and you don't see it? The chest fluoroscopy shows large shadows in both lungs, a cavity 1.5 centimeters, and still growing. This is how you act as a husband? How are you fine? Look how high her white cell count is. Are you blind? Now the complications. Bronchiectasis, cor pulmonale, pneumothorax, hypoproteinemia. Good thing they're all still controllable. 10 days later, and you'd be a criminal. Are you afraid of spending money? It costs a bit more, sure, but you could ask the production brigade for help. Ask the hospital. Do you think we'd stand by and watch someone die? This illness has gone on nearly 3 years. Do you want her dead? One barrage, cursing me up and down, and still going. I'm hardly the patient type. I shot to my feet, ready to fire back. But before I could erupt, Su Qiuxin turned her hand and gripped mine, her fawn-like eyes brimming with tears. Half my anger softened, and I cursed myself for being spineless. Fine. Bear it. I turned, bowing and scraping with a placating smile. Yes, you're right to scold me. It's all my fault. Su Qiuxin's hand jerked hard in mine, a little sting in her heart. Everyone for miles knew my explosive temper and reckless nature. A man used to lording it over everyone. Actually able to be scolded by a doctor with his head down for her sake, and to own up to it. So this man had a gentle side too. Well, and an infuriating you-to-death side. Watching me bow and apologize, her heart ached inexplicably, her hands gripping tighter. My back had bent low, but in her heart, the image of me stood taller. I was wrong. Director Kong, please, do everything you can. The upshot. Su Qiuxin had to be hospitalized for a while. I wanted to stay and care for her, but Director Kong wouldn't allow it. Caring for a severe TB patient required a dedicated doctor to prevent spread. I said goodbye through the curtain. I'm heading back first. Listen to the doctors this stretch, and I'll come get you in half a month. She stared at the curtain, wanting to take me into her eyes through the cloth. I'm going. If you don't come get me, I know the road, I'll walk back myself. Her voice was very soft, but I heard it clearly. I was delighted inside. Told you fancy me. Can't do without me. Latching right on. I'm just too outstanding. Can't get rid of me even if you try. The nurse beside her fought hard to hold back a laugh, and Su Qiuxin flushed bright red. Get out. Righto. That little parting mood got blown to bits in an instant. At the County Supply and Marketing Co-op, I launched into a big shopping spree. The ginseng plus the meat had earned over 1,700 total, plus several stacks of coupons I hadn't counted. I'd left Su Qiuxin 1,000 and some coupons, and kept over 700 in most of the coupons. The house lacked everything. Buy. Winter padded coats, padded pants, padded boots, army greatcoats, all bought 4 at a time, 2 each for Su Qiuxin and me to swap. To my surprise, 81 even had down jackets, 70 yuan apiece, dowdy style, but I gritted my teeth and bought 2. Underwear, socks, quilts, rice oil salt staples, pots and pans, 2 sacks of flour, 2 of rice, a heap of storable vegetables, potatoes, pumpkins, cabbage, and of course the finest hog feed for second brother. An afternoon of money flowing like water, and the flatbed cart was packed full. As for furniture, a sewing machine, and the fashionable 3 rounds and a sound, couldn't afford those. Only 100 plus left, and that was still owed to second uncle for the bride price. Money doesn't stretch far at all. Looks like I've got to keep earning. By the time I finished, it was nearly dark. Anxious to get back, I'd come again next time for what I hadn't bought. Just as I was about to leave the city, someone called from behind. Lin Chuan. It really is you. I thought I had the wrong person. I turned. It was the village purchaser, Lin Ergu, driving a donkey cart to catch up. Around 30, small and thin, a bit rat-faced, shrewd and quick-witted, had been to primary school so he could do sums and smooth things over, thick with the city shop clerks. Every few days he'd run a trip to the county seat to buy staples for the villagers and swing by the post office to bring back the village's letters. No official post, but it counted as work points. Grab a hot commodity, and he could pocket the markup, very much in demand in the village. Lin Chuan, you've struck it rich, buying this much. His eyes glowed at the cart full of goods, and one flick of his little eyes pegged it at no less than 500 yuan. Perfect timing. That's a nice donkey. Lend it to me. His face went green. His own goods on the donkey cart weren't few either. And hand me the donkey, and his scrawny frame would haul it 4 hours back to the village, half dead by the end. Hey Lin Chuan, that's no joke. We're friends. I buy you drinks all the time. Anyone who drinks with him is no good. Among the shady buddies who'd egged the original into laying down that bride price, he'd been one of them. Don't lend it, then get lost. Your eyes keep darting. I'll gouge him out, still eyeing my stuff. He reluctantly pulled his gaze back and forced a laugh. Lin Chuan, I went to the post office today. There's a letter for you. Express registered mail. Seems pretty urgent. I paused. I didn't know anyone out of town. Even my Aunt Lin Qingxia, married the farthest away, was only a day's journey off, and she couldn't read or write. You dare trick me, I'll break your legs, believe it. Haha, I wouldn't dare. But Chuanji, next time you strike it rich, count me in. Give me the letter first. He fished a letter from his bag. Right then, several people suddenly darted out from the roadside, kicked Lin Ergu into the ditch, and, ignoring him, quickly snatched up the letter that had dropped to the ground. Someone writing me a letter was strange, and someone coming to snatch it was stranger still. The 5 who grabbed it wore mouse suits, hard-featured, not especially bulky but nimble and decisive, clearly trained. The one who grabbed the letter turned to leave. Hold it, that looks like my letter. The man looked back and said coldly, You're not worthy of it. There goes my temper. I slowly set down the cart, leaned forward, drove hard off both legs, and abruptly caught up behind him with the same flying kick. He hadn't expected me this fast, and hastily blocked with his arm, but my freak strength could grind second brother into the dirt. Crack! A muffled grunt, and he flew back, rolling 7 or 8 times before stopping. The other 4 gasped and rushed in. All together. Heh, a fight. Who if not me? Bam, bam, bam. I pulled my punches, but every one landed on flesh, and in under 2 minutes only I was left standing. This bunch actually had some method. I took a few hits, painless. The first one down, seeing he couldn't win, pulled out the letter to stuff in his mouth and destroy the evidence. I startled, ran over fast, pinched his mouth and wrested it away. Cute. You think you're shooting a spy movie? Let me see what big secret this letter's got. I tore the envelope and was about to open it when the man on the ground said coldly, I advise you not to look. No good in it for a hoodlum like you. Besides, you can't read, can you? The original maybe couldn't. The current me could. Can a man be self-taught? The letter opened. Lin Chuan, you are a total bastard. Damn, this isn't written by a woman, is it? Second line, you have a daughter. Her name is Qin Xiaoxua. My head went off like a bomb. What? A daughter? Third line, you have the right to know, but I hope you never see her. Fourth line, don't ever appear before us again, bastard. For lines, no small amount of information. I patted my head and looked at the 5 on the ground. You know the woman who wrote this? Humph, she's right. You're a low-life bastard. You don't even remember her? Just as well you forgot. Our family's done with you from now on, and don't you dream of having anything to do with her. Ask again, and I still won't say. And my sister's got no shortage of suitors, and they won't. Never mind. You're on your own. With that, he got up and walked off without looking back. I didn't stop him. These people were clearly after the letter. If I hadn't happened to run into Lin Ergu, they'd have gotten it back already. They wanted nothing to do with me. But that child, the original's memories only got murkier, no thread to follow. I put the letter away. Only then did Lin Ergu carefully crawl out of the ditch. My eyes flicked, and I yanked him up by the collar. Ergu, any woman surnamed Qin in our village. Dangling in the air, meeting my savage eyes, he broke into an instant grin. Chuanji, everyone in our village is surnamed Lin. Counting the unmarried wives, there's only one Qin. Annie Qin at the West End, over 200 pounds. What about the villages around? His eyes dodged, clearly not wanting to say, his little eyes darting to the cart. Back in the village, I'll give you a pheasant. Say nothing more, and I'll just have to break one of your legs. I didn't only push a petty man like this, give him a small gain and it's settled, or he'll watch me from behind, a nuisance. Delight flashed across his face. I'll say, there really is no one surnamed Chin in the villages around here. But a year ago when the sent-down youth returned to the cities, there was one. Chin Wan. You don't remember Chuanji? She was a real beauty. She and another sent-down girl were called the twin flowers of Linjiang. The line of men chasing them could stretch from here to where the Yellow River meets the sea. You used to harass her all the time. You even. I glared, scaring him quiet. Sent-down youth, huh? The original was seriously depraved. Know where Chin Wan's from? No. You said twin flowers. What's the other pretty sent-down girl called? Song Yuru. Given the original's nature, no way he let two of them off. Did I ever do anything untoward to them? His eyes went odd, but he still confessed honestly. Untoward? Oh, there was plenty. You peeped at them bathing, groped their hands, heard you even climb their wall, and… Stop. My face darkened. We're clean and clear, I did nothing. Let me tell you, I'm pure as jade, a virgin, understand? Spread any more word around the village and I'll break your fifth leg. Set down. He scrambled fast onto the donkey cart, muttering, need me to spread it? There's not a soul in the village who doesn't already know. What are you muttering? Hiya. And off he shot. I looked at the letter, expression complicated, wanting to tear it up, then thought better and put it away. What a mess of business. Just as I reached the village gate, second brother came barreling over to meet me. Perfect. I roped it up to pull the cart. Home. I unloaded everything in a pile, dug out a big drum of high-proof alcohol, and thoroughly disinfected the room Su Qiuxin had stayed in several times over. Director Kong had instructed 3 days of disinfecting in a row, mind the ventilation, and the cups and bowls she'd used all had to go. Done. I fixed second brother a basin of meat mixed with hog feed, and to my surprise, one whiff of the feed, and it got more excited than at the sight of roast meat, wolfing it down. A whole day of running around left me a bit tired, and I turned in early. In my dreams, I was hunted by 2 beautiful vixen spirits, and couldn't help brawling with them till heaven and earth went dark, a night ending in mutual wounds. The next morning, I was woken by rain, the big hole in the roof leaking with a splatter. This wreck of a house was unlivable. Might as well tear it down and rebuild. But that was all money. Looks like I'd have to make another mountain trip in a few days. Second brother, though, was thrilled by the rain, pawing and rolling around gleefully in the yard. Haicheng Jiangnan, the old Qin family villa. In the spacious living room, the teak floor gleamed, the rosewood sofa mellow with polish. The Qin couple, Qin Guoyang and his wife, rehabilitated just 2 years back, wore furious faces, looking at a lovely, gentle-featured woman on the sofa opposite. She was teasing a child with a cloth doll, a faint smile at her lips, soft black hair falling loose, a maternal gentleness glowing in her bearing. Xiaowan, you'd write a letter to a scoundrel like that? Aren't you afraid he'll latch on? Qin Guoyang's voice was stern, his eyes full of anger and disappointment. Her mother urged with reproach. He got you pregnant before marriage and made our whole family a laughingstock. That Qingzhou boy is so good, doesn't hold it against you. 3 generations of friendship between our families, and he never broke the engagement, even says he'll treat Xiaoxua as his own and swears to be good to you all his life. Qin Wan didn't lift her head, a flicker of gloom in her eyes. Mom, Dad, I'm only writing that bastard this one letter, and we'll never meet again. But he is the child's father. He has the right to know. And I won't marry Wu Qingzhou. All I want in this life is to raise Xiaoxua. Not marry? Nonsense. Qin Guoyang exploded. You're only 22. A living widow? If you still have that bastard Lin Chuan in your heart, I'll finish him right now. I won't let him ruin your whole life. Qingzhou's got a good family, is a fine figure of a man, and doesn't mind that you've got a child. What more do you want? The light in Qin Wan's eyes dimmed another notch, and she gently scooped up the child and went upstairs. If Wu Qingzhou's so good, you marry him. I'm not, either way. Qin Guoyang, beside himself, pointed at her back. You're impossible. Umph. I already had your brother intercept your letter. That bastard doesn't even get the right to know. Dad, a courtyard house in the capital, the same scene. Only, standing in the courtyard was a target, my portrait on it pierced full of holes. Deep mountain village. I was mooching a meal at second uncle's. Unlike the cold reception last time, my Aunt Lu Chunhua wore a big smile as she brought out a bottle of Shifeng and eagerly poured me a cup. My cousins Lin Jiangwo and Lin Xiaoqing had smiles on their faces too. Second uncle laid a piece of meat in my bowl. Little Chuan, I told you last time you didn't need to pay back the bride price. And look, you still sent it over. I lifted my cup, amused. Want me to take it back? That won't do. Bull. Don't you dare. I curled my lip. I'm thinking of another mountain trip in a few days. Once the snow falls, it's hard to get in. Second uncle sobered. Can it wait till next spring? For the deep mountains, go in May. There's plenty of herbs up there, sometimes more profitable than hunting. I didn't see it that way. With second brother, finding herbs was just as easy. Lin Jiangwo said eagerly. Go, take me along. I want a bag of wild boar, enough to eat past New Year's. I tossed the bone I'd finished gnawing and gave him a sidelong look. Want a wild boar, huh? Come to my place tomorrow. Long as you can knock second brother down, I'll take you. He caved instantly. When second brother runs, the ground shakes, and one sit of its rump could squash three of him. Full in content, I got to business. I've got 80 yuan and some coupons here. Second uncle, third uncle, if you're free, fix my roof and windows for me. Second uncle went to decline. That won't even take. Before he finished, my aunt swept up the money and coupons off the table quick as lightning, grinning so wide the creases could trap flies. Ha, little Chuan. Don't you worry. Your second uncle fix it up for you for sure. Second uncle wanted to say more, but I waved him off. It's settled. I grabbed my clothes and headed out. Squabbling between second uncle and my aunt broke out inside right away, and I chuckled and ambled home. Having paid back second uncle his 10 yuan notes, and with the rest going to fixing the roof and windows, I didn't have a cent left on me. I had to get into the deep mountains before the snow came, timing it so that when I went to fetch Su Qiuxin, I could offload the game and do another round of shopping. A stove, coal, furniture, the 3 rounds and a sound. Doing the math, the money was nowhere near enough. Oh, and the bet with Lin old 5 last time. Strictly speaking, I'd lost, 2 days late, added another 150 in debt. But he never came collecting, and I never brought it up. Linjiang County Seat, People's Hospital. 2 days of treatment, and Su Qiuxin's bodily functions had recovered a good deal. She had a private ward, plus her own little nurse, Wang Zhizhi, an outgoing, cheerful girl who'd grown familiar with her over 3 days. In the ward, Wang Zhizhi sliced a pear while chatting gossip with her. Qiuxinjia, how do you meet your husband? He's got such a great build. The head nurse calls it resolute and handsome. And he's so rich too, a special care ward, the best meds. 1 day of it costs what I make in a month. What's he do? Was it love at first sight? Real romantic. Su Qiuxin laughed softly. Romantic? Love at first sight? That day she'd wanted to beat me to death. You're only 17 and already thinking about men. Qiuxinjia, I turn 18 next year, and my family wants to set me up with someone, says to start dating. I just think your husband's great. Want to find one like him. Good-looking, tall, and rich too. Then you've got the wrong idea about him. Su Qiuxin laughed softly. He's no good man. He's the thug of our whole area. He snatched me. He even wanted to snatch my second sister, shameless. My second sister's beautiful, the prettiest for miles. He came to my house and forced a bride price on us. Wang Zhizhi blinked, all disbelief. A thug? That day he took Director Kang's scolding like a whipped puppy, didn't talk back once. I don't know either. Maybe he didn't want to scare me. Su Qiuxin dropped her head, the corners of her mouth tilting up, 2 blooms of red spreading. What thug? Looks to me like you're showing off your love. You melted the thug right around your finger. These past few days, somehow, Su Qiuxin kept thinking of me. I was in her dreams too, so annoying. Oh, and second sister was in the dreams as well. She dreamed of second sister coming back and marrying me too, and jolted awake with tears on her face. She must be losing her mind. And she wondered where second sister was now, how she was doing. 3 days passed. Second and third uncle hauled the repair materials into the yard. I couldn't do repairs, so I watched them work. At midday and evening, the 3 of us drank a little and ate big mouthfuls of meat. Over these days, watching their nephew's changes, the 2 were quietly gladdened. They didn't say it, but they'd grown closer, close enough now to talk with an arm slung over a shoulder. Another day, and I got ready for another mountain trip. This time I was fully stocked, thick padded coat and pants, a homemade sleeping bag, shovel, hook lock, hunting knife, rifle, axe, and even second brother strapped all over with seasonings and a pot. Bright and early, without disturbing a soul, 1 man and 1 boar slipped into the woods. Second brother had been cooped up at home and gone stir-crazy. The moment it hit the mountains, it went wild, charging every which way. With my photographic memory and freak stamina, I moved through the forest like a fish in water, running flat out a day and a night to reach the deep mountains. Not far from a little stream, a herd of red deer was leisurely nibbling roots. Suddenly, a huge boar strapped with a shovel and black pot, clanging and clattering, came tearing out from behind a big tree, charging the deer full of menace. The red deer, having never seen the world, had never seen a hunting boar, and bolted in a panic, straight into the ambush path I'd laid. I burst up from my dead leaf camouflage, fired 3 shots, bam, 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 and 3 of the bigger red deer went down bawling one after another, and I drew my knife and drove it into their hearts to end their pain. Second brother rushed over and, seeing 3 red deer, spun in excited circles. One man and one boar in seamless coordination, straight into a life with more meat than we could eat. I couldn't even be bothered with pheasants and hares. At night, I set a whole red deer on the roasting rack. No choice, second brother put away 15 pounds a sitting, and I ate plenty too. A red deer, skinned, boned, and gutted, came to under 30 pounds. This time I brined first, then roasted. An hour or so later I trimmed and brushed on oil, sprinkled the special seasoning, the fat crackling as it roasted, a domineering aroma sweeping across the whole mountain. Second brother couldn't hold back, drooling on the side. Get lost, you're drooling on the roast meat. Ask you to find ginseng and you can't, but find something tasty and you nail it every time. Snort, snort. Still talking back. Did you bring me all the way here just so you could eat red deer? Why don't you just say you want boar meat? The words were barely out when its little eyes suddenly lit up. That night one man and one boar ate big mouthfuls of meat, faces full of satisfaction. A boar's sense of smell and taste is several times keener than a human's, and this carefully seasoned roast meat left it drunk on the smell. It wouldn't even spare the bones, gnawing marrow till the middle of the night. With it around, I didn't worry about safety. I lit the fire trench and slept through till dawn. Second brother, find me ginseng. Don't find any today, and it's boar meat tonight. Snort, snort. Half a day later, at a muddy pool at the foot of a slope, I spotted a herd of a dozen-plus wild boars. Second brother excitedly urged me to go set up an ambush on one side, while it happily crept to the other, same as we'd coordinated these past days. I grabbed it by the tail. You for real? You little... Wait, there's not going to be your great-grandma in there, is there? You'll even eat boar meat. Are you still a pig, you devil? That's not how you cut ties with your kin. It gave me a sidelong glance. Snort, snort. Didn't expect it, second brother. You've betrayed the whole clan too. Pig on the outside, dog on the inside. Not afraid word gets out, and you can't show your face in these woods. Snort, snort. What? Oh, a love rival? Then never mind. We just take out that biggest boar, right? One man and one boar sprang into action. Same old plan. It scares them. I ambush. But this time there was a snag. Second brother charged over squealing, and the dozen-plus boars didn't run at all. Once they saw it was him, the biggest boar's eyes went bloodshot in an instant, and it pawed the ground and abruptly countercharged. Second brother was so scared it nearly wet itself, and I caught the panic in its eyes. It wasn't grown, under 300 pounds, and that one was clearly a size bigger, the strong and weak plain at a glance. About to collide, it suddenly chickened out, slammed the brakes, spun, and ran, even circling around, bolting straight for my position. Aroo, aroo. Holy hell, second brother, you traitor. Can you picture the scene? 2 tank-like boars charging at you, a dozen-plus more of all sizes behind them? The ground quaked, the wind rushed at my face. You damn second brother, I'm gonna stew you sooner or later. No choice. I shot to my feet and emptied the magazine into the big boar. Single barrel, 5 rounds, every shot a hit. After a spray of blood, the beast actually staggered back up, its bloodshot eyes gleaming, already gone berserk. The herd behind it, though, scattered in terror at the string of gunshots, and second brother ran clean out of sight. You damn second brother, no loyalty at all. The berserk boar came flying at me on all fours, gravel spraying, twice as fast as before. I lunged back, still too slow. I'm done. At the last instant, second brother suddenly burst out from the side, its eyes bloodshot too. Thunk. Its tusks drove into the big boar's belly in a flash, blood spraying, flipping it over on the spot, unable to rise for a good while. I seized the chance to reload and put 3 straight rounds through its skull. Afterward, I savagely tackled second brother and gave it a good pounding. We agreed you'd find ginseng, and you find a family group chat instead. Cut ties with kin. Huh? Or did you just want boar meat? We nearly got wiped out by your family reunion. Snort, snort. That night, the wide-eyed dead boar's leg went on the fire. Second brother squealed away beside it. No telling what it was so excited about. Find no ginseng tomorrow, and you're next. The threat did nothing at all. It didn't eat one bite, less boar meat. And so, eating our way deeper the whole time, we lived with our mouths dripping grease. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, second brother finally made another find. The second it started clawing, I rushed over, kicked it aside, and carefully raked the dirt. A streak of yellow came into view. I tackled it again and planted several hard kisses. Paw. Mouth full of hair. This time I was more careful, chased it far away, tied on a red cord, and worked the piece out bit by bit. 3 hours later, a winding, twisting ginseng came out whole, and only once I'd wrapped it carefully in cloth along its long root hairs did I relax. Wild ginseng really isn't much to look at, all twists and black spots. This one was a touch smaller than last time, age unknown, but rare all the same. That night, I rewarded second brother with a portion of clay-baked meat, mixed with wild fruit I'd gathered along the way. Far tastier. It nearly swallowed its own tongue. A dozen plus pounds wasn't enough, and it gnawed my share clean too. I'll let you eat yourself to death yet. Only sparing you because you found the ginseng. 5 days deep, I decided to turn back. The return would take 4 or 5 days too, right in time to fetch Su Chioshin from the county seat. Setting out the next day, I made a litter to lash the game onto, tied one end to second brother, and carried the other myself. 500 pounds was easy for one man and one boar, and the trip back went a lot faster. Deep in the night, I was sleeping soundly, second brother even snoring, when a sudden gunshot jolted us both awake. I snatched up the rifle and looked around. Second brother huffed and planted itself in front of me. Bang! Another, threaded with faint shouting. A ways off, but I could just make it out. Second brother, come on, let's go look. It shook its head and dashed ahead, me right behind. Good thing the moon was bright and the path clear. A dozen plus minutes later the shouting grew nearer, a string of gunshots, mixed, of all things, with a bear's furious roar. My heart tightened, and I picked up the pace. Cresting an earthen mound and looking down, in the firelight was Lin Old Five's resolute, scarred face, holding a torch to drive off some hulking thing. Lin Bei, Lin Nan, and Lin Zhong likewise held torches and knives, shouting, trying to force back an adult bear. And Lin Shi and Lin Dong lay motionless on the ground, alive or dead unknown. I cursed inwardly. Lin Old Five was really bold, taking on a bear. But looking closer, wrong. That bear's eyes were red, clearly about to go berserk. A smart adult bear, faced with numbers and torches, should have backed off and slunk away long ago. Unless it was starving or... I swept the scene again and finally spotted, at the edge of the firelight, a half-grown cub sprawled on the ground crying weakly, like it had been shot. Bad. It's a mother bear. The moment the cub goes silent, she goes berserk. A berserk mother knows no kin. Pain dulled, speed spiked, senses maxed, a thick layer of autumn fat that a rifle round can't drop, all in on killing every living thing before she dies. Deadly. But standing by and doing nothing, my conscience wouldn't allow it. Second brother, circle behind it. Read the situation before you move. Don't get swatted dead. I patted its rump. It snorted twice and shot off. I moved up, found a good spot, and set the rifle, but didn't dare move first. One provocation and the mother goes berserk, and Lin Old Five and the others get torn apart in a few breaths. Just as I was caught between two hard options, that idiot second brother actually sneaked right up to the cub. Snort. The air froze in an instant. Lin Old Five and the others went rigid, breath held. The bloodshot in the mother's eyes surged, one sheet of red. No, you son of a... I told you to circle behind, and you go for the cub. Have you got no public decency? I roared inside, but too late. Second brother suddenly threw its weight, head butting the cub flying. It rolled a dozen plus times and died on the spot. Aru. The mother went berserk instantly, her bloodshot eyes locked dead on it. All four legs driving off the earth in a mad sprint, the ground shaking. And second brother, as if mission accomplished, spun and ran, charging straight for my hiding spot again. One man and one boar had pulled this move plenty these past days. Coordination flawless. You absolute. Holy hell. Second brother, you godforsaken pig teammate. You're just a dumb pig. If I trust you again, I am you. Curses aside, I gritted my back teeth, dropped cover, leveled the rifle at the bear's head, fired 3 straight. Bam, 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 and turned to run. Behind me came the thundering crash of trees and brush snapping. Didn't kill it. Below the mound, Lin Old Five let out a long breath, his face graver still. Dad, that's Lin Chuan's boar, the one strapped with a little iron pot. Lin Bei said anxiously. Lin Old Five glanced at Lin Shi and Lin Dong on the ground and said gravely, I know. Lin Bei, stay and mind your brothers. Lin Nan, Lin Zhong, grab your guns and follow me. He's saving our lives with his own. If I'd been there, I'd have surely yelled. I didn't want to do this either. Even running flat out, this wasn't daytime. Visibility was too poor. The gap kept closing, the mother's heavy panting clear behind me. Go chase second brother, damn it. What are you chasing me for? I'm not the one who killed your kid. Settle your grudge with the right party. By now second brother had long ambushed the path ahead, clearly ready to sneak attack. Turns out it was a sneaky rat too. I ran past a patch of grass, the mother right on my heels, and second brother suddenly exploded up, head butting her belly, tusks driving into her gut. The mother twisted and swung a bloodshot-eyed paw hard. Good thing it was quick. One duck of the head dodged most of it, leaving only a few bloody streaks on its face. I seized the chance to spin and fire. Bam bam. One round hit the bear's head square, blowing off half its face, bone showing. But the one bloodshot I left held no fear, only endless rage. Unable to catch second brother, it charged berserk at me again. Old Lin 5, you're all a curse. Another few minutes of harrowing chase, and the cliff edge loomed, nowhere left to retreat. I steeled myself and ran straight for the edge. The mother closed to within 5 yards, danger like a thorn in my back. The cliff right ahead, I picked my moment, leaned back, jammed both feet to a stop, and in the instant the mother lunged and toppled past me, wrenched sideways with my core. The massive momentum flung half her body over the edge, but by a hair, her powerful grip clawed to a hard halt. Just as she reared up to slam her forepaw down, my soul nearly fled. In the crisis, that sneaky rat's second brother suddenly burst out and head-butt her in the rump. Twin-tusk, thousand-year slay. The mother lost all balance and pitched headfirst off the cliff. It wasn't high here, a dozen-plus yards, but enough to finish off the gravely wounded beast. Thud! The muffled crash of the giant hitting bottom echoed through the mountains. I lay at the edge and looked down. The mother lay still, probably done for. Thinking of the treacherous second brother, my tension flipped to fury in a flash. But the instant I turned, a streak of fiery red caught my eye in the moonlight. What's that? I rubbed my eyes and looked again. In the gray-brown cliff face, a streak of gorgeous red, and drifting over came a heavy, still medicinal fragrance. Holy hell, that's not. Rapid footsteps came from behind. Lin Old 5 hurried up with Lin Nan and Lin Zhong, panting hard. Huff, huff. Lin Chuan, you okay? Second brother instantly planted itself between us, and for a moment the three couldn't see me clearly. I brushed off my rear and stood. I'm fine. A few scrapes, dab on some medicine, and it's good. Lin Old 5 let out a long breath. A life-saving debt needs no thanks. From now on, anything you need from me and my sons, just say the word. We'll never refuse. These mountains can bury a lot of people. Whoever you want buried, just tell us. The meaning was plain: murder, arson, anything. I waved him off. If I told you this whole mess was that trash teammate's doing, would you believe me? I kicked second brother in passing, exasperated beyond hope. Haha. All I know is you saved the 6 of us, father and sons. From now on our lives are yours. Behind him Lin Nan and Lin Zhong nodded gravely. Chuan Ji, our lives are yours from here on. No second word. All right, so mushy. That bear's down there, probably dead from the fall. And there seems to be Raysure on the cliff, fiery red, has to be crimson Raysure. Come daybreak, we strike it rich. Finders keepers, all share. With that I lifted my eyes and studied the 3 closely. I just saved them, but money moves the heart, and this was a fine chance to test the Lin family's character. Surprise flashed across Lin Old 5's face, then he changed his tune at once. Lin Chuan, you saved us, you killed the bear, and you found the Raysure. Saying finder's share is a slap in our face. We Lin men don't act like the kind of dog's hit that grubs after a benefactor's wealth. Lin Nan and Lin Zhong were heated too. Chuan Ji, we're no petty men. From now on, every mountain hall goes to you. I nodded, satisfied. Going forward, I'd have a lot to get done, and I needed a few people I could trust. Lin Old 5's family had reliable character and a good village reputation. All right, didn't you say you'd all listen to me? What I say goes. We'll settle it after we handle things at daybreak. First, we checked on Lin Dong and Lin Shi. One had an arm broken by the ram. The other was concussed from a swat. The injuries were bad, but would mend with rest. At first light, I took rope back up to the cliff edge. Looking down, it was like a chunk of blood-red jade had congealed in the cliff face, shaped like an umbrella cap, gorgeously red. Lin Old 5 looked down and was stunned too. First time I've seen a fire Raysure this big, a true treasure herb. Uncle Lin, you know how to harvest Raysure? Easy as pie. Cut it off flush against the cliff with a knife, leave part of the mycelium, and it'll grow back. Half an hour later he was hauled up, the crimson Raysure nearly covering half his body, near 20 inches wide, 12 high, 50 or 60 pounds, ring after ring of pattern like burning red flame. Rich, we're rich. I hugged the Raysure and kissed it several times. Second brother kept trying to take a bite and got kicked over. Lin Old 5 laughed. Don't be fooled by how big it is now. Fresh cut it's full of water. Air-dried and oven-dried it's only 8 or 9 pounds. At the co-op it'll sell for 400, plus a good chunk of work points. I curled my lip. Uncle Lin, you're too honest. You go into the deep mountains to hunt just for work points? Never thought about selling in the city. Who do we turn game into if not the commune? Selling at the co-op needs a chit too. Truly simple folk. This trip to the city, come with me. Let me show you what markup means. Oh, and that bear down there, what do we do with it? They say bear paw is delicious. How delicious? I really wanted to know. Lin Old 5 looked troubled. Lin Shi and Lin Dong are hurt and have to be carried back, so the bear meat can only be stashed and fetched later. Take the important parts first. Is it the paws? Heard they're amazing. I licked my lips. No, it's the gallbladder. Then the two front paws. The hind paws are lesser but still good, and the fat and hide are fine things too. A veteran hunter after all. Anything valuable. He named it off the top of his head. This trip we take the paws and gallbladder, and as much meat as we can carry. One decision from me, and the Lins moved briskly. 2 nights later, under cover of dark, I and Lin Old Five's family slipped back to the village. The tree that stands out gets the wind. 2 trips running with huge hauls was plenty to make the whole village green with envy. I wasn't afraid of that. I was afraid of the hassle. This trip really was a good haul. Red deer, boar, and bear meat, over 1,000 pounds. 1 big ginseng, 1 giant fire rasher, 2 bear gallbladders, 1 big, 1 small, and 8 bear paws. I planned to keep more of the meat. Second brother, the bottomless pit, needed rations stocked, and Lin Old Five helped smoke it into jerky so it wouldn't spoil. The evening before Su Qiuxin's discharge, I took Lin Old Five, Lin Nan, and Lin Zhong to push a flatbed cart into Linjiang County seat again. First we ate a fine meal of meat buns, then went straight to the east side Old Wall Black Market. I told the market menders I was looking for Boss Hay, got refused, threw a fit on the spot, and beat the 5 of them into calling me Grandpa, and only then did someone go report. Half an hour later, Boss Hay came swaggering over with his duck-footed strut, 5 or 6 big men in tow. Son of a, who's making trouble at my market? Haha, Boss Hay, it's me. One look at me, and his face changed. He turned to leave. Market's closed today? Get going. It's the consumption ghost. Lin Old Five and the others looked baffled. Didn't he just say they were on close terms? I rubbed my nose, awkward, and said coldly, Boss Hay, drive me off, and I'll set my wife loose on your house. His steps halted, and he spun around with a placating smile. Haha, so it's you. What good goods this time? You're not being decent, Boss Hay. Last time there was roast chicken, peanuts, and liquor. No hosting this time. His face went darker, but he still waved for someone to set it up. Same little square table, food and drink, and I called the 3 over to eat too. Little brother, no good goods this time, and don't blame me for throwing hands. Oh, come throw one and see. I've never lost a fight in the village, the 1 against 100 kind. Don't brag like that. 1 against 100? 100 ducks, maybe. Boss Hay squinted, disbelieving. Lin Shi, head down gnawing chicken, looked up. Chuan Ji's telling the truth. I was in it last year. Half the village's strong laborers went, and 1 punch from Chuan Ji laid me out 10 days. Lin Nan, not even looking up. I got kicked 8 or 9 yards, limped half a month. Boss Hay sized up the 2 big men, saw them speak plain and earnest, not like a lie. Ahem, just kidding. To business. Seeing him yield, I took 2 cloth bundles from the cart. Boss Hay waved his men far off and opened the first, half in doubt. 1 look at the ginseng, and he sucked in a cold breath. Another top-grade old ginseng, and freshly dug. This season the ground gave no signs at all. How in the world did this bunch find it? With last time's lesson, he inspected it inside and out. No bite marks, root hairs intact. Huh, little brother, 1 look tells me you've got skills. I love making friends with capable people like you. How about we swear brotherhood? Don't. No flattery and no cozying up, Boss Hay. You and I are cold trading partners. Pay up, 5,000. His smile froze. Kid, you're too ruthless. We're all scraping by out by the mountains, and this ginseng's not old enough. Anyone who made it to boss wasn't dumb, sharp eyes. Boss Hay, our crew's got a steady, endless supply. Too high. Name your price. You say a yuan, and I won't haggle, but SSS. He sucked in another cold breath, glimpsing the bigger bundle beside it, his heart thoroughly unsettled. Filthy. His heart was truly filthy. He glared at me, gritted his teeth. 3,008. Can't go higher. Deal. Damn. He cursed and snatched the big bundle. A sheet of fiery red met his eyes. Damn again. Top-grade wildfire rasher. This age, this color, this size. TSK, TSK. Say no more. 1,200 to round it out. I was about to agree when Lin Old Five, gnawing a drumstick, looked up. Look again. This is cliff face fire rasher. This thickness, this color, flawless quality. Boss Hay smiled awkwardly. 1,500. This thing's worth less than wild ginseng, and I've still got to find someone upstairs to move it. Lin Old Five nodded and went back to his chicken. Deal. The handoff went smoothly. I took 5,003 plus the 500-some pounds of meat I'd brought. 5,007 altogether, plus assorted coupons. I drew out 500 and some coupons and stuffed them into Lin Old Five's hands. Uncle Lin, you dare hand this back, and we're done dealing forever. I mean it. I what? Lin Dong and Lin Bei are of age, time they took wives. Going forward, quit dumbly handing every kill to the village. Just meet the quota. Work points aren't worth much. Lin Old Five looked at Lin Nan and Lin Zhong, moved, behind him, and nodded hard. Fine. I'll take the money and coupons. You saved all our lives. From now on, we listen to you. That's more like it. The next day, I went to fetch Su Qiuxin. Without a letter of introduction, the four of us paid a steep price to stay a night at the guest house. Linjiang County People's Hospital, Special Care Ward. Su Qiuxin rose early, a faint smile on her lips the whole time. Her wan, lovely face was porcelain white, beautiful as full-bloomed flowers, and with the warm smile, bright eyes, and serene air, her whole self shone anew, dazzling Nurse Wang Jiji to distraction. Half a month of treatment, and her illness had much improved, her spirits full, and she put on a little weight, her cheeks filled out. Qiuxinjia, you're so beautiful. Your husband must have earned it over 8 lifetimes. You were a great beauty even as one as half a month ago, and now that you're recovering you're an absolute peerless beauty. I want to marry you home and put you on a pedestal. 2 blooms of red rose to Su Qiuxin's face, adding to her loveliness. I mean it. Haven't you noticed? The male doctors crowd the special care ward door like it's market day, all wanting a few more looks at you. A pack of lechers. Su Qiuxin looked up and out. There really were plenty of male doctors moving about, several pacing back and forth many times, glancing in each pass. Meeting her eyes, they'd puff their chests, lift their chins, and smile confidently. She frowned and put on her mask. Wang Jiji shot them a look and drew the protective curtain. What are you looking at? Got nothing to do. Knowing full well Qiuxinjia's got a man. Oh, Qiuxinjia. Director Kong said the ginseng root hairs your husband gave were from 100-year ginseng, and she put them all in your porridge. I've never even seen 100-year ginseng. Your husband's really got skills, good-looking and good-hearted and rich. He must be so gentle. The more she talked, the more starstruck. Su Qiuxin pouted. Humph, gentle. With that rotten temper of his, he could infuriate you to death. Half a month, and he hasn't come to see me once. She turned to look out the window. People came and went at the hospital gate, but that figure who so often entered her dreams was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, I was leading a big shopping spree. Furniture, thermos flasks, big pickling jars, a wardrobe, hog feed, coal. I even paid a steep price to scrounge up a sewing machine coupon and bought a Butterfly brand sewing machine. I'd thought to buy a bicycle, but figured it was too flashy for the village and gave it up. So many goods that I just outfitted 2 flatbed carts and bought 2 donkeys, 600 plus yuan, one each for the 2 families. I paid and forced one on Lin Old 5. A morning of money flowing like water, and 5,200 was down to 3,500 in a blink, the coupons all spent. I couldn't care less, but the 3 Lins were a bit rattled. Never imagined a day they'd be scared by spending. At midday, we ate hot pot, and the 3 Lins hauled 2 flatbed carts and led 1 donkey back to the village first. I drove the brand new donkey cart to fetch Su Qiuxin. All morning Su Qiuxin was distracted, glancing out the window now and then. Wang Jiji teased her, and she couldn't help it. She just wanted to see that person sooner, the one whose words dripped venom, who kept threatening her with her second sister, and who'd yet given her hope. In the afternoon, the sun was bright. I drove the brand new donkey cart ambling through the hospital gate. Su Qiuxin's face bloomed into a brilliant smile in an instant. Beautiful past all compare, even through the wide mask. Your husband's finally here. So handsome. If someone carried him off home. Hearing that, Su Qiuxin felt an inexplicable displeasure, dropped her smile, and pursed her lips. He's no good man, Jiji. Don't be fooled by his looks. I first found Director Kong to learn about the condition. This time, she didn't hurl abuse. Thanks to your 100-year ginseng root hairs, she's built up a good deal of vitality, and the illness is under control. From now on, medicine every day. It'll be a while, maybe over a year, and a checkup once a month. No heavy labor, mind the disinfecting and ventilation. And, no doing that. The infection risk is very high. Director Kong, if the 2 of us do that, can I just take medicine too? Can I treat, and, at the same time, get out? I noted down the care instructions, picked up 2 months' worth of medicine, finished the discharge paperwork, and only then reached the special care ward. The moment Su Qiuxin saw me come in, her starry eyes lit up, though she said nothing. It was Wang Jiji who called out, red-faced. Brother-in-law, you're here. Qiuxinjia has missed you so much these days. Couldn't eat or drink. Missed you sick, her whole self. Got several sizes bigger, terribly wan, calling out in her dreams. Jiji. Su Qiuxin cried, mortified. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth off. You mean she got several sizes thinner? Seeing her like this, I was thrilled. My raise her upright wife, finally with my shadow in her heart. A good thing. Wife, you missed me sick. Missed me bigger? You did put on weight. I looked her up and down without restraint, until she flushed uncomfortable. Not a telephone pole anymore, some meat on you, but still flat front, flat back. What's our daughter gonna do? For this era, that was a bit of a talking. She jerked her head up and glared. Who's having your kid? Small doesn't mean it's a daughter, pa. With that, she picked up her already packed little bag and headed out. In the hallway, a few bold male doctors tried to crowd up for one last chance. What am I, if not the type to see through their wolfish designs at a glance? I strode forward and, amid her cry, scooped her up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Put me down. This is a hospital. So you're saying, as long as it's not the hospital, I can carry you? That's not what I what? It's settled. I said it domineeringly and shot the male doctors a challenging look. 5 or 6 went silent at once and slunk off. I'd barely carried her out of the lobby when several police officers suddenly rushed over and surrounded us. Lin Chuan, put her down and come with us. A middle-aged officer, hand on the gun at his waist, barked. I was a bit stumped, and Su Qiuxin was baffled too. Lin Chuan, put the hostage down. Huh? What hostage? I glanced at Su Qiuxin in my arms, equally baffled. Comrade officer, you mean her? A hostage? Yes, let her go now. I thought the black market business had come out, so I set her down. But in that instant, several officers swarmed in, pinned me to the ground, and slapped on handcuffs. Hey, comrade officer, this isn't necessary. Su Qiuxin panicked, shoving at the police. You've got it wrong. We did nothing illegal. Lin Chuan's a good man. Before she finished, several people hurried anxiously into the lobby. Su Daqiang, Su Chunhua, brother-in-law Qin Jianxi, and Su Dongbao. The moment they entered, they grabbed Su Qiuxin. I owe my little sister. Thank goodness you're all right. Comrade officer, it's him. This thug Lin Chuan abducted an innocent girl. My poor little sister, still sick, dragged off home by this devil, who then hypocritically treats her, pa. Su Chunhua wailed through tears, one hand gripping Su Qiuxin tight to keep her from moving, the other pointing at me with a furious glare. That's not how it is. It's a misunderstanding. Su Qiuxin had barely spoken when Su Chunhua clapped a hand over her mouth, and Su Dongbao stepped up to help restrain her, keeping her from talking. Su Daqiang planted himself in the middle, tears streaming, louder than anyone. My poor daughter. My 2 unwed daughters. And it was this Lin Chuan, the thug of the whole area. Ask around, and you'll know. He forced a bride price to snatch my second daughter Su Xia, and my daughter, unable to bear the shame, ran off, still missing, could have starved to death for all we know. This bastard saw her run and carried off my third daughter. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Is there any justice left? The whole village knows about this. Qin Jianxi and Su Dongbao also denounced my years of wrongdoing loudly through tears, the clamor rising wave upon wave. The 4 hemmed Su Qiuxin in and drowned out her every attempt to explain. She was so frantic her face went red, coughing without stop, struggling desperately to no avail. Faced with the Su family's tearful accusations, the gawker's eyes on me sharpened. Even the young doctor who'd wanted to confess his feelings to Su Qiuxin began to condemn me, finally lining up in a row to wall me off from the Su family. The crowd finally cracked, cursing and reviling me, and a few hotheads even pulled out precious eggs and hurled them at me. Everyone had sided with the Sus. The only ones who still believed me were Director Kong and Wang Zhizhi. Zhizhi was so anxious the tears came, defending me non-stop to no use, and when she tried to step in and rescue Su Qiuxin, Director Kong held her back. Don't go over. The crowd's worked up, you'll only get hurt. Leave it to the police, they'll sort it out. Pinned to the ground, I cursed 10,000 times inside. For all my scheming, I hadn't reckoned on the Su family pulling this. Heard I'd made money, or that Su Qiuxin was recovering. With their gutless natures, how'd they dare stroke the tiger's whiskers? Had Su Xia come back and cooked this up? Or were they put up to it and paid off? Hey, comrade officer, easy. Hypothetically, if I resist now and it later turns out they framed me, what happens? Even a frame-up gets sorted at the station. Resist, and it's obstruction of law enforcement. I might well draw my gun and you catch a stray round. I went obedient at once. Okay, I won't resist, I'll go with you. Wife, remember to bail me out. With that, I was loaded onto the police car and taken away. 2 female officers walked up to the Su family. You come back with us too. Su Daqiang bowed and forced a smile. We don't need to, do we? My daughter was just rescued. Still sick. Can't take the strain. Qin Jianxi and Su Dongbao dawdled too. We're the victims. Just lock Lin Chuan up. We'd support it even if you shot him. It's dark out. We want to go home. In the tangle, Su Chunhua pulled Su Qiuxin aside and whispered, Little sister, good days are coming for our family. Someone wants to take Lin Chuan down. Use the chance to pull yourself out. He made good money hunting. We sue him. Make him pay a lot. Plus what those people give, our family's at least a 10,000 yuan household. Then you'll have no trouble finding a good match. Think about it. Your illness treated, Xia back, our family rich, and Lin Chuan sent off to be shot. He's a menace to the whole area anyway. This is ridding the people of a scourge. The key now is you. Just say you're the victim. Su Qiuxin looked at her coldly, not a word. Years ago, when she caught consumption and was dumped on the back mountain to freeze and starve to death on her own, she'd felt aggrieved but not hate. She knew the family had no money and wouldn't treat one daughter. But now these so-called kin, for money, were framing the one person who'd given her salvation. And in her heart, hate was finally born. Hate for their abandonment, hate for their greed, hate for their frame-up, hate for their taking Lin Chuan away. She shoved Su Chunhua off and said loudly, "I'm the so-called ultimate victim, so I'll go back with you. Right and wrong, we'll have it out plain." Su Chunhua staggered and nearly sat down hard. Never imagined a girl sick as this had such strength, and spun to snap. "Little sister, what are you doing? It's all for your own good. You'd better tell the truth, or think how heartbroken your second sister will be when she comes back and doesn't see you." Su Dongbao moved to grab her, then yanked his hand back like lightning, face full of dread. Su Qiuxin had consumption. The whole Su family took a small step back in unison. Watching that, Su Qiuxin's expression went cold, hands clenched, but her back stayed ramrod straight. "Lin Chuan always wants to hold me. Humph, that bastard just wants to cop a feel. Comrade officer, I'll go with you." With that, she didn't spare Su Daqiang and the others another glance, and strode forward. Wang Zhizhi broke free of Director Kong and said loudly, "Qiuxin Jie is a special patient, tuberculosis. 15 days hospitalized and she's no longer contagious, but just in case, I'll go with you and disinfect as needed." The whole group was taken to the police station. Linjiang Police Station, interrogation room. I was pressed into a hard wooden chair, handcuffs resting on a battered little table, two uniformed officers across from me. The wall reading leniency for confession, severity for resistance. A 40-watt lamp aimed straight at me, glaring, so I couldn't see the two clearly. Cramped space, doors and windows sealed, mottled walls, dim and damp, a moldy smell, and very quiet. I nodded to myself, environmental pressure taken to the max. After the standard routine, one officer said coldly, "Talk. Why did you abduct an innocent girl?" I fiddled with the cuffs, unruffled. "I object. I didn't abduct anyone." I counter-accused the Su family of filing a false report. The situation wasn't complicated. The Su family accused me of abducting, confining, and coercing Su Qiuxin, and through their family ties, Su Daqiang barely counted as an indirect victim, so the suit was somewhat reasonable. But Su Qiuxin was the party involved, the so-called ultimate victim, and everything hinged on whose side she took. In the old days, with the original's nature, a snatchback Su Qiuxin would likely have lived miserably, even been beaten to death. So my bargain father-in-law using her as a raft to get me killed was actually possible. But what they didn't know, I was no longer the old Lin Chuan, and Su Qiuxin was no longer the old Su Qiuxin. I advise you to behave. You think we don't know what you are? Deep Mountain Village, Su family village, top dog of the whole area? I suddenly smiled. Haha, you flatter me. The folks are just being kind. Smack. The one on the left slapped the table. You think that's a good thing? They didn't call you good. You're a village bully. Now all of Su family village is testifying for Su Daqiang, saying you snatched his daughter, and you still won't admit it. I looked him up and down and smiled. They say it, and you just believe it? You're a cop, and you've got no judgment of your own? Any evidence? Catch a thief with the goods, catch adulterers in the act. Is it whatever they say goes? One family's tall tales can't convict me. Shouldn't you first ask the party involved, Su Qiuxin, what she says? The two officers exchanged a look, a bit surprised. A farmer who couldn't read a full sentence, and he knew law? By rights, they should have read Su Qiuxin's statement first, but orders had come down from above to close my case fast, so they had no choice but to push on. Lin Chuan, you won't shed a tear till you see the coffin. Of course we'll ask Su Qiuxin. Right now it's your problem being addressed. Just confess, and we'll go easy. You didn't hurt the girl, even got her treated, so admit it, and it's over. A few days detention and some money at most. It's not your first detention, is it? Besides, that family's also accusing you of rape. A lone man and woman under one roof. Who can say? We don't believe that, of course, but confinement and coercion you've got to admit, no big deal. I went instantly alert. This was off. What do you mean no big deal? Even 80s cops wouldn't stoop to leading a confession. Clearly they took me for a farmer who'd never seen the world and were snowing me. Comrade officers, did you take money, or did orders come from above? A word of advice, we mustn't set foot on the path of crime. Smack. Lin Chuan, nothing gets through to you, huh? Refuse to confess now, and once Su Qiuxin accuses you, you'll only end up shot. I'm not scaring you. I looked at him sidelong. Io, you think you can scare me? Believe I'll find a lawyer, find a judge, and ask whether questioning like this is even proper, and who ought to be shot. Leading and tricking a confession, and no telling whether you bribed the political affairs director. I'll go ask. Even if you did, there's still the city's political affairs office. I don't believe there's nowhere to reason it out. The two shot up, faces changing. A lawyer? A judge? The political affairs director? The city? One investigation, and they were finished. Was this Lin Chuan really a farmer? How'd he know so much? The higher-ups had oversimplified this. Ahem, Lin Chuan, that was normal interrogation just now. Don't go talking nonsense. Since you won't confess, we'll wait for the party statement. But I still advise you to confess early for a lighter sentence. Think it over well. With that, the two walked out. I ignored them, calculating inside. Who exactly had I offended? Su Daqiang was plainly a knife, and he'd greased the police station too. This person had no small pull, something no farmer in these parts could pull off. Could it be? A flash of insight. And I thought of one person. Qin Wan, that returned sent-down youth, that never met. Mother of the kid? Did she have to be this vicious? What grudge? What grievance? Wanting the kid's father dead. Seemed there was actually a big grudge. In this era, framing a good person as bad was ruining a whole life. But she'd gone to the trouble of writing me a letter saying I had the right to know, quite courteous, off somehow. Seemed there was another pretty sent-down girl, the other of the twin flowers, Qin Wan and Song Yuru. Could it be Song Yuru? Heard she went back to Beijing. Had she gotten pregnant too? And, furious, wanted me dead? Could the two of them be joining forces for revenge? I in the light, the enemy in the dark, meet all changes with none of my own. But if it really was those two women out to get me, I truly didn't know what to do. In another office, Su Qiuxin was giving her statement. As the party involved, her words mattered most. But she strongly disliked the two taking the statement. A balding middle-aged man and an effeminate pretty boy, in double masks, keeping a country mile away, terrified of infection. Even though Wang Zhizhi had said she was no longer contagious, and on schedule with her meds was no different from anyone. I'm Deputy Chief Wei Ji. I'm Wei Fa. Don't be afraid, Lin Chuan's already locked up. Can you tell us how he kidnapped you? The two were as gentle as they could manage, but the questions were very pointed. Su Qiuxin frowned and said coolly, I wasn't kidnapped. I went with him of my own free will. Wei Ji's pen paused, the exact opposite of what Su Daqiang said. If she went willingly, the whole thing flipped. Wei Fa's eyes went cold. We investigated. Lin Chuan's a lawless bastard. Your second sister was driven off by him, and he's got violent tendencies. Surely he's hit you? Just identify him for kidnapping, confinement, and violent threats, and we'll get you justice. By their investigation, by the Su family's corroboration, and for the money's sake, Lin Chuan deserved to be shot. But the crucial Su Qiuxin was a problem. I'll say it once more. I wasn't forced. He didn't hit me. He treated my illness instead. I'm telling you plainly, it was my own free will. Off. Very off. This wasn't the information they had. Lin Chuan's name rang through the whole area, a stone-cold thug and scoundrel. Had those villagers lied to the police, or all of them? He drove off your second sister, now missing. You don't hate him? Wei Ji rubbed his head, a bit irritable. At this, Su Qiuxin finally realized something was wrong. These two had been targeting Lin Chuan the whole time, only wanting a fast conviction. She straightened her back and said firmly again, it was my own free will. You've got the wrong man. Then she decisively pulled off her mask and drew a deep breath. Wei Ji and Wei Fa were horrified, shot up knocking the table over, water spilling across the floor. That's enough for now. Think it over carefully. They fled the office in a panic. Outside, the moment the Su family saw them come out, they crowded, over-delighted. Deputy Chief Wei, my third girl's made it all clear, right? When do we get the compensation? That bastard Lin Chuan made money lately. It should all go to us. Wei Fa shoved them off. What did you people do? Your daughter says she went with Lin Chuan willingly. You filed a false report. Don't you know that? The Su family's faces dropped. Impossible. Even if she won't own us, her second sister would. She's clearly been deceived by Lin Chuan. Comrade officers, you see all. Be sharp. Wei Fa smiled falsely. How about you go persuade her? The Su family went into the office, saw Su Qiuxin with no mask, and came tumbling and scrambling back out. You dead girl, put your mask on. Trying to kill the whole family. Hurry and sue Lin Chuan. Our family's waiting on the compensation to build your brother a house and get him a wife. Su Qiuxin closed her eyes, silent a long while, her expression going from grief to coldness and finally to indifference. Once more she straightened her slender waist, walked slowly out of the office, and said resolutely, I, Su Qiuxin, hereby sever all ties with Su Daqiang, Su Chunhua, and Su Dongbao. They are no longer my kin, and have no right to sue Lin Chuan. I went with Lin Chuan of my own free will. I'm 18, an adult, with my own judgment. Loud and firm, heard clearly across the whole floor. Su Daqiang and Su Chunhua stared at her, disbelieving, as if they didn't know this always meek third girl. Once past the shock, the Su family fully erupted. Su Qiuxin, you've lost it. You dare sever ties? Gone mad from the sickness? You won't own your own father. Not afraid people will point at your spine? Believe I'll beat you to death. Su Qiuxin stayed cold, lifting her head hard against the slap. Smack! Su Daqiang cracked his palm across her face. The snow-white cheek swelled red, a clear handprint on it. He hadn't expected her not to dodge, but slap her he did. In his view, a father hitting his daughter was as it should be. Unfilial thing. Kneel and tell your kidnapping story straight. Su Qiuxin looked at him coldly, then at Wei Ji, and said calmly, Su Daqiang hit me. Can I sue him? The room stirred. This girl was a bit fierce. In the 80s, a child suing a parent turned the natural order upside down, morally intolerable. But by law it counted as bodily harm, and even a father couldn't. Wei Ji's face went ugly, caught on the fence. Say no and the onlookers were watching. Say yes, and it was turning the blade on his ally. How about you negotiate? Your kin, best not to fall out. Su Qiuxin cut in coldly. I also want to report Su Daqiang for failing to raise his child, confining a person, and endangering a life. Su Daqiang fully blew up, lunging forward to raise his palm again. What did you say? Tired of living. But the descending palm stopped in midair. Su Qiuxin held her head high, back straight, a stubborn force radiating out that made his heart quail. I got sick at 15, and you dumped me on the back mountain. No food, no water, to fend for myself and die. Does that count as abandonment? Does that count as endangering my life? The crowd stirred again, their eyes on Su Daqiang turning to contempt. He panicked, backing up steadily, arm trembling, eyes full of disbelief and terror. You dare? I'll die of this. Su Chunhua, Qin Jianxi, and Su Dongbao had long retreated far off, covering their mouths and noses, and as Su Daqiang threw his tantrum and rolled around, not one stepped up to help. Su Qiuxin turned away coldly. Officer Wei, can Lin Chuan be released now? He's the one you should have arrested. The people's police serve the people. If I've got time I could put up a banner, give a good promotion of Officer Wei's fairness and justice. Wei Ji and Wei Fa, meeting her cold eyes and that banner threat, finally caved and smiled placatingly. Okay. Since it's a misunderstanding, Xiao Li, hurry and release Lin Chuan. Before long I was brought out. First thing I saw was the handprint on Su Qiuxin's face, and my face darkened. Then Su Daqiang still throwing his tantrum on the floor, and the Su family cowering off to the side. Damn it. I shoved through the crowd, grabbed Su Chunhua, smack. Pulled over Qin Jianxi, smack. Kicked Su Dongbao down, smack. And finally stamped a foot on the ranting Su Daqiang, smack. Anyone who tried to stop me got flung against the wall. You son of a... I haven't played Big Brother in a while, and you dare bully my wife. The Su family, dominated by me, wanted to cry but didn't dare, tears of grievance welling in their eyes. If not for Su Qiuxin holding me back, I'd have gone in for more. She, cold and imposing a moment ago, now pursed her lips in a soft smile. Only me in her eyes, gentle as spring water flowing east. And I turned from raging tyrant back to a face full of grievance. Wife, thank goodness you didn't take their side, or I'd be off to the firing range. She spat under her breath and rolled her eyes. Who's your wife? But her tone was like she'd eaten honey. Wife, get lost. Who's your wife? The people around suddenly felt very full, not knowing what had been stuffed in their mouths, choking them badly. At the station gate, a farce came to a close. I swept a cold eye over the four Sus, then over Wei Ji, Wei Fa, and the ones behind them, noting each in my little book. This wasn't ending here. Did they really think I was top dog and thug for nothing? 6 big men, stacked like a pyramid, pressed down on Tiger Ji, crushing a squeal out of him like a stuck pig. Foam Ji. I was wrong. Someone's gonna die here. The onlookers pointed and whispered. A few out-of-towners were puzzled. This many hoodlums, and they're scared of one guy? You're not from around here, brother? Tiger Ji lords it over the village, sure. But next to this one he's a small fry before a giant. His name's Lin Chuan, top dog of the whole area, 3 times 1 against 100, beat 100 grown men into scattering like rats. Never mind 1 Tiger Ji. 10 more, and they'd all turn into sick kittens. That fierce. He hasn't been out making trouble lately. Heard he went to snatch a wife. And he only snatches the pretty ones. A model for us all. I couldn't be bothered with their yammering. I crouched and patted Tiger Ji's meaty face. Give you the chance and you flop. Why not throw down with me? I haven't stretched my muscles in days, itching all over. I'll give you one more chance. Round up as many people as you can. I'll take 'em all. Tiger Ji's face went green. Round people up? Round up a whole village, and it wouldn't fill one of my hands. Chuanji, I really was wrong. Please let it go. I really did want a group brawl. Inside this frame hid a prehistoric T-Rex with no outlet, restless as if on fire. Fine. Go kneel and apologize. 200 for emotional damages. Tiger Ji, like he'd been pardoned, scrambled up and knelt before my Aunt Lin Qingxia, slapping his own face, smack smack, crying I was wrong. He emptied his and his flunkey's pockets to scrape together 200 and held it up high in offering. My aunt shrank back, startled, and it was Su Qiuxin who steeled herself to take the money. I waved a hand, and Tiger Ji went tumbling and scrambling off, gone in a flash. The two thin little girls in my aunt's arms stared unblinking at my back, light in their eyes. Su Qiuxin found it novel. She'd seen my domineering, cunning, cop-a-feel scoundrel side, but never seen me scare a pack of thugs into submission with a few words. She muttered inside. So this is the gold content of the #1 thug? Oomph, still gets handled by me. Just then the Chow mother and son, cowering nearby, stared at the 200 in my aunt's hand, eyes glowing. Their Chow family couldn't save up that much in a year. Chow Junxing and Wang Xiui exchanged a look, greed in their eyes, but piled on guilt-stricken looks. The Chow old lady lunged over to steady my aunt, hemming it up. Aya Qingxia, my poor daughter-in-law, nearly taken advantage of by a thug. Chow Junxing was no less an actor. Wife, I was wrong just now. Money lost is money lost. Our family doesn't miss it. So saying, he moved to pick up the elder girl, but his eyes slid to Su Qiuxin, a flash of dazzled admiration turning in a blink to greedy lust. Su Qiuxin pulled my aunt back a step, disgust all over her face. Sharp of sense, I saw through this bastard at a glance. I strode over, smack, and beat his face into a steamed bun. The Chow old lady changed her tune at once. What right do you have to hit my son? Smack. I backhanded her too, swelling half her face. Old woman, know what a thug is? Don't put on a show in front of me. I don't play fair. Think I didn't see how you treat my aunt. The hard part about family matters is you can help for a moment, but not a lifetime. With me here, I could hold these bad seeds down. Without me, my aunt would only suffer worse, and the two girls' days would get harder. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed my eyes, and I turned and cupped my hands to the crowd. Gentlemen, young and old, your fathers and grandfathers too, with daughters and granddaughters at home. You all just saw it. Is the life my aunt lives a life fit for a person? Look at these two cousins of mine, thin as bamboo poles, not a spark of light in their eyes. At this rate, will they even live to grow up in the Chow house? I may be a thug, but I reason. Wang Xiui muttered aggrievedly. Didn't you just say, you don't play fair? Smack. Her other half swelled up too. Did I say that? You did. Smack. Now I reason again. Su Qiuxin fought back a laugh and rolled up my aunt's sleeve. The arm bruised black and blue, old wounds scarred over. She pulled open the two girls' collars, likewise a tangle of bruises. The crowd erupted. Chow family woman, are you even human? I'm from Chow family village. Qingxia's a good wife, does all the heavy dirty work at home, and you beat her. No conscience. This Chow house is a den of demons. Whose daughter would dare marry in from now on? Chow date. I say it's not great virtue. It's no virtue. Qingxia, divorce him. From now on nobody for miles will say a bad word about you. I'll be your matchmaker and find you a good one. Seeing the wounds on the mother and two children, the crowd flared with fury, some starting to hurl vegetable leaves and rotten eggs. Wang Xiui and Chow Junxing went ashen, but only dared shrink back. This kind of thing spreads fastest. Within 3 days the Chow name would stink across the whole area, headline news for a year. From then on, weddings, funerals, all social ties ruined. They wouldn't be able to stay in Chow family village. Knowing the consequences, Wang Xiui dropped to her knees and clutched my aunt's leg. Qingxia, mother was wrong. From now on you run the house. All the money's yours. We'll raise the two girls well. Junsheng, kneel and apologize now. Chow Junsheng did kneel, but couldn't hide the malice in his eyes. Smack. I slapped him again. You dog, still unwilling? I turned away, ignoring him, and looked at my aunt. You still want to go back and live that life? Look at Dia and Arya. Can they eat their fill and dress warm in the Chow house? And when they marry someday, what if they run into another Chow family? My aunt looked at her two daughters, then at her venomized husband and mother-in-law, her expression firming bit by bit. We divorce. I breathed out. My biggest fear was she still had feelings for Chow Junsheng. Be confident. You've got all these gentlemen backing you up. Right, folks? Right. The crowd answered as one. After all the commotion, the Chow mother and son covered their pig-swollen faces and slunk off. I scooped up the two girls and smiled. Aunt, come home with us. Tomorrow take me to Chow family village. We'll settle everything that needs settling, and I'll deal with them myself to get it out of your system. From now on, with your nephew here, nobody dares bully you. Su Qiuxin steadied my aunt. Right, he's the biggest thug there is. Come on, home. From now on we live together and have a good life. My aunt smiled, but tears fell. Okay. Passing a candy figure seller, Su Qiuxin waved a grand hand and bought 6 in one go. Sugar hawthorn skewers, dough figurines, honey. Before long, the two girls were dressed head to toe in new clothes, clutching white rabbit milk candies, eyes curved into crescents, hugging Su Qiuxin and not letting go. Two little ingrates, I bought you clothes too. I was indignant. Bags and bundles loaded onto the donkey cart. We ambled home the whole way. 2 hours later, Deep Mountain Village. I just set the girls down from the cart when second brother came thundering over. My aunt was so startled she went to cry a warning, and Su Qiuxin quickly explained, "This is second brother, Lin Chuan's hunting boar." The 300-pound thing circled Su Qiuxin, acting spoiled, crowding her back a step. I kicked it off. "This is my wife. What are you rooting at? I haven't even rooted." Lin Chuan, "Shut it. My aunt and cousins are right here." Su Qiuxin glared, eyes wide. Thick-skinned, I carried the girls inside. My aunt looked at the brand-new door, the leveled yard, the bright windows, dazed for a moment. 8 years back, before she married out, she'd visited here too. The place was familiar and strange at once. Su Qiuxin warmly pulled her over to see the big East Room bed. There's a wolf fur mattress under it, so warm. Then she opened the big mirrored wardrobe. Inside, fleece tops, padded pants, scarves, even a fashionable down jacket, a dozen plus sets of new clothes. This much. My aunt was dumbstruck. Altogether it came to several hundred yuan, not counting the new quilts, new curtains, new thermos. Suddenly she got nervous. Don't tell me her nephew had broken the law? Su Qiuxin read her mind and pulled her into the West Room. "This is meat Lin Chuan hunted in the mountains. We sold some, smoked the rest." A whole wall of cured meat made my aunt's head spin. Since her wedding day, she'd eaten meat exactly once, a single piece. The Chow family's meat never included the three of them, mother and daughters. Along the wall, a dozen plus sacks of rice and flour, a big drum of oil, heaped vegetables. Her fingers were trembling. And this, a sewing machine too. For making the girls' clothes from now on, Su Qiuxin bragged. My aunt touched the cold machine body with a shaking hand, then pulled back as if scalded. "It's fine, Aunt. It's your own home now, you won't break it." My aunt made a full circle of the room, carefully touching everything, not sparing even the new soap and thread. This wasn't the countryside. This was heaven. Mid-marvel, second brother barreled in again, carrying Dia, an area on its back straight for the West Room. It wanted the two kids to help it reach the meat on the wall. But the girls' eyes had long been dazzled by the wall of cured meat, drooling with want. "Just a few days and you've gained 20 pounds. Su Qiuxin smacked it. "Eat more and we'll slaughter you for New Year's stew. Out. I'll mix your feed in a bit." I came in and saw the two girls drooling and made the call on the spot. "We eat meat tonight. Call second uncle, third uncle, and Lin old 5. Aunt's back. We should gather. Big pot stew." My aunt fretted. "Just cut a piece to stew with cabbage. This much is such a waste for so many people. Stew 20 pounds. They're all big eaters. Add potatoes and cabbage. Steam rice." With that I want to call people. Su Qiuxin took out the meat piece by piece, my aunt fretting under her breath the whole time. "You young folks don't know how to run a household. We three can't stay long, taking up a whole room of yours, and you two still need to get to having kids." Su Qiuxin flushed. "Aunt, that little bed's where he sleeps. We haven't done that yet." She pulled my aunt down to sit and told her own story. Driven to the back mountain 3 years to fend for herself and die. Forced snatched back by Lin Chuan to be treated. How he'd changed so much for her, given her the home of her dreams. Not spacious, but warm and bright, the place her heart belonged. Most important, Lin Chuan was here. "Qiuxin, you've had it far harder than me. If little Chuan's ever bad to you, I'll whip him." My aunt wiped her tears. Su Qiuxin went on, red-faced. "My illness isn't contagious anymore, but I've got to take medicine a year and a half. As for that, I want to wait till I'm well, afraid it might affect the child. And I'm weak, need to build up first." My aunt gripped her hand. "Right? Don't do that yet. You're both young, no harm waiting." But Lin Chuan can't hold back, always wants to climb onto the bed. You know how he is, Aunt. If he really forced it, I'm afraid I'd go soft and not resist. Good thing you came. I was so happy I could jump." My aunt's hanging heart settled, warmed to melting. She didn't care whether Su Qiuxin said all this just to keep her. None of that mattered anymore. From now on, Su Qiuxin was her kin too. "Good. I'll keep an eye on that scoundrel for you. But Qiuxin, you truly are beautiful. A face to topple nations is talking about you. Can't fully blame little Chuan. If I were a man, I couldn't hold back a day either." "Aunt." Su Qiuxin stamped her foot, mortified. The meal wasn't even ready when the door burst open. Lin Dashan and Lin Day rushed in. "Little sister, you've suffered. Damn the Chow family. All these years, and you never even came back to visit." The two brothers gripped their sister's hands, tears streaming, cursing the Chow family up and down. "Tomorrow we go together. Do they think our Su family's all dead and gone?" My aunt teared up too. These years she'd thought about having it out with the Chow family. But a divorced woman had it terribly hard in this era, and raising 2 children alone harder still. She'd feared she couldn't handle the Chows and that the venom would land on Dia and Aryo instead, so she'd swallowed it and endured. Also, her daughters could at least eat a bite of cold rice. Today's scene at the market had ruined the Chow name, giving her the upper hand in a custody fight. And even if that failed, there was still me, the thug. Second and third aunt and a few youngsters came too, another round of comforting. Once things settled, Lin Old Five's family arrived too, bringing liquor and wild hares and pheasants. The little yard filled up all at once. The new dining table couldn't seat everyone, so we took the door panels off and laid them on bricks for a table. In the big pot, cabbage and tofu stewed with meat, fragrant steamed rice. Folks for miles didn't eat this, well, even at New Year's. I brought out 7 or 8 bottles of Finbas and poured big bowls. Uncle Lin, bring the rifle tomorrow and come with me to Chow family village. My aunt can't suffer for nothing, or my thug reputation goes to rot. Wasn't it already rotten? That night, everyone drank late. The men reeked of liquor. Even second brother got 2 big bowls poured into it. By the time we cleaned up, it was the dead of night. I drunk more than a bottle of baijiu and was fine, and had meant to play drunk and try something bold with Su Qiuxin. But to my surprise, she pulled my aunt into the east room, guarding against a thief. No telling what the two of them whispered, but they'd formed a united front. Closing the door, Su Qiuxin even shot me a few provoking glances, spraying in the corners of her eyes, itching me into a flutter. Should I build my aunt a new house? No, the several thousand left was all in Su Qiuxin's pocket, which meant, tallied up, I had no money. A tragedy. I got up early the next day, but my aunt got up earlier, made breakfast, fed the pig and donkey, and was braiding the 2 girls' hair. The girls were 5 and 6, sweet and adorable, just thin, hair dull and yellow, plainly malnourished. Needed good building up, some milk powder. And before the big snow fell, another mountain trip to earn money. Guji. Too soft, tender calls slipped into my ears, so adorable my heart melted. I scooped one up and spun 3 times, planted a kiss, teasing giggles out of her. Su Qiuxin brought out 2 bowls of golden millet porridge. Eat, then off to Chow family village. Settle my aunt's business. Mustn't let her come out short. I'll listen to my wife. Who's your wife? I haven't agreed yet. Maybe I'm your sister-in-law. Just a matter of time. Pa. Ignoring you. Su Qiuxin ducked into the kitchen, red-faced. After breakfast, the 2 brothers came in, and Lin Old Five arrived driving a donkey cart with Lin Bei, Lin Nan, and Lin Zhong, rifles on their shoulders. Lin Dong and Lin Shi, hurt by the bear, were home recovering. Su Qiuxin stayed to watch the kids. 8 of us drove 2 donkey carts, crossed 2 mountains, and reached Chow family village after 3+ hours. The moment we entered the village, a good crowd of onlookers gathered. Yesterday's market business had spread through the whole village, and everyone was waiting for today's show. I followed the road my aunt pointed to and reached the village's west end. This is it, she said, calm. Living in this house before, she'd been on edge every waking moment. Now she was at ease, because she was no longer alone. Doors shut tight, I said, amused. Lin Dai couldn't hold his temper and gritted his teeth going up to pound it. Bam bam. Chow family. Come out, you shrinking turtles. This divorce is happening. No movement inside. Impatient, I hopped off the cart, pulled him aside, and kicked. Clang. Both door panels flew off. Hiding's no use. I strode into the yard, duck-footed. The odd thing was there weren't no people inside. There were many. 7 or 8 big men, 6 or 7 women. 2 old folks poured out of the house. At the front were Wang Xiui and Chao Junsheng, and beside them a sinister-faced middle-aged man, my aunt's father-in-law Chao Date. You Lin family really dare come. Slut, where do you think you're going? Get back inside. Wang Xiui struck first. Lin Qingxia, you shameless woman, leading outsiders to storm the house. Still want to take those 2 money pit girls? Dream on. Chao Junsheng, the guilty party, crying foul first, laced it with threats. The 2 brothers, enraged, charged over cursing, and before they got close were shoved to the ground by a few of the men, unable to get up for a while. Turned out these 2 days the Chow family had endured nothing but cold shoulders. Even bloodkin had shut their doors and pulled away, afraid of dragging down their own children's marriage prospects. Wang Xiui, with no other option, had gone back to her parents' home overnight to weep and complain, brought plenty of gifts, and hauled in these people to back her up. My aunt, teary-eyed, helped her 2 brothers up. So there's a lot of you? My parents' side has a lot of brothers too. Anyone with sense, get lost, and Lin Qingxiao, and those 2 little sluts get back here to work. Wang Xiui, fierce outside, hollow within. I sighed inside. Second and third uncle were too soft, couldn't out-curse or outfight anyone. Evil is subdued by evil, so it was time for me, the thug, to take the stage. I snatched Lin Old Five's double barrel and fired one at the window. Boom. The whole window shattered to pieces, glass all over the floor. I stepped forward, muzzle pressed to Wang Shui's forehead. Old bag, you're mighty noisy. That shot stuffed everyone's mouth shut. The timid were already crouched on the ground, afraid to move. I held the rifle to Wang Shui's head, everyone around scared witless. It was just an argument, nothing more ordinary in the countryside, and this guy pulls a gun first thing. Domineering, all right. Old bag, sound off one more time, see if I dare pull the trigger. Everyone says I'm mentally ill anyway, and a lunatic killing someone isn't a crime. Wang Shui shook all over with fright. If not for the gun keeping her from moving, she'd have collapsed already. An old man behind her stepped out. Little brother, let's talk it out. Whatever you want, we'll discuss. Who are you? My name's Wang Liang. I'm Wang Shui's father. Oh, so you're the one who spoiled this old bag. Wang Liang squeezed out a smile. She's the youngest, 5 older brothers and a sister above her. Spoiled, yes. I swept my eyes over the 5 men and few women ringed around. So this is the lot. What? Think numbers do the trick, want to bully us. Then do you know who I am? Wang Shui, Chao Junsheng, and Chao Dade's eyes dodged. The Wang family, though, looked blank, sizing me up. The gawkers all had that gleeful look people get watching an unlucky wretch. The 2 brothers and Lin Old Five got amused too. The Chao family clearly hadn't told them a thing about my background. Seems you don't know who I am. I pointed at random in the crowd. You come here. That man's face changed. Then he came fawning and scurrying over. Chuanji, you called me. I didn't do anything. I despise the Chao family too. We're on the same side. Don't believe me, watch. So saying, he hocked a big loogie at Wang Shui's face. You wicked hag, Qingxia's such a good wife. If Qingxia divorces, I'll bring an 8-bearer sedan. I quickly waved to stop this scene stealer. Look at his own rat face and still wanting to marry my aunt. Huh? Shut it. Criticize her later. They're out-of-towners, don't know who I am. Tell this old man Wang who I am. The man glanced at me ingratiatingly. Ahem. This here is the greatest philanthropist for miles around. Often visits the folks, especially the widows' households. Generous and kind. Delivers sauna services, held in the highest regard. A great, great good man. My face went green. Since when was I a good man? Everyone around who knew my background was choking back laughter. Faces red, not daring to make a sound. Even my 2 brothers and my aunt couldn't keep the corners of their mouths down. If I were a good man, the whole nation would be saints. I kicked over the still flattering man. Tell the truth. I am telling the truth. You're a great goo. Damn it. Tell the truth, or I torch your house. The man's face changed on a dime, grave and rushed. He's the biggest menace for miles, the #1 thug of the whole township, top dog of Deep Mountain Village, a thug among thugs. The lunatic Lin Chuan, who never does a good deed and specializes in bad ones. Bullies men and women, lords it over the country folk, steeped in crimes, snatches innocent girls. Good girls don't dare linger in the village. Heard he won't even spare so-and-so's great-grandma, and my own aunt. You son of a, one more word, and I'll finish you, and your great-grandma can't save you. Get lost. The man shut up at once and turned to run, still aggrieved. Say something nice, and you won't have it. Tell the truth, and you blow up. Truly no reasoning with him. I cleared my throat. Wang Liang, is it? I'm not that bad. Don't listen to his nonsense. I just like to throw hands sometimes. That's called violent tendencies, not that serious. But the ring of people around showed no surprise at all, nodding along in agreement. Wang Shui and the Chao men kept stiff faces and didn't contradict it. Cold sweat popped from the Wang family's foreheads. This was a real thug, jointly certified for miles around. Little brother, it's a society ruled by law now. We've got to be reasonable. Wang Liang swallowed, losing his nerve. What a thug was capable of. Their township had them too, they knew full well. Right? What wife doesn't take some grief? And we didn't shortchange her, still resents her for birthing 2 money pit girls. The Wang family sister-in-law didn't dare speak loud, muttering under her breath, getting nastier by the word. I burst out laughing, raised the rifle skyward, and fired again. Boom. Wang Shui fully lost it, crouching down and shrieking. I kicked her head over heels, backhanded a few slaps, and swelled the faces of the few Wang women who'd crowded up too. Wang Shui's 5 brothers, seeing their sister and womenfolk struck, glared murderously and stepped up to move, but were held back hard by Chao Dade and his son. The father and son knew. Never mind 50 more wouldn't be my match. Too lazy to even lift an eyelid. I tossed the rifle to Lin Old Five. Come on, here's your chance, hit me. When VE you seen a thug who reasons. A clean divorce to get it out of my aunt's system, and it'd have been over. Didn't expect the Chows to round up helpers. What? Don't want to divorce my aunt? Oh right, of course you don't want a divorce. Your name stinks like dog's hit now. What fool family would marry a girl in? Chao Junsheng, you're likely never getting a wife this life, and still want my aunt to be your beast of burden forever? Dream on. Here's my final word. The divorce is happening for sure, and my aunt gets to beat you once more, and you kneel and kowtow and apologize, and this is over. Compared to my aunt's body full of scars, the grievances of these years, and the suffering of my two cousins, this is going easy. With that, I strode up and spread my hands before Wang Liang, arrogant all over. The Wang family, faces full of fury, didn't dare move. They'd come to throw a tantrum and bluff their way through, and ran into someone even more unreasonable. They'd known the whole story before coming. Who was right and wrong was obvious. With his name, Chao Junxing really couldn't find a wife after a divorce. Not rich, no city registration, no ability, and abused and humiliated his wife on top of it. Who'd dare remarry into that? I understood better still that I held the right this time. So I hadn't come in swinging. I let the Chao and Wang families be unreasonable first, then brought the thug methods to cut the knot fast. This has nothing to do with you Wangs. I'll count to 5. Don't leave and I go to the firing range, and you put up a headstone. I snatched the rifle back from second uncle and pressed it straight to the forehead of the Wang eldest, watching Wang Liang calmly. 1, 2. The Wang eldest's dark face went white, cursing his little sister to pieces inside. He'd been in the wrong to begin with, and now he might trade his life for it. 3. Dad. Wang Liang stared at me, not believing I'd fire. The old bag could hold on. The Wang eldest under the muzzle couldn't. Dad. I thought it over. Little sister's mother-in-law was in the wrong. I'll go expose her right now. With that, he pulled his wife and shot off. Big brother. Wang Xiaoyi cried, unwilling. The Wang eldest ducked into the crowd without looking back. I didn't chase, just swung the muzzle to the next. 1, 2. That big man broke into a cold sweat. Little sister, this one's on you. Let Junxing divorce. Chao Dade's no good either. How about you divorce too? Third brother. That's all I'll say. Big brother, wait for me. The Wang third slipped off too. Whoever the muzzle pointed at next bolted. No one dared bet on whether this lunatic would really fire. Old man, what do you say? His 5 sons gone without a trace. What could he say? AI, children make their own fate. Xiaoyi, I'm done with your business. Look after yourself. With that, he didn't spare her a glance and hurried off. The crowd parted on its own, faces full of glee. Dad, Grandpa, you can't go. Chao Junxing cried, chasing, and I grabbed him and slammed him hard to the ground. Running? Want me to break your legs? The little yard held only the 3 Chaos now, facing me with nothing but fear and helplessness. Now apologize to my aunt. My time's precious. Get this done fast. Chao Junxing feigned regret. Qingxiao, I was wrong. I'm scum. Let's live well from now on, all right? Can we not divorce? We've still got Dia and Arya. They can't be without a father. So saying, he reached for my aunt's hand, and she flung it off hard. Now you remember they're little? When you beat them, why didn't you say it? When Wang Xiaoyi jabbed them with needles, where were you? Clapping and cheering. Remembering her daughter's suffering, my aunt couldn't hold back and kicked him square in the crotch. Arg! Chao Junxing wailed and crumpled to the ground, curled up like a big shrimp. Chao Dade and Wang Xiaoyi lunged over, out of habit, to hit my aunt. But this aunt of mine feared nothing now. She raised her hand for 2 slaps, chin up, and kicked out. Before I even moved, all 3 Chaos were rolling gourds on the ground. I stared wide-eyed. Aunt, you're fierce. Should have been like this all along. My aunt let out a long, satisfying breath. If I'd known, I'd never have been a good wife. Being a shrew is so much better. Come on, to the commune to file for divorce. With that, she lifted her chin, turned, and walked off. I dragged the still writhing Chao Junxing out, ignoring Wang Xiaoyi and Chao Dade's wailing pleas entirely. The paperwork went fast, under 10 minutes. Chao Junxing left dazed and lost, and my aunt never looked at him again. The group drove the donkey carts back to Deep Mountain Village. That night was another big drinking session, celebrating my aunt's new lease on life. In the end, apart from me, who couldn't get drunk no matter what, only Su Qiuxin was still sober. My aunt, emotions tangled, drank a lot, and went to bed early hugging her 2 girls, leaving Su Qiuxin to clear the mess. Looking at the ever-prettier Su Qiuxin, I got itchy. Can't help it. This body ran too hot with young energy, restless and stirring. Bargain price bride. How about we hold the wedding banquet first? She didn't even look up. Dream on. I haven't agreed to marry you. Besides, at the hospital Gigi told me the state says men marry at 22, women at 20. Watch me report you and have you locked up. I curled my lip. In the countryside, banquet first and paperwork later was common. Sometimes the certificate wasn't even in hand, and the kid was already old enough to run to buy soy sauce. You scummy woman, plainly out to freeload off me. Treated your illness, outfitted new clothes. You ate my meat, slept on my bed, and not a shred of gratitude. At least let me cop a little feel. She looked up, rolled her eyes, then suddenly smiled gently. Right? I eat your food, drink your drink. So tell me, how do you want a cop of feel? I sighed. Forget it, flat front and back like you. Probably nothing to grab, no feel worth copping. You get lost. Su Qiuxin flushed crimson. Done teasing Su Qiuxin, I went happily to sleep. The next month, I lived unusually easy. The household work was managed spotlessly by Su Qiuxin and my aunt, both from bitter poor backgrounds, diligent and hardworking. When there was no work, they ran the sewing machine till it sparked, taking and tailoring jobs around the village. Business was decent, just didn't make much. Even second brother got pinned down for a bath every couple of days, its bristles nearly plucked bald. Not having to worry about anything at home delighted me. I ran around with the two girls, fishing at the river, robbing bird nests in the trees, catching mice in the dirt, setting snares on the mountain. Watching the two withdrawn, timid girls turn into wild little things. I had the village's old carpenter make two lazy rocking chairs, and on sunny middays I'd throw on a thin blanket and doze rocking in the yard, leisure itself. Of course I wasn't just playing. I'd been hunting for a way to make money. In the early 80s, if you wanted to earn in the countryside, the good options were few. A brick or tile kiln, oil pressing, hauling goods with a horse cart or tractor, making tofu and vermicelli. These touched people's livelihoods, and as long as you kept a low profile, the higher-ups turned a blind eye. Stable. High-profit trades I considered too. First was treasury bonds, a fortune from a small stake. They were being handed out under quota right now, and common folk treated them like worthless IOUs. So a 2 yuan 1 could be bought for 50 cents, a 100 yuan 1 for 20 was common. Come the 86 redemption, you'd absolutely fatten up. But 5 years was too long, better to build capital first. Then reselling. The co-op had Dacron, wool socks, batteries, small hardware, ceramic basins and cloth piled up in overstock. Buy low and resell, sure profit. Grain, oil, and all sorts of coupons were high margin too. Failing that, there was scrap collecting. The village had plenty of old things. Antiques, gold and silver, old wood, old coins, calligraphy and paintings. With my eye, buy them up and in 10 years the gains would be enormous. Clothing, tea, restaurants, trade, transport, too many chances. But thinking it over, all had to be dropped. Either the payoff was too far out or the state wouldn't allow it. In this era, only city registration could get a self-employment license. Run one on the sly. And under a whole population of watchers you'd get reported for speculation and profiteering, and in serious cases hauled off to eat a bullet. People now were simple and hard-headed, quick to report any injustice they saw. To do business, I'd have to wait a few more years for policy to loosen. Half a month of scouting, and I did find one steady path, kaolin clay. Around the village, at the foot and mid-slopes of the mountains, I'd found high-quality kaolin. In this era, almost no country folk recognized it. Kaolin, also called white clay or porcelain clay, is the main raw material for firing porcelain and making white pottery. Bowls, plates, cups, and pots fired from it come out snow white and translucent. Current techniques couldn't reach future quality, but if I applied advanced future methods and made finer wares and painted them with patterns, they'd absolutely be a hot rarity. Over 10 times the profit of firing bricks and tiles. White porcelain was also a high-grade export good. Done well, daily net profit could be 300 or 400 yuan. 2 years' income for a village laborer. A gold mine. Of course, this wasn't a business an individual could run. To build a porcelain plant, you had to attach it to the village, nominally a collective enterprise, and have the village apply to the commune. Approved, you still had to get land cleared, get a license from the County Enterprise Administration Bureau, register with the tax office. A whole tangle of procedures, many departments to run, and even more favors to spend. Wanting to do business and earn in the 81 countryside was never simple. Everyone was watching you, and speculation and profiteering trouble was harder than the business itself. AI, earning a little money these days is really hard. I mused, sunning myself in the rocker. Beside me, Su Qiuxin, stitching a shoe sole, chimed in cheerfully. You've earned plenty. We may not be a 10,000 yuan household, but the savings aren't small, 3,800 plus, and coupons, all hidden away. I curled my lip. 3,000 plus was a lot in the village, enough for an ordinary life, but for eating and dressing well, or measuring up to a big city, it was nowhere near. Couldn't even build half a crude porcelain kiln. Sheds, molds, raw material, coal, glaze, labor. A rough tally put a kiln plant at over 20,000, and with transport I'd need to buy a tractor too. Bargain price bride. I've got a big business, sure to profit, just needs a good chunk of capital. That 3,000 plus in your hands. Before long you'll have to bring it out. Her face went instantly wary, and she said flatly, no money. You're just a village bully. Can you please not go doing improper things? We're no good at business. That's speculation and profiteering. Can't do it. Our family got a few acres of land. Can't we just honestly farm? Wanna earn? We've still got second brother. Take it into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs. That's not bad either. I rocked away in the chair, the sun warm. Chioshin, open up your horizons. To get rich, first get hard-headed. Barely 3,000 and you can't bear to part with it. How do you accomplish anything big? Farm. Not in this lifetime. I'm going to make big money, and then I can take a few more little wives. Su Chioshin shot to her feet, frowned, glared, and kicked me in the chest. Oomph. Then there's even less money. Go take little wives with a fistful of air. And she huffed and sighed, ignoring me. The two girls, watching the show, pulled faces. Cousin G, little cousin sis is so pretty and you still want little wives. You're worse than my dad. Right. I like little cousin sis. You take little wives and we're ignoring you. You two little traitors, feeding your white rabbits to the dog. Humph, cousin G's a bad guy. But whoever gives me 10 white rabbits, I'll say he's a good man, and even help you soothe little cousin sis, You son of a. These two girls were sharp. Dia was losing her baby teeth, hardly any left, and still gorging on white rabbits. A shame. I stopped sunning and yelled at the top of my lungs. Aunt, Dia and Arya are eating candy again. The sewing machine inside cut off, and Lin Qingxia charged out cold-faced, snatching up a broom. Cousin G, you're just a big bad guy. Ow. Mom, stop hitting, we won't eat it. Another 10 days, and I'd walked every nearby hilltop, confirming that Deep Mountain Village sat on a treasure mountain without knowing it. Kaolin in large reserves, high quality too. I hesitated no more, ready to go all in. Now what I lacked was paperwork, capital, technique, workers, raw material, coal, land, transport. Son of a. Tallying it up, seems like I lacked everything. That evening I grabbed 5 pounds of jerky, 2 bottles of liquor, and 100 yuan, and went to the village secretary's house. Deep Mountain Village's secretary, Lin Monsong, was in his 50s, short, belly slightly bulging, dark-faced, drooping at the corners of the eyes, deep wrinkles, but eyes bright and piercing, a calculating glint flashing at the bottom now and then, a tobacco pipe never leaving his hand, perpetually reeking of soot. His son Lin Jiqiang, 30-ish, was the team leader of the village's team too, a fat version of the Black Whirlwind, ugly, poorly regarded, sending widows and young wives running at the sight of him. His name second only to mine, the thug. He'd been one of my shady buddies too. Thinking back now, plenty of the original's dumb business was egged on by this bastard, including that trip to Sioux family village to lay down the bride price, which he'd started and shouted loudest for. Looking at the freshly built 5 big tile-roofed rooms, I clicked my tongue. This secretary had figured out how to be an official. Carrying the gifts, I pushed the door open brashly. Uncle Monsong, Auntie Jiqiang home. The father and son, mid-drink, exchanged a startled glance, then both turned on warm smiles. Little Chuan, come in. Perfect timing, drink with us. I plunked the jerky and liquor on the table. Lu Fengxian, bringing out dishes, hung a smile on her drooping mouth at once. Little Chuan, coming's enough, and you brought such precious meat and liquor too, so thoughtful. She briskly tucked the things into the cabinet and called toward the kitchen. Daughter-in-law, stir-fry a couple more greens. Little Chuan's here. Lin Jiqiang pulled me down to sit and poured. Little Chuan, you haven't come drinking with us brothers in a while. Heard you married a fine wife and did well in the mountains. Never knew you could hunt. Looking at the father and son's put-on smiles, I gave back a professional smile of my own. Uncle Monsong, Jiqiangji, going into the mountains to hunt was forced on me. You surely know, Su Xia ran off, and her father Su Daqiang flat refused to return the money, so I had no choice but to fetch his third daughter, and who'd have thought she had consumption? Can't just watch someone die, so I've taken a beating on it. The money from that first hunt wasn't even enough for the treatment. Hospital tests alone were 500 plus, and meds ahead for a year and a half will run 2,000 more. AI, Jiqiangji, you were the one who egged me into laying down that bride price back then. How about you lend? Before I could finish, Lin Monsong cut in. Little Chuan, you can't put it that way. Your Jiqiangji meant well back then. Su Xia's the prettiest for miles. Marry her home, and your ancestors' graves would smoke with fortune. It's just that you're kind and easily fooled, believing whatever Su Daqiang says. If you ask me, put that girl back. Your uncle here is saying it for your own good. With that he raised his cup to clink mine. Lin Jiqiang lifted his cup along. Right, little Chuan. I told you to marry Su Xia. You didn't make good on it yourself, so who's to blame? And treating her consumption too. Too kind. Easy to get taken advantage of. He downed it with a face full of regret. Little Chuan, don't take it wrong, but all that money dumped on that girl, a dead loss. Also your family's fault for having no elder to advise you. From now on, come to your auntie for anything. Our whole family will advise you. Never let you come out short. And when you hunt, Don't go selling it all over. Bring it back to the village for work points. When grain's distributed, would your uncle and Jiqiang shortchange you? All that meat. Better to split it in your own village. The neighbors will remember your kindness. Everyone will say you're good. And then you won't worry about a wife, will you? Don't be too kind. Fake Auntie Lu Fengxian warmly held my hand and earnestly lectured on. I twitched at the corners of my eyes with awkwardness. When it comes to thick skin, I was truly no match for this family. First shift the blame, then dig a pit while cutting me down all the way. Bring the game back for work points and grain? Trade it my ass, straight to the black market to pay off debt. Isn't that better? And I'm supposed to end up with a good name. Get praised as kind-hearted? I'm the notorious thug for miles around. Can that name be washed clean? Praising me as kind-hearted, isn't that an insult? This whole family, real talents. I couldn't take it and quickly changed the subject. Uncle Montsong, Auntie, Jiqiang. It's cold now, can't stay long in the mountains. The last few trips were luck plus Uncle Lin old Five's help. I didn't come today for hunting. I've got a way to get rich. Want to hear it? I picked up a few bites and watched their reactions with a smile. Lin Montsong's eyes brightened, though his face stayed impassive. Lin Jiqiang showed interest, a flicker of scorn crossing his eyes before he suppressed it. Lu Fengxian's eyes were all calculation, her smile deepening. She exchanged a glance with Lin Montsong and knowingly looked away. Haha, little Chuan, tell us more about this way. Your auntie's no outsider, and Jiqiang's your brother. You can say anything, but an ugly word up front. Speculation and profiteering that we cannot do. I really wanted to curl my lip. On one hand, no outsiders, say anything. On the other, no speculation and profiteering. Good guy and bad guy both yours. Nothing to do with your family. Fitting for a household that's run the village secretary post for over a decade. Sly, damn sly. Haha, this is big business. Absolutely no speculation and profiteering. Hearing it wasn't that, the family perked up. Speak. If it's really that good, the village will surely back you. Lin Montsong unhurriedly lit his pipe. I down my drink in one. Let's set up a kiln plant. I've seen clay in the big mountains behind the village. Good for firing bricks. There's a nationwide building boom right now. Bricks in short supply. Not far off, Lu Family Village has a kiln that clears 40 plus a day, the #1 village for miles. They can do it, so can we. Under Uncle Montsong's leadership, we'll outsell them, poach all their customers, get rich. Even if bricks don't pay, we can fire bowls, plates, ceramic basins, teapots, all of it. I spun it half true, half false, and the family fell into thought. Building a brick kiln wasn't something they hadn't considered. Plenty of families were building new houses these days. Red brick was in short supply, and the county was still building schools, grain depots, factories, all needing brick. Everyone knew a kiln made money, but the obstacles were too many. First was money. Building the kiln alone ran over 10,000, plus a brick press, flatbed carts, buying coal, money at every turn. Deep Mountain Village was dirt poor, and any spare cash got pocketed by Lin Montsong and son under various pretexts, or where'd the fine food and drink in those 5 big tile-roofed rooms come from? Second was technique. Nobody for miles had the sole skill of firing a kiln. In 81, the brick firing master was the soul of the kiln. Heat, timing, ventilation, watering all had to be precise. A hair off, and a whole kiln of brick was ruined, losing tens of thousands, maybe. And a master's no fool. Teach the apprentice and starve the master. Nobody does that. So kills being rare, the market big, demand high. There was a reason for it. Last was raw material. Brick firing needed specific clay, and good clay beat a good kiln and good technique. I'd observed it. Deep Mountain Village did have red clay, quality ordinary, but usable. Of course, what I really wanted wasn't a brick kiln, but a white porcelain plant. But the kaolin around the village could absolutely never be told to this family, or these bastards would surely dig it out and just sell it, and a porcelain plant would be a dream. Porcelain technique was over 10 times harder than brick, worlds apart. Brick firing is 3 steps. Porcelain has 72 hell gates. Soil purity, washing, throwing, carving, glazing, 100 times harder. But none of it fazed me. In my old life, I'd run a porcelain business, toured plants a few times, one of which fired porcelain by traditional methods, hand-fired. They claimed, no big industrial equipment. A stone roller instead of a ball mill, heavier water washing. A downdraft kiln to raise heat, hard-topped, sealed with a fierce blaze. A more elaborate substitution method that still fired high-quality white porcelain, breaking the notion that only big state plants could. In this era, under limited conditions, only I could pull it off. Low output, no guaranteed pass rate, but still a fortune. Lin Montsong tapped his pipe on his shoe sole, showing disappointment. Little Chuan, you know our village's situation. No money, no technique, no one who understands it, no way to do it. Everyone knows a brick kiln's good, but the details aren't that simple. Lin Jiqiang and Lu Fengxian nodded. They'd thought it was some big deal. Turned out it was a kiln plant. With money and technique. Would they need him to say it? They'd have built 800 on the sly already. I'd long expected this reaction and kept smiling. Uncle Monsong. I came precisely to solve your worries. Oh, how exactly? Lin Jiqiang was curious. Heh. I put up the money and the people to build this plant myself. The kiln attaches to the village, and I even pay the village a contracting fee. Huh? What? There's such a good thing? The three looked at me like they were looking at a fool. Put up your own money, labor, and people? Money to burn? Just an attachment. The village runs the paperwork, then contracts it out to me personally. Everyone's doing the contract responsibility system now. It's compliant. The village provides a plot and lets me dig raw material in the village. I give the village 30% of profits, or 15 yuan a day, 450 a month. How much is Uncle Monsong's call? Pick one of two, both written into the contract. Choose either way. Now the three didn't look at me like a fool. They looked at me like a madman. A village kiln running non-stop cleared 40 plus a day net. I wanted to hand the village 15, just for one patch of wasteland plus digging material. A fortune from a tiny stake. 30% Lin Monsong wouldn't pick. Sounded unreliable, sure to lose. Money was different. 450 a month, so much. Give the village 200, and his family could keep 250. Agreeing had no downside. Succeed, and there'd be big gains too. Even thinking me a madman, he'd still fleece me. Lin Monsong beamed at once. Little Chuan, you really are a talent. Lin Jiqiang raised his cup and downed 3 with me. Little Chuan, I've got faith in you. Who doesn't know a kiln makes money? If the village weren't broke and my family weren't strapped, I'd go in with you. Today I've realized you're a genius. Lu Fengxian, creases folding across her smile, called to the kitchen. Daughter-in-law, why aren't the dishes out yet? Little Chuan's hungry. Fry another meat dish. I was happy to play dumb. Uncle Monsong, let me write the application form. We won't necessarily fire brick. Firing porcelain's a cinch too. Add porcelain to the project. With my skills, whatever I fire is firing. Brick or porcelain, not much difference. Now the family's contempt was undisguised. Heard of a village with a brick kiln, never heard of a village with a porcelain plant. Porcelain's what big state plants fired, hundreds of workers alone, and you, with no money and no technique, dream on. Fine, the application form as you like. You fund the build yourself, paperwork done, and it's contracted to you. Land approved too. The hills around are all our villages, dig material freely. But the money to the village must be paid. I'd say 5 yuan a day is very fair. Saying that, Lin Monsong gave me a meaningful look. I caught it at once and smiled foolishly. Righto, Uncle Monsong. And I'll personally sponsor the village's development too. 10 a day, for you to allocate. No need to write it into the contract. I'm a kind-hearted man. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Smiling on the outside, cursing up a storm inside. Sly, so damn sly. The village takes the small cut, you take the big one. This official post played to perfection. All clever people, no need to spell it out. The group traded cups and heaps of flattery, nailing the deal down. Leaving, I pulled out 10 yuan notes. Uncle Monsong, the paperwork's a hassle and needs connections. Take this, the higher-ups will take it more seriously too. The father and son smiled more sincerely, saying, no need, while grabbing faster than anyone. Whoosh, and the money was off the table. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Monsong. It's getting colder, hurry now. I faked a drunken stagger out the door and vanished into the night. At my own door, I sobered up instantly. Lin Monsong took me for a fool and a madman, not knowing my skills. This white porcelain plant, I was building for certain. Then I really did want to see their faces. After I left, the Lin family didn't break up, kept eating and drinking. Dad, is Lin Chuan crazy? He wants to build a kiln? A manure plant, more like. Lin Jiqiang sneered. Seems that way to me too. He's been off lately. Hunting in the mountains, marrying a consumption ghost, and now building a kiln. Can't figure him out, Lu Fengxian scoffed. But the daughter-in-law, Wang Xiulian, pondered. What if he really does build the kiln? The three curled their lips as one. There's no what if. The likes of him, I'd sooner believe a sow climbs a tree. Even our family doesn't dare build one. What's he got? Brute force? Useless. Lin Monsong lit his pipe and jeered. You lot, short-sighted. I actually hope he builds it. 15 a day and rent once it's up, for 50 a month. Even handing the village 150, how it's spent is still my call. Profit or not, we collect rent, a sure thing, no loss. Step back further, he shook his head. If he really can make money off the kiln, we pull the contract, take the plant back to the village, and how it's handled then is my call too. Brilliant. Dad, you're truly brilliant. From then on I often went to Lin Monsong's to mooch meals, the two households growing closer, and I played the fool to steer the process. running back and forth to several departments alongside him for the key paperwork. Those 10 yuan notes did big work, and things flew through. Just one last half-month review period, and the brick and porcelain kiln paperwork would be done. Lin Monsong thumped his chest that he'd handle it, and I stopped minding. What worried me now was where to get the money to build the white porcelain kiln. The initial rollout alone needed 10,000. Labor and material after, I'd figure out later. The best way was still to take second brother into the deep mountains for a good stretch and earn a big haul. It got colder and colder. A light snow fell, still fine for going up. This time I planned to bring Lin Old Five's family, and they agreed without hesitation. The trip might be long, so I stocked up well. Rifle, lead shot, bow and arrows, hunting knife, rope, ula shoes, axe, rain tarp, dogskin cap, sheepskin coat, compass, flint, salt, an iron pot, spade, and all kinds of seasoning strapped on his second brother, clanging along with real flair. I had Su Qiuxin and my aunt make 7 padded sleeping bags, crawl in at night, and pull the rain tarp over, warm and practical. Everything's set, and the day before the trip, Lin Dashan burst in panting and grabbed me. Little Chuan. Trouble. Your wife's back. I paused, looking at Su Qiuxin, who was drinking soup. Second uncle, what are you saying? Isn't my bargain price bride right here? My aunt and the 2 girls stared at him, puzzled too. Su Qiuxin, for her part, rolled her eyes. She'd long gotten used to being called bargain price bride. Not this wife. Su Xia. Who? Second sister. Su Qiuxin shot to her feet. Where's my second sister? She's home? Is she all right? Lin Dashan frowned, hesitant. Heard Su Daqiang tied her up and hauled her back. Lots of people saw. Su Qiuxin's hands clenched hard. Second sister had been dragged back, of course. A girl alone with no letter of introduction, no one hiring for odd jobs, blocked at every turn, no money, no coupons, food and lodging both problems. A month plus of who knows how much suffering, and she probably never even made it out of Linjiang County seat. Second sister. I have to go back and see her. Her voice shook. Lin Dashan's eyes dodged a bit. He couldn't keep a secret. There was surely more he hadn't said. Second uncle, finish it. What else? I gripped Su Qiuxin's hand and gave her a reassuring look. I only heard this too. Ever since the bride price business, Su Xia has been a bit unmarriageable. It made a huge stir. Nobody wants to get tangled up with little Chuan, and they feared she'd run again. So the matchmakers who once wore down the threshold stopped coming, everyone. That Su Daqiang has arranged a match for her. He looked at Su Qiuxin, hesitant. I understood too. With Su Daqiang's stingy, selfish nature, this match surely had a problem. Su Xiaoha was pretty, could fetch a good price, a big bride price. But that man definitely had some defect or flaw. Su Qiuxin got it too. No, I'm going back right now. I can't rest easy about second sister. With that she rushed out frantic, knocking over a row of tables and stools. These days she'd lived comfortably in Deep Mountain Village. The only thing she couldn't set down being Su Xia. I'd used Boss Hay's connections to search the county seat too, but in this era with no photos and no surveillance, finding someone on description alone was passive, a month plus with no result. Never expected the Su family to have the means to press her back personally. Qiuxin, don't panic. Bring the hidden money, might come in handy. I'll hitch the donkey cart. We'll go together and see what's what. Her steps halted, and teary-eyed, she nodded and hurried toward the east room. I hitched the cart and turned to my aunt. Stay home and watch Dia and Arya. Second uncle, don't come this time either. Tell Lin Old Five the mountain trip's postponed. Little Chuan, be careful. Don't push it. But we're not scared of trouble either. You've got your second uncle and your aunt. My aunt worried, but her stance was clear. These days living together, she'd long taken the gentle, pretty Su Qiuxin as family, and naturally sided with her. Right, little Chuan, don't get fierce and violent. We've got to win by reason. Lin Dashan urged too. Of course, I'm a good man. The chop firewood, feed the horses, spring blossoms kind of good man. My aunt, second uncle, and the 2 girls curled their lips as one. What good man, more like shameless. I drove the donkey cart hard towards Su family village. Su Qiuxin's brows knit, so anxious the donkey caught it and ran flat out. Nearly midday, the 2 of us stood before Su Daqiang's door. Bam! I kicked the door open. The crash startled Su Dongbao out, and the moment he saw me and Su Qiuxin, the fury on his face froze on the spot and flipped to fawning. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law your granddad. Quit hollering. I've got no brother-in-law like you. He flinched and said low. Third sister, why are you back? Su Qiuxin stepped up on him. Where's second sister? That scared Su Dongbao stiff. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with his clothes and backed off. Third sister, don't come near, don't infect me. I'm the Su family's only seedling. Nearly in tears. Ever since Su Qiuxin left, this family had treated her as dead, never a shred of concern. Never expected her back. And, looking cured, a sting went through Su Qiuxin's heart, but her eyes sharpened. She was no longer the old Su Qiuxin. Beside her stood the biggest thug for miles. I'll ask once more, where's second sister? Cold and hard, worlds apart from the meek third girl of before. Second sister, second sister. Su Dongbao dropped his head, not daring to look at her. That guilty dodge made Su Qiuxin fully lose it, voice tearing. Say it. Did you sell second sister off? This match you arranged, has the man already come? Say it, or I break your legs. Su Dongbao, cowed, actually burst into tears the next second. Truly spineless. Just then Su Daqiang came out of the inner room, took one look at me, and shrank back a step. His gaze moved to Su Qiuxin, the fear fading, disgust surfacing. Humph. Third girl, gotten cocky. Have you, daring to bully your brother at home? Don't forget you're married out, not a Su. No say over me, or over your second sister. Go on, we'll count you dead, don't come back. That word cast Su Qiuxin as a total outsider. However much she hated her family's heartlessness, she'd always kept a last thread of warmth deep down. But these knife-sharp words froze her in place. Haha. Right. We're outsiders, who'd want to get tangled with you. I took over. But that time you accused me. Today's a fine chance to hash it out. I've been itching to beat you into needing help to live. With that I strode up, one-handedly lifted Su Daqiang off the ground by his collar, and slapped him back and forth. Smack, smack, smack. 3 slaps, and his face swelled in a blink. You. Help. He struggled to cry for help, and a backhand stuffed it down his throat. Yell again, and I'll shatter every tooth in your mouth. Su Daqiang covered his face, not daring a sound, and wept quietly, aggrieved. Qiuxin, don't go soft. Evil is subdued by evil. And by luck, yours truly is the biggest evil boss there is. Su Qiuxin couldn't bear it, but didn't stop me, clearly a silent consent. I've got just 2 questions. First, where's Su Xia? Second, whose idea was it last time to accuse me of snatching an innocent girl? Did I snatch a bride? I gave not 1 cent of bride price. You're the one who bawled and begged me to marry her. Su Daqiang, dangling in the air, was scared to tears. Su Dongbao moved to help his dad and got kicked over, unable to rise for a while. Still not talking. Believe I'll knock out every yellow tooth in your mouth. I put on the fierce act, thug aura leaking hard. Right then, Su Qiuxin handed over a mallet. Su Daqiang and I both froze. Bargain price bride, that's your own father. I'm just scaring him, and you actually hand me a mallet. What's the meaning of this? I'm a good man. Su Daqiang was cursing inside too. A son-in-law wants to smash his father-in-law's teeth, and his own daughter hands over the mallet. Is that reasonable? Is she his flesh and blood? I gritted my teeth and raised the mallet, my voice cracking. Where is Su Xia? Su Daqiang, watching the mallet whistle over his head, was truly terrified and shouted, Here. In the cellar. The cellar. Su Qiuxin let out a long breath and steadied her trembling legs. Thank goodness, second sister hadn't been forced into marriage yet. At the yard's southwest corner, a thick wooden board lay over the ground, weighed down with a water vat. Su Qiuxin hurriedly shoved the vat aside, lifted the board, and climbed down the ladder. In the north, a root cellar is for storing vegetables and grain and taking shelter, but right now it held a person. Seeing her second sister again, Su Qiuxin's tears streamed. Su Xiaohe was curled in a corner, an iron chain on her ankle, her clothes thin, ragged, and so filthy you couldn't tell the patches, hair a mess, cheeks gaunt, eyes vacant, indifferent to whoever came down, even shrinking back a little. The old Su Xiaohe was sunny and bright, free and generous, like a little sun, once lighting up the cowering figure in that back mountain cave. Now she'd been imprisoned by her own kin into this state, gray and withered, all life gone, just like Su Qiuxin herself back then. Second sister. Su Qiuxin threw herself over. Su Xiaohe jolted as if woken, lifted her head, baffled, and by the faint light recognized her. Qiuxin, it's me, second sister. But when Su Qiuxin saw her sister's face clearly, the ache turned instantly to fury, bruised black and blue, blood at the corner of her mouth. Sister, who hit you? Anger pressed beneath the cool voice. Su Xiaohe smiled faintly and patted her hand. It's fine, a father hitting his daughter is as it should be, no reasoning with it anywhere. He favors sons over daughters, doesn't care about us at all, just sees you're pretty and wants to sell you for a good price, doesn't care who you marry. If not for that bastard Lin Chuan making you run off. Humph, see how I settle him. Su Qiuxin paused and blamed me along with it. Only then did Su Xiaohe notice with surprise that her sister wasn't coughing, her body filled out, her complexion white with a rosy flush. Qiuxin, your illness, it's cured. I went to the hospital. That bastard took me. What on earth happened? Sister, tell you up top. How'd you get down here? Dad didn't hit you. It's fine. Right now I'm itching to go up and hit him. Su Qiuxin helped her rise, lifted her clothes. More bruises. She frowned. Second sister, let's cut ties with Su Daqiang. Pursing her lips, Su Qiuxin picked out 2 garments for her second sister. Sister, I really don't. Him. He's got a thief's heart, but no thief's nerve. Don't mind him barking and lording it around outside. Deep down he's a good man. You'll see once you've lived with him a while. And one of us is bound to marry him eventually. Or how would you feel eating and living for free at his place? Either you or me. Fair enough. Everyone's an adult, and the 2 sisters aren't fools. I'm not some soft-hearted fool either. Bring them home, and I can't just raise them for nothing. There's got to be something in it. If these 2 weren't pretty, let someone else try. The logic she got. Su Xiaohe was just a little unresigned. Isn't all this his doing? If he hadn't forced the bride price, would I have run away? It's all his fault. I should eat and live for free. Su Qiuxin looked at her second sister, amused, finding her more adorable the more she looked. Second sister, if not for him, I'd have died on the back mountain long ago. If not for him, you'd be waiting for Dad to sell you off. Dad, our elder sister, our brother, all money grubbers. You're pretty, so they held out for the best price. Never mind whether you married well. Sold to whoever paid most. You'd be the flower queen courtesan of an old-time brothel. I get to live, you get out of the fire pit. It's all thanks to Lin Chuan. Su Sha thought it over carefully. It really was so. Her sister's consumption had been terminal, left to die on the back mountain. Su Daqiang was a money grubber. On the original path, neither had a good ending. At least now they could have a stretch of peace. Little sister, how come I keep noticing you sticking up for that thug? You're not actually into him, are you? Su Qiuxin didn't hesitate. Yeah, I really am. You? She didn't care to explain much. Live with him a while, and second sister would understand. Sister, put on the new clothes. I'll show you around. There's a sewing machine at home too. You've got the deftest hands. Make Dia and Arya some new clothes. At the West Room, Su Xiaohe went slack-jawed. A wall of cured meat, a dozen-plus sacks of flour and rice stacked along the wall, a big drum of soybean oil, a brand-new sewing machine by the window, several bolts of cloth beside it. This was the life of a rich young mistress. Then she thought of her own past 2 months, sleeping under a freezing bridge, gnawing tree roots and wild greens, digging through trash, 9 skipped meals in 3 days, blacking her face by day and not daring to wash it at night, begging for food when desperate, humiliating. Her little sister, though, had good fortune, illness cured, eating and drinking fine, more new clothes than she could wear. That bastard earned all this. He hunts in the mountains, sells meat and herbs. And I've got 3,800 plus hidden away. 3,000, 3,800? This much, and he gave it all to you. Su Qiuxin fidgeted. I'm holding it for him, or he'll go spending it recklessly. Su Xia's look at her sister shifted and shifted again. This manner, little sister's a lost cause. Already made household manager. Can she still escape Lin Chuan's clutches? Never expected this thug to use his head to sweet-talk a young girl. No, I can't let little sister leap into the fire pit no matter what. I've got to handle this myself. Just then my aunt called from outside. Food's ready to eat. Coming. Su Qiuxin pulled her second sister out. I'd already started eating at the table, and glancing up idly I caught sight of Su Xiaohe and was dazzled in an instant. The folks for miles around really do have sharp eyes. Navy trousers set off a pair of straight, long legs, a Dacron blue top cinching a slender waist. My aunt and Su Qiuxin were both petite and dainty types, so the clothes were plainly too small on Su Xiaohe. Bulging and abrupt up top, a huge visual impact. Neatly braided hair, an oval face all the fairer, features more three-dimensional, radiant, and gentle at once. I paused, then quickly recovered and shot a guilty sidelong glance at Su Qiuxin. Of all things she was looking right over too, eyes full of amusement and teasing. Son of a, this girl's no good. Eat, eat. I said resentfully. Top too small, and inside too big. Plainly trying to seduce me. Su Xiaohe dropped her head. Couldn't see her feet. Flushed red and covered her chest, glaring. You? Su Qiuxin quickly held her back. Sister, eat first. His mouth's just foul. Ignore him. Right. This bowl's got plenty of meat here. My aunt smoothed it over with a smile, setting a full bowl of boar meat before Su Xiaohe. The meat's aroma soon hooked her, and without ceremony, glaring at me hatefully, she grabbed a flour bun and bit down hard, like biting a chunk out of me. That's for forcing the bride price. It's all your fault. I'll eat you into poverty. Mouth stuffed full and still muttering nonstop. Whatever she said, I didn't mind. I was thinking, more and more people at home. I've got to find something for everyone to do, and get the porcelain kiln up fast. A kiln needs lots of hands. Everyone would have work, material, transport, production, sales, finance, Management, own people first. Once I made money, build my aunt a house, tear down my own wreck of a place and rebuild 5 big tile-roofed rooms, put down roots in the village. A few more years to save enough capital, then settle in the city. The golden decades of development ahead, that was my sea of stars. Of course, first get 20,000 and build the porcelain kiln. Looks like I still had to go into the mountains. 3 more days at home, in case Su Daqiang and that Tian Guang came to make trouble. Tian Guang looked like a viper in the gutter, one to guard against. The Su family wouldn't take it lying down either. And behind it all a black hand watched hungrily. No telling whether it was those 2 sent-down girls doing, and I still had no lead. The secretary's family was no easy mark either, greedy beyond limit. Once they found I was building not a brick kiln but a white porcelain plant, they'd surely turn. All of it was trouble. That night, Dia and Arya, while all day, slept early. The 3 women huddled together chattering. Su Xiahe adapted fast, flashing a radiant smile now and then. Turned around, living in the #1 thug's house for miles, apart from the gossip. Actually felt very safe. One man beating 100 grown men into bawling for their fathers. On that alone, no one dared try anything hard. 3 peaceful days. I couldn't sit still, ready for the mountains. This trip might be a bit long. Strapping the little iron pot onto second brother, I told the 3 women. 2 snows have fallen already. Last trip before spring, find plenty of good goods. Su Qiuxin and my aunt worried, but couldn't stop me, and could only arrange the gear over and over. Little Chuan, we're not short of food for now, don't go risking it. It's fine, with second brother the local tyrant along, plenty safe. Besides, I'm not going alone, Lin Old Five's whole family's coming. Even so, be careful. Su Qiuxin's smile was gone, worry all over her face. I pulled her into my arms. Come here, give me some luck goddess power. Her face flushed red as a big shrimp in an instant. Let go, you filthy leck. Saying so, but her struggle wasn't fierce. I held on a good while, and wouldn't let go, and Su Xiahe couldn't watch and came to pull us apart. The moment she got us separated, I turned and grabbed her instead. This one's much softer, comfortable. Then came the violent big fish thrashing. By the time I let go, Su Xiahe's face had gone red as a monkey's rear. You, get lost. She raised her hand to hit me and was pulled back by Su Qiuxin, who tossed in a big eye roll for good measure. Stingy, so stingy. Don't you know a parting hug? I fibbed. Su Xiahe fumed harder. Hug's a hug. Where are your hands? And stop moving them around. I smiled awkwardly. Force of habit. I called the fully geared second brother, turned, and walked off, shouting over my shoulder. Anything comes up, go to second uncle and third uncle. Wait for me to get back for more hugs. Su Xiahe, unable to swallow her anger, grabbed a rock and hurled it. Don't come back, you. She hadn't expected me to hear it. I turned, cupped both hands around my mouth, and yelled. Spicy. True. Termagant. You infuriate me. At the village gate, Lin Old Five waited a good while, fully armed with Lin Dong, Lin Shi, Lin Nan, Lin Bei, and Lin Zhong. To my surprise, village secretary Lin Monsong and his son Lin Jiqiang were there too. The moment he saw me, Lin Monsong came up warmly. Little Chuan, knew you were heading up today, so Jiqiang and I came to see you off. I smiled brighter. Uncle Monsong, how could I trouble you? A man with 1,000 duties, coming to see us off. I'm flattered. Lin Monsong patted my shoulder, creases folding across his smile. It's only right, you're our village's reserved hunting team. The mountains are dangerous, be careful, bring your axe and flint, it's cold. Words of concern spewing out like they were free, so fake I wanted to puke. Lin Jiqiang smiled like a blooming flower too. Right, little Chuan, Old Five, careful with everything, we'll wait for you to come back. The 5 Lin brothers cursed inside, a weasel paying the Chicken New Year respects. All these years the game they'd risked their lives for went entirely to the village, and the work points earned were worth less than farming a few acres, and the key thing was, the villagers never saw any of that meat. Surely the father and son had quietly resold it. If not for me taking them to the city black market, Lin Old Five would still be in the dark. Sure enough, Lin Monsong pulled me aside and said low, Little Chuan, Old Five's kills this time. Don't haul them to the city to sell. Give them to the village first. New Year's is near, let everyone have a bite of meat. We'll log your work points, at the top rate. Land's been divided this year, but the village still has plenty of public land, and work points can be traded for a good amount of grain. Any good thing, you get priority, my word. At the end he thumped his chest hard, the very picture of grand generosity. Lin Dong and Lin Shi, quick-tempered, opened their mouths to refuse and got held back hard by Lin Old Five. I sneered inside, my face keeping the sincere fake smile. Rest easy, Uncle Monsong. This trip's kills all go to the village. But you know, it's cold and snowing, game's hard to hunt. I can't guarantee how much we'll get. Lin Jiqiang cut in. Haha, with this boar around, can't scrounge up good stuff? Pointing at second brother, laughing. Jiqiang Ji, it's the trouble. One meal it puts away 15 pounds. Over half of what we hunt goes down its gullet. The father and son sucked in a cold breath. Eats that much. Meat's so precious, feeding a beast is a waste. Wasteful. Why not just slaughter the beast and eat it? Who can afford to keep it? Second brother's round eyes flashed red, staring dead at the two, hooves starting to paw the ground. My tone went cold. With it along, we're safe going into the deep mountains. Wolf packs, bears, none of it scares us. It knows the way too. It's not a beast, it's our partner. Then I couldn't be bothered to smile, called Lin Old Five's family, and turned into the woods. Second brother huffed and hurried after, dashing ahead to take point. The father and son's faces darkened. Dad, I say they're troublemakers. We should have reported them for speculation and profiteering last time, selling meat. Think we don't know. Lin Monsong tapped his pipe. Not time yet. Can't fall out now. Wait till he builds the brick kiln, humph. Come home. In the woods, 7 men and 1 boar moved slowly forward. Chuanji, why'd you agree to that old bag? They've cheated us for years. I'd love to put a round through the two of them. I didn't break stride. Agreeing's agreeing, I never said I'd do it. How much we hunt and who we sell to, still our call, us brothers. Wait and see, the father and son's good days are almost up. Light lit at the bottom of Lin Old Five's eyes, thoughtful. Then he said gravely. Everyone listened to Lin Chuan. A pack of blockheads who only know how to swagger and scrap. Do it however he says. Yes. Right. Listen to Chuanji. We threaded through the woods a whole day, and at dark found a sheltered hill to camp. I dug 2 long fire trenches. The 5 brothers swung axes felling trees, and Lin Old Five cleaned the pheasants, hares, and 1 dumb roe deer bagged along the way, roasting and stewing. The hills near the village saw frequent villagers, so there really was no big game. Into the deep mountains tomorrow, and it'd be fine. But when I took out a certain something, the group perked up in an instant. The first to notice was second brother, nose sniffing, little eyes locked on the 2 big canteens in my hand. You and your sharp nose. I laughed and cursed, unscrewing a cap, and the fragrance of high-proof baijiu spread out. Lin Old Five and the 5 brothers' eyes went straight. Before, only at New Year could they drink a couple of cups. Usually they couldn't bear to, and in the woods forget about it. 6 fine men at home, too poor to afford wives, so broke you could hear their pockets rattle when they walked. Only after I took them to the black market did they earn a good bit, and lately Lin Old Five had even started scouting wives for his sons. Bunch of drunks. Get to work, quick. Righto. The group's weary bodies got their energy back. Only second brother clung on nagging and acting spoiled, little eyes not leaving the liquor canteen, unmoved by a few kicks. An hour plus later, 7 men and 1 boar sat in a circle, eating big mouthfuls of meat, sipping liquor now and then. Second brother had a soft spot for baijiu too. Roast meat ranked second now. I didn't dare give it much, afraid it'd get drunk and go on a rampage. All around was pitch black, wind rustling leaves, insects chirping and birds calling, a bright moon and few stars ringed with several halos, firelight flickering across the faces. Chuanji, how do we do it this trip? Lin Bei's face flickered bright and dark in the firelight, a bit excited. I sipped my liquor. New approach this time. We've got second brother. You'll see tomorrow. Oh, and when we're back I'm going to build a kiln plant. Find a way out for us brothers. The mountains are too dangerous. You can't hunt your whole lives. A kiln plant. Lin Old Five sat up straight, watching me intently. With a way out, who wants to risk their life in the deep mountains? Especially after last time, when a berserk bear nearly wiped out his whole family. If not for me stepping in, they'd have died with no one the wiser. A brick kiln? Heard it makes good money, in short supply. But heard you need technique, a skilled brick master, or you lose big. Right? We don't even know how to build a kiln. Raw material's a big problem too. Need red clay, yellow clay? Seems our village doesn't have it. The 5 brothers chimed in one after another. They didn't want to hunt their whole lives either. Just look at their old man. A life you could see to the end at a glance. Risking everything and still dirt poor. I didn't answer any of it. None of that's a problem. I'll just ask you, when the time comes, are you in with me? Lin Old Five and the 5 brothers exchanged a look and laughed. Chuanji, our lives are yours, of course we're in. Following Chuanji, we eat and drink fine. The kiln, we're doing it for sure. I thought it through. Bringing Lin Old Five's family and had plenty of upsides. 1, a life and death bond. That kind of trust is unbreakable in a person who values loyalty. Basically no worry about a knife in the back. 2, they weren't dumb, and trained right could hold down a role. In the village or elsewhere, you can't go it alone. Going forward, I'd have a lot on my plate, and this made it easier to slack off too. They took turns keeping watch overnight, second brother included, an uneventful night. Early the next day, packed up, we pushed deeper into the woods. An hour later, treading fallen leaves and mud, led by second brother, we entered a valley and ran into a herd of wild goats, 20-some of all sizes. The lead one was half a man tall, plump with gray fur, but the ridge of its back ran white all the way to the tail, its two horns sharp and keen, clearly not one to trifle with. They'd picked an excellent spot, a flat, open little valley, so at any rustle they could flee in all directions. The five brothers had already raised their guns, excited, waiting only for Lin Old Five's word to fire in unison, at least 5 or 6 down. Don't be rash. I pressed a hand down. The five brothers looked at me, puzzled. I didn't explain, just gave second brother a light kick. Still lying there? Get to work, or no meat for you. Second brother got up reluctantly and circled around slowly. Lin Dong, forward a bit. Lin Bei, back a bit. Pocket formation. Puzzled, they did it, 7 forming a pocket, me at the front, Lin Old 5 at the bottom. Second brother crept slyly around behind the herd, picked its moment, and suddenly charged out squealing, kicking up dust in fine style. The startled herd rushed the opposite way, and second brother, instead of stopping, charged harder, exactly like a sheepdog driving sheep, locking the direction, herding the prey into the pocket. By the time the herd realized it had fallen into a trap, it was too late. Take the big, spare the small. I shot to my feet and opened fire. Bang, bang. Gunshots rolled one after another, wild goats going down one by one. Lin Old 5, a veteran hunter, stood up after 2 shots, raised his gun, and charged howling. The sprinting herd, startled again, turned back, and another round of gunfire. When the dust settled, of 20-some goats the 13 biggest stayed, the rest, all small, set free. Second brother's a fine dog. No, a fine pig. A fine pig, way easier than before. And twice the game. At this rate, we're getting rich. I walked over and patted its head. Roast goat as your reward tonight. Snort, snort. Fine, liquor lined up for you too. The group cleaned the 13 goats, organs sorted too, and boiled a whole pot that night. Second brother ate with relish. Real relish. The next 5 days, led by second brother, we charged all over the woods. Ran into a wolf pack and weren't afraid. Went right at them, a dozen plus, only 3 escaping. Met a blind bear that sniffed the air from far off, showed terror, and bolted, gone in a blink. Lin Old 5 said it was a smart old bear. Met 2 boar herds, and second brother showed no mercy at all. That night we gnawed boar ribs, crunchy and delicious. By day 6, the game piled up staggeringly. For boars, 6 roe deer, 8 wild deer, a dozen plus wild goats, plus hares, pheasants, badgers, and more, too many to count, and even dug up 2 wild ginseng, low in age but already fine. Second brother's merit was greatest, always sniffing out the game's trail. The biggest traitor and turncoat in the woods, the kind who gets his own page in the family register. Well, his own page after being expelled from it. 7 men sat resting in a circle. Thick fallen leaves, bare trees, blue sky overhead. The 2 earlier snows hadn't melted, frozen into hard clumps on the ground. White snow, dead leaves, birdsong, and the smell of rotting deadwood. Not far off, second brother rolled and frolicked hard in a mud pit. This was already deeper woods, ground even Lin Old 5's family had never trodden. In my thick fur cap, face reddened by cold, I honed my hunting knife on a stone while the others sat or stood watching the surroundings, travel-worn but in good spirits, joking now and then. Lin Old 5, smoking his last hand-rolled cigarette against a big tree, said, Lin Chuan, still going forward? I tested the blade, very sharp. You head back. Too much game, a hassle to carry. Take down what's hung in the trees along the way, haul it in 2 loads. I'll take second brother deeper for a bit. Lin Old 5 paused. You're not coming back? This game's plenty, sells for a lot. With the 2 ginseng, several thousand for sure. I sheathed the knife at my waist. This isn't enough to build a kiln. Don't try to talk me out of it. I've got a plan. Lin Old 5 frowned like he wanted to say something, but seeing my firm look, swallowed it. The Lin brothers didn't mind. Dad, with Chuan Ji's skills, the woods are like strolling his own backyard. Didn't you see the other day? Kicked over a 300-pound boar, finished it with 1 cut. Chuan Ji just hasn't played enough. Wants to roam more. We'd be dead weight. Lin Old 5 roared cold-faced. Shut it. All of you. What's the racket? I'm not dead yet. Then switched back to a smile. Little Chuan, be careful yourself. We've never been ahead either. Heard there's a tiger in there. I waved it off, unconcerned. Honestly, I wanted to go back too. Sleeping outdoors was miserable, but this trip's goal wasn't met yet. The porcelain kiln's initial rollout was at least 20,000, more later. However much game, it only sold for 4 or 5,000. The 2 small ginseng 1,000 plus tops. far short. So I had to try my luck and go deeper. That's where humans truly rarely tread, and there might be treasures. When you're back, don't go home first. Leave the game in the woods, slip into the village at night, find my second and third uncle, quietly borrow flatbed carts, and haul it straight to the city black market. Have Boss Hay help handle it. You stay out of sight. New Year's is near, should fetch a good price. Leave one deer and a few hares and pheasants to hand off to Lin Monsong. If he asks about me, say I wouldn't listen and insisted on getting more for the village, still in the woods. Oh, and don't sell it all. Keep some hidden at home to eat on the sly. Instructions clear, the two groups split. I plunged deeper into the woods with second brother. I didn't plan to hunt more. The target was the most valuable herbs. Worth a lot. Light. Easy to carry. 2 hours in. The deeper we went, the warier second brother got. Nose sniffing hard. Head shaking. Dawdling like it had hit some snag. I kicked it again. What are you doing? Told you to find big ginseng. What's all the sniffing about? Second brother turned back. Snort, snort. I couldn't understand, so I could only reassure it. What are you scared of? Even a bear. I'll pound it into needing help to live. Don't slack, or I'll docking your roast meat. Second brother's little eyes were full of resentment and helplessness. I thought I'd seen wrong. Don't tell me second brother had reincarnated again? A while further, second brother stopped and pawed the ground. My eyes lit up. I shoved it aside, took out the prepped bamboo strip and red cord, cleared the dead leaves, and dug up the dirt bit by bit. A streak of yellow-brown came into view. Ginseng. Sure enough. Delighted, I hummed a tune and began the great ginseng dig. But second brother was uneasy, its little eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, glancing at me now and then, its pig face laced with anxiety. I noticed none of it. Right now my eyes held only the big ginseng. Perhaps with experience, 2 hours later a whole ginseng came out of the ground, 70 or 80 years old at least, already very rare. Vigorous outer skin, wild reed head, flowing root beard, a shape beyond words. The older the wild ginseng, the stranger the shape. I quickly wrapped it carefully in red cloth. Let's go, second brother, keep at it. I'll stew you a hazel grouse tonight. Hearing that, second brother perked up. Not 10 minutes further, and it stopped again, lifting its head and circling with a hoof. Another thrill for me. The deeper in, the richer the resources, a true treasure land. I dropped my gear and ran over. Same operation, and 2+ hours later another big ginseng was in hand. All thanks to second brother's nose. Otherwise, finding ginseng under thick, dead leaves, I wouldn't turn up a single one on my own. Second brother, you're a money-making pig. How about I find you a wife, breed a few litters to find ginseng together, dominate the deep mountains. Then you'll be the top dog around here. I'll marry you a few more pretty sisters-in-law. We'll grow big and strong, reach new heights. Free pie kept getting shoved into second brother's head, never mind whether it understood. Carried away, I threw an arm around it, about to burn yellow paper and swear brotherhood. Until a day later, when I was bent over digging up the 6th big ginseng, a chill suddenly swept my back, every hair standing on end. Second brother paced back and forth, more agitated. Damn, no way. Did I really run into a bear? I whipped around. A huge shadow flashed and vanished through the woods. I rubbed my eyes. No way, son of a. It was a streak of striped yellow, too fast. Even with my eyesight now I couldn't make it out. Yellow, huge body. Either a deer or the mountain lord. If it were a deer, second brother would have charged it long ago, not been this agitated. But right now my sixth sense prickled, and it was rattled, and things had been off since yesterday. Most likely we'd blundered into a tiger's territory. Second brother had a sharp nose. It had surely smelled the tiger's rank urine markers. No wonder it was wary by day, ate only half full at night, and this morning ate nothing at all. It was keeping its belly light to run faster. Way too abnormal. I sprang up and smacked its rump hard. Why the hell didn't you say so? There's a tiger here. Said sooner, and I'd have wrapped up and run long ago. Second brother looked all innocent. Snort, snort. Another smack. Still making excuses. Told you to learn some Chinese. Now you get why a foreign language matters. Sniff, where's that tiger? I stopped digging ginseng and leveled the rifle, on guard all around. A tiger is an ambush hunter, closing in step by step using grass, rock, and tree, lurking anywhere, and the moment you relax it pounces, explosive power immense. First the boar, then bear, then tiger, isn't about combat power at all. It's about the threat to a hunter. All that bragging about how fierce second brother was, that was hyping it up. You didn't actually believe it, did you? Now it's for real. Cursing inside, a yellow streak suddenly leapt from behind a big tree, fast as lightning, crashing down on second brother like a landslide. That mighty pouncing form maxed out the visual impact, a pair of emotionless killing eyes blazing with menace, claws, and gaping jaws, all lethal danger. In my past life, I'd seen a Siberian tiger at the zoo, fearsome enough, but next to this wild one it was a different dimension entirely. That was fully unleashed savage slaughter. For the first time I felt tangible killing intent. Second brother's nerve had already broken, its pig eyes full of human-like terror, instinct wanting to bolt, but no time. The tiger's jaws about to clamp its spine, a split second of life and death, time seeming to freeze. In a flash I reacted, no time to swing the muzzle around, and boldness surging from desperation, I roared, "Damn!" and shot my right foot out like lightning. The instant the tiger's tongue touched pig bristle, my foot arrived too, thwack. The luckless tiger flew sideways, its jaws snapping shut with a click in midair, a hair short, and it bit empty. That kick, driven by shock and fury with all my strength, sent the tiger flying 4 or 5 yards into a tree trunk. I raised the rifle in the same motion, aiming to end it before it found its footing. Bang! The striped giant's foreleg and shoulder burst with blood. It yowled and swiftly readjusted, lunging forward. I fired again, missed, swung the muzzle. Bang! It had already darted into the woods. A third shot, no telling if it hit. Heart pounding wildly, I looked at the stunned second brother, lifted my still weak leg, and kicked it. Look at your nerve. Pissed yourself or just legs gone soft? Chase, quick, it's wounded. Or it holds a grudge and hounds us forever. Follow the blood, hurry. Second brother seemed to understand, terror and helplessness in its eyes, and shook out its 4 weak legs and sprinted, tracking the smell of blood. I didn't dare lag and kept close. The blood on the fallen leaves was clear, more and more of it. The third shot had scored. Heh heh, tiger bone, tiger penis, tiger skin, tiger meat, tiger gallbladder, all fine things. A whole one on the black market fetches 15,000. The skin alone worth over 6,000. An hour plus, 1 man and 1 boar going nonstop. At the foot of a steep slope the blood trail suddenly cut off. We went instantly on guard. Second brother kept sniffing, but all around was the smell of tiger blood, no direction to be found. I leveled the rifle and looked around. My sixth sense told me the beast was nearby, just hidden too well. I didn't want to drag it out, and my eyes rolled to a plan. Last time the beast didn't know my strength. This time if it pounced, the target would surely be me with the gun. I deliberately backed a few steps and faked tripping on a tree root, all in one smooth motion. Right then the dead leaves on the slope burst apart, the hidden giant tiger plunging down, swift as yellow lightning, blood-red vertical eyes fierce and violent, a pressure that would make even Wu Song's legs shake. I'd long expected it, held the rifle crosswise and braced its jaws with monstrous brute strength, then flung it hard to the side in the same motion. The giant tiger was flung tumbling to the ground, and I drew the hunting knife and pounced right on it. The blade flashed, shk. Blood sprayed my whole face. The tiger's heart was pierced, and its violent thrashing nearly bucked me off. I clamped its waist hard and wouldn't let go. In under a minute its struggle weakened, and it finally slumped, lifeless. I wiped the tiger blood off my face and sat up. Pa, tiger blood's foul, bleh. Just then second brother, like it was juiced up, charged over and lapped greedily at the tiger blood like mad, mouth all red, sickening to watch. Bleh. Second brother, can you have some dignity? You'll even eat this. On second thought, tiger blood's got heavy salt, minerals, and iron, a great tonic for other animals. Never mind, probably your one and only shot at it. The first pig in these woods to drink tiger blood, impressive. Don't touch the meat, it's for selling. I got up and studied the fully dead tiger. Over 3 yards long, 500 plus pounds, iron-hard muscle all over, a big wong. King. Character on its forehead, now dead with its tongue lolling out. Struck it big, huh? With this giant beast, the porcelain kiln's initial investment was surely covered. I didn't go deeper, planning to head back after tonight. Rested a bit, swung the axe felling trees, and made a rough sledge, with me and second brother pulling, no effort at all. An hour later the sledge was about done. Back beside the dead tiger, second brother lay on the ground, belly bulging, face full of satisfaction, unmoved by a few kicks. Full up, then get up and work. You were no use fighting the tiger just now. Snort, snort. It swayed to its feet, displeased. What? Still won't accept it. Grew 2 tusks for nothing. If you're so tough, why didn't you go stab it just now? Second brother, a bit shamed into anger, glared murderously at the dead tiger, pawing wildly, trying to gore the corpse with its tusks. I startled, tackled it, and gave it a round of loving education. It's already dead, and now you stab it. Have some shame. Spineless, backseat driver. Besides, know how much a tiger skin's worth? 1 gore from you, and it's worthless. Beat it. Snort, snort. Still won't accept it. Take this, great mighty heaven dragon, the summons of Gao Tsulan. 1 man and 1 boar horsed around a while, and it got dark. The foot of the slope reeked too much of blood, so we hauled the sledge up the mound, and past the little rise was a sheer cliff. We were right at its base. Just as I went to camp, among the withered grass and rotting leaves I spotted a dark cave mouth, screened by weeds, invisible without a careful look. This place isn't a tiger's den, is it? I found a branch, tied a strip of cloth on it, doused it with baijiu, and made a rough torch. Second brother, wait outside, I'll go take a look. The moment I entered, a rank, rotten stench choked my nose. Claw marks crisscrossed the stone walls. Further in, I kicked something, and holding the torch over, a fleshless human skull rolled several times, its pitch-black sockets staring dead at me. Damn, people scaring people scares people to death. I stepped up and kicked the skull to pieces, the crack of bone especially jarring in the cramped space. Further in, the space widened a good deal, and the firelight showed white bones everywhere, not a scrap of flesh, probably from some time ago, plus tiger hair, dung, and urine marks. A tiger's den for sure, or one of them. This is actually a good spot. The tiger smell hasn't faded, so other animals won't dare come near. Build a fire trench, and I can sleep well tonight. Just the smell's bad. Roast some meat first to counter it. No sooner said than done. I settled second brother and the dead tiger in the cave, swung the axe cutting firewood, and looked around for game while at it. 2 hours later, a dumb roe deer was on the fire. Luckily, there were 2 small holes in the cave roof, so the smoke could escape. Between roasting, I laid out some dry grass and spread a rough sleeping bag. Second brother, full of tiger blood, snored by the fire. It had been scared stiff today, facing a striped tiger head-on, its natural predator's suppression, and it didn't ditch me and bolt, so credit to it. I patted its head lightly and tallied the trip's haul. 5 old ginseng over 50 years, whole and fine. The 6th not yet dug when the tiger struck, to be dug on the way back. 2 dumb roe deer, a few hares and pheasants, plus 1 tiger. A rough count. This haul alone to the black market, 30,000 as a floor. The roe deer done, I grabbed a chunk and dug in. Second brother smelled it and got right up, whining and acting spoiled. You trying to be the only wild boar in the woods to eat itself to death. Since it followed me, its weight had shot up, now 350 pounds, fat and easy in mind. Su Qiuxin and my aunt both spoiled it. Meat every meal plus feed to the full, hard not to get fat. 1 man and 1 boar full and content. Second brother trotted to the cave mouth to pee. And the moment it finished, I froze. In the firelight, the cliff wall where it had just peed was actually glinting. Late that night, deep mountain village. Lin Old 5 led the Lin brothers quietly into the village. 2 per group. Lin Dong and Lin Shi to Lin Dashins, Lin Bei and Lin Nan to Lin Days. Lin Old 5 to my place to report safe and borrow the donkey cart. And Lin Zhong home to pull the donkey cart I'd given last time out to the wood's edge. Too much game this time. Over 2,000 pounds. Needed several flatbed carts, best with donkeys. Hauling to the county seat by muscle alone was too grueling. At my place, a dark figure vaulted the wall, deft, walked to the window, and tapped the glass lightly with a finger. Inside, Su Qiuxin, Su Xiahe, and my aunt woke instantly, sat up, and exchanged a wary look. Su Qiuxin slowly fished 2 pairs of scissors out from under the mattress. With me gone, 3 women and 2 kids at home always slept uneasy on edge, unnoticed when I was there. But once I left, that unease grew plain. The tapping continued, like knocking on the heart. Su Xiahe couldn't take it and worked up the nerve to call. Who's there? Me, Lin Old 5. We're back. The 3 breathed out at once. My aunt turned on the light, dressed, and pulled back the curtain to confirm. Su Qiuxin went to open the door, and seeing only Lin Old 5, panicked inside. Uncle Lin, why only you? Where's Lin Chuan? Coming back in the dead of night. Has something happened to him? The deep mountains held danger upon danger. 1 slip and you're buried in there. Lin Chuan's 3rd trip risking his life. Could he have? Amid the wild thoughts, Su Qiuxin's eyes went wet. My aunt watched Lin Old 5 anxiously too, and even Su Xiahe felt an inexplicable flutter of dread. Seeing the misunderstanding, Lin Old 5 waved. No, Lin Chuan's fine. Doing well. We came back first to handle the game. Too much meat. Moved it in 2 loads. Only then did the 3 relax. As long as Lin Chuan was fine. A home with no man watching over it had hard days. Usually unreliable as he was, the house could do without anyone but him. Uncle Lin, so you're... A knock in the dead of night. Anyone would think twice. A bit much game this time, and the secretary's got his eye on our mountain halls lately. Lin Chuan said to haul it straight to the county black market at night and sell it. So I came to borrow the cart. Much game? The 3 women exchanged a look, faces full of joy. Good. Uncle Lin, I'll hitch the cart now. Su Qiuxin went into the yard, hitched it with practiced ease, patted the donkey's head, and smiled. Uncle Lin, I'll go with you this time. I've got a checkup at the hospital tomorrow to get my meds anyway. Good, good, meds matter most. Lin Old 5 smiled artlessly. Su Qiuxin had been on meds nearly 3 months, her illness well controlled, sitting, lying, and walking no different from anyone. Healthier, even. But Su Xiahe still worried. In her memory, her sister had always been frail, wan, terminally ill. Little sister, I'll go with you too. Humph. I want to see for myself whether that bastard's really so amazing, hunting all this game and hauling it with a donkey cart. He hasn't done something shady, has he? Su Qiuxin laughed and sighed. Second sister was still hung up on the forced bride price. Fine, let's go. Aunt, you stay and watch Dia and Arya. My aunt nodded. Be careful, you too. Rest easy. I'll take good care of Lin Chuan's 2 wives. Lin Old 5 smiled, the 5 scars on his face folding into the grin. Su Xiahe bristled. Who's his wife? Neither little sister nor I are. Say it again, and no cart for you. Lin Old 5 smiled and waved. Okay, little Chuan's wife. You, Su Xiahe fumed, chest heaving. Su Qiuxin quickly pulled her. Second sister, business first, don't mind the little details. You're aggravating me too? Half an hour later, the village gate. Silence all around. Not a light in the village. Rows of houses like silver-cloaked beasts in the moonlight. Lin Old 5 led the donkey cart to the gate, where the 5 Lin brothers had gathered, 4 donkey and flatbed carts in all. Go. The group headed for the mountain road without a sound. Another half hour, and they stopped by the roadside. The 5 brothers hopped off and walked into the trees, and before long carried out a big boar and loaded it onto a flatbed cart. Su Xiahe let out a startled little cry. Second brother? Everyone laughed, Su Qiuxin included. It's not second brother, just looks like it. Maybe it's his brother. The 5 brothers ribbed, then ducked back into the woods and carried out a second one. Su Xiahe, seeing this much meat for the first time, gasped inside. Everyone for miles lived at the foot of the big mountains, and she'd never heard of any hunter bagging 2 boars. But it wasn't over. A third, a fourth, then a dozen plus wild goats, wild deer, dumb roe deer, badgers, countless hares and pheasants. Too much, 4 flatbed carts packed full. Now even Su Qiuxin was stunned beyond words. This, all hunted this trip? It's too much, we couldn't eat it in years. Lin Old 5 smiled. Thanks to second brother, in the woods it's fiercer than the old master hunter. We've basically infiltrated the enemy. Keep some, haul the rest to the city black market. Oh, and 3 ginseng too here. So saying, he took a red cloth bundle from inside his shirt and pressed it on Su Qiuxin. Su Qiuxin's hand jerked. Last time what she'd gone to sell at the black market with Lin Chuan was ginseng too. The one second brother had bitten, sold for 1,200, and now 3 more. Su Xiahe stared at the red bundle and swallowed. Little sister had told her everything, including how Lin Chuan made his money. Little sister, let's take the ginseng and run. This is worth several thousand. That bastard Lin Chuan's a huge fire pit. No telling when his madness flares up again. Su Qiuxin quickly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, Second sister, don't talk nonsense. Lin Chuan's not that kind. He's a good man. Besides, Uncle Lin's his diehard if he hears. And when Lin Chuan gets back and forces the wedding night, I'm not stepping in. Su Xiahe glared. He wouldn't dare. Then, guilty, she clapped a hand over her mouth and stole a glance at Lin Old 5 loading the cart. Second sister, like Lin Chuan says, the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. You've got a bias. Su Xiahe angrily pinched her ear. You're taking his side too? I don't care about his mountain or no mountain. I just find him unbearable. It gnaws at me. Can I have a bit of bias? If he hadn't forced the bride price. Ear pinched, Su Qiuxin's face flushed, and she reached out to tickle her sister. Su Xiahe, sensitive and terribly ticklish since childhood, melted into a heap and fought back, 2 flowers vying in bloom, a lively scene. Dawn, Linjiang County seat. Lin Old 5 and the 5 brothers drove the donkey carts into the city, but a problem arose. The black market only opened at night, so where to find Boss He in broad daylight? Lin Chuan had told them not to show their faces, fearing villagers would recognize them and hand Lin Monsong and Sun a handle. They knew no one in the city, so they could only wait for dark. Su Qiuxin read Lin Old 5's confusion and said softly, Uncle Lin, looking for Boss He, right? Lin Old 5 crouched and pulled out his pipe. Right, last time we went straight to the black market. Don't know where Boss He lives. Su Qiuxin's eyes turned and she smiled. Uncle Lin, I've got away, follow me. The city at dawn had few people yet, the state shop's not open, but a private breakfast joint was already up. Passing it, Su Qiuxin pulled out a yuan and bought 20 meat buns. In 1981, meat buns were 5 cents each. The group ate while driving the carts through twists and turns into an alley, and then several hoodlums surrounded them. That's right, the very alley Lin Chuan had brought Su Qiuxin to on his first city trip, where the yellow-haired Yu Shaoqian had gotten beaten, also their gang's headquarters. The donkey carts were ringed, and one itchy-handed guy flipped back the coarse cloth to peek. One glance, and his eyes lit up. Meat? It's all meat. We're rich. What? Su Qiuxin sighed. This bunch of hoodlums hadn't improved a bit. Same old routine. Next comes threats and robbery. She stood up and just said, Uncle Lin, beat them. Lin old 5, still not knowing what they'd come here for, erupted at once. On it, the 5 Lin brothers were more excited. All fine men love a fight. Then it got bloody. The father and 6 sons gang beat a dozen plus hoodlums, noses gushing, every punch landing on flesh, wails unending. Su Qiuxin sat on the cart watching with relish. But Su Xiaohe was scared, hugging her sister's arm and swallowing hard. Half a month ago she'd wandered this city, bullied plenty by hoodlums, and never expected her own sister to order a beating without a word of questioning. Where's the human decency? In under 5 minutes, the dozen-plus hoodlums were pinned front and back on the ground. Su Qiuxin, mimicking Lin Chuan that night, walked up to one. You gonna talk? Talk, or I have Uncle Lin beat you again. The pinned, nose-gushing hoodlum was full of grievance. Big sis boss, you have to ask first. What do you want me to say? I'll tell you everything I know. No need to be this brutal. Last time there was another unreasonable one. At that he looked up, studied Su Qiuxin, confirmed it a few times, and burst into tears. What kind of people are these? He'd been in the beating last time too, the one kicked into the wall who couldn't get up for a while. Haha, you still recognize me? Great. Su Qiuxin turned to Lin old 5. Didn't I ask just now? Lin old 5 nodded firmly. You didn't. You said beat them first thing. What did we come here for? Su Qiuxin, sheepish. To find someone. I ask you. There's a yellow-haired guy here called Yu Qian. The still-pinned hoodlum looked up resentfully. Yu Xiaoqian, my boss. Right, call him. He's the one we want. Okay, he lives right up front. I'll take you. Su Qiuxin nodded to Lin old 5, and only then was the hoodlum let go. Not far up, at a house's door, the hoodlum pounded away. In 81 the county seat wasn't all tall buildings, mostly single-story and 2-3-story small buildings, and the residential areas especially were mostly single-story, just a bit better than the countryside. Before long, cursing came from inside. Who is it? Dare disturb my sleep, I'll kill you. The door flew open, and Yu Xiaoqian swaggered out duck-footed, bleary-eyed. First he saw 5 big men holding his flunkies with ill intent, and further back, 2 fairy-like girls seated on a donkey cart smiling at him. Coarse cloth and bloodstains on the cart. Damn. He rubbed his eyes hard. Bad luck all year. The scene stirred ugly memories, and he spun on the spot and bolted with lightning speed. Uncle Lin. Catch him. Beat him if he won't obey. Lin she flashed over and grabbed a handful of his yellow hair. Ow. My scalp's coming off. Let go, mercy hero. Su Qiuxin, riding the Lin brothers' momentum, fully let loose. Yu Xiaoqian still know me? Gave you 10 pounds of meat last time. At that, Yu Xiaoqian stopped struggling, turned, and smiled warmly. It's you, sis. I remember, you were masked last time, so I didn't recognize you. You're so pretty, sis. I've got it this time. You're my dear sister. Sis, did my brother come? I've missed him. Let go, we're family. He batted away Lin Shi's hair-pulling hand and walked up to Su Qiuxin. Sis, selling meat again this time? Su Qiuxin, playing big sis boss on the back of the tiger's might for the first time, was a bit excited. I'm looking for boss Hey. Just say there's business. Lin Chuan's people. 20 pounds of meat for you this time. Hearing meat, Yu Xiaoqian's little eyes lit up. Dear sis, I'll go find boss Hey right now. Please, come inside, no one's home. He let everyone in and shot off. A standard 4-room house with a small yard. The inside a mess. Cigarette butts, liquor bottles, newspapers, dirty clothes, worn shoes piled everywhere. Luckily a few clean chairs. Sitting down, Su Xiaohe felt like she was meeting her sister anew. Beat, threaten, and find someone at a word, all in one smooth motion. Was this still that frail, gentle little sister? A bit domineering, and very much her own mind, especially with 6 burly Lins standing behind her, meaty scarred faces, full of menace, a proper underworld big sis boss. Had she caught it from that bastard Lin Chuan? Is thuggery a contagious disease? No. Give me back my gentle, kind little sister. Little sister, you've changed. Su Qiuxin smiled and took her hand. Second sister, you still don't see? The world outside is vast. Before, we were trapped in Su family village, trapped at home, trapped in a cave, and trapped in feudal blind filial piety. What kind of life did we live? I was abandoned. You sold for money. Like Lin Chuan says, this world is big, I want to go see it. Back then my heart was set on dying, and he told me. Across this land the scenery's like a painting, the food sweet as honey, the rivers and hills splendid, 100 flavors alive. He may be unreliable sometimes, love talking nonsense, but he's never broken his word to me. I'm waiting for him to show me the world. Sister, you're right. I have changed. Su Xiaohe stared blankly at her light-eyed sister, a thousand feelings stirring. This little sister no longer seemed to need her care. Grown up in just 3 short months. Sister, one day you'll understand. Lin Chuan loves to talk nonsense, but think it over carefully and his words make a lot of sense. Humph, he's just a village bully. What big sense could he have? Good at beating people, sure. Don't you go learning bad from him. Amid the sisters' murmuring, the door was pushed open. Boss He strode in with 4 or 5 dark, burly men, Yu Shaoqian bobbing and scraping behind. He swept the room, didn't see Lin Chuan, only 2 extremely pretty girls and the Lin brothers, and cocked a brow. Where's brother Lin Chuan? Not here. Haha, 2 pretty little girls added this time. An odd light flickered in his eyes. No wonder they got lecherous. Su Qiuxin and Su Xiaohe, one lovely as a deep valley orchid, the other like a rose under blazing sun. That little fox Lin Chuan wasn't here, so the upper hand was his to call. But next, one line from Su Qiuxin scared Boss He half to death. A day earlier, the deep mountain woods, the tiger's cave. In the pitch-black cave, the fire trench's flames flickered, my shadow and the dead tigers swaying on the stone wall. Under the spot where second brother had peed, threads of gold light actually scattered. Damn, second brother, that tiger blood earlier isn't poisonous, is it? You piss gold, glittering gold. Second brother shook itself, not getting my meaning, thinking I minded it peeing in the cave, and turned to paw sand and dirt hard with its hind hoof to cover the stain. But the more it pawed, the more gold light on the ground. The hell? Half in doubt, I rushed over and tackled it to quiet it. Off, no time to play now. My eyes had long been nailed to that gold light, a gold bracelet, pawed out of the dirt. Real gold. Just as I reached for it, I saw the urine stain on it and pulled back fast. Second brother, pee wrong again and I'll castrate you. No help for it. I found a cloth to nudge the bracelet out and examined it in the firelight. A rank stench of urine shot to my brain, nearly bringing up last night's dinner. This bracelet was definitely top grade, a lifelike phoenix finely carved on it, a master's work, though blackened in several spots, still exquisite. The smell was too strong, so I had to pocket it first. But turning around, gold light again on the ground, right where second brother was peeing this time. You son of a... I tackled it again. Great mighty heaven dragon, 1,000-year slay. After some horsing around, I raked out a second gold bracelet with a branch. This one carved with a gold dragon. Equally exquisite, the two making a matched pair. Glittering gold, I couldn't take my eyes off. Never mind the gold's weight. The carving alone was worth a fortune. Rich. What was gold worth in 81? I frantically dug through my memory and finally found the answer in a novel. The bank's buying price 16 yuan a gram, black market double, 30 a gram. Hefting them. This pair was over half a gene at least, 300 plus grams, worth 7,500, with the dragon and phoenix carving, over 9,000. I got interested, pocketed the bracelets, drew my hunting knife, and dug where second brother had peed. Half an hour later, looking at a dozen plus holes I dug, I was glum. Damn it, is second brother actually the one from Gao Village? One pee and it finds treasure, so I'm the jinx. I sat back by the fire, sulking, then narrowed my eyes and noticed something off about that wall. In the flickering firelight, a circular shadow on the wall joined into a ring, invisible without a careful look, and near impossible for an ordinary person to catch. Only with my eyesight, and only at a specific angle in the firelight, could that faint difference be seen. I got up, took 3 strides, and kicked the cliff wall hard. Rumble. The whole cave shook, dust drifting down. Pa got in my eye. I rubbed my eyes and stepped back to look. The circular shadow was clearer now. It's a stone plugging a cave mouth. Second brother, quit sleeping, help. Second brother had no small strength either, and one man and one boar pushed hard. I strained, veins bulging on my face, while it rammed with its head, and finally we shoved the stone aside. Rumble. A half-man-tall oval black cave appeared, a damp, rotten stench shooting up my nose. A cave within a cave? I made another rough torch, covered my mouth and nose with the cloth strip, held the torch out, and leaned half my body in. Holy hell. Inside, a dozen plus skeletons lay in a jumble on the ground, ghostly white bones with a faint glow, fleshless teeth seeming to open and close in the firelight, hollow sockets flickering, as if staring dead at me. Son of a... My heart nearly jumped out. Too creepy. I'm a timid, kind, handsome guy, and you show me this? Second brother, you first. I tried to draft second brother, but it was no fool, shaking its head and refusing. So I tackled it again and gave it 10 minutes of loving education, and only then did it root its way in reluctantly. Uneasy, I followed close behind. Crunch, crunch, second brother stepping on bones nonstop. I quickly lowered the torch, white bones everywhere. Apologies, everyone. It wasn't me stepping, blames second brother. Muttering, I raised the torch and looked around. This inner cave wasn't big, 100-some square meters, roof about 5 meters up, walls all knife and axe marks. Not natural, hewn by people. The skeletons on the ground wore what looked like Republic-era clothing, and scattered around were axes, chisels, pry bars, picks, big hammers, hemp rope, several baskets, and a few oil lamps in the corner half buried in dust. More shocking still, among the dozens of skeletons were several Japanese soldiers. Tea-green uniforms, 5-pointed stars on the caps, Japanese sabers still clutched in hand, the rest laborers. That's not right. These people trekked deep into the mountains to dig a cave, too much time on their hands. I bent to pick up a saber, drew it with a rasp, and the scabbard broke off a big chunk, the blade rusted beyond use. Right then, the sound of something dropping came from second brother's direction. I hurried in. At the cave's deepest point, second brother was rooting at a big chest, and by the time I got there it had rooted it to pieces, several tin cans rolling out. You're just a pig. All you know is eating. Ignoring it, I raised the torch. A dozen-plus big chests stacked into view, all about the same size, 5 feet long, half a meter wide, half a man tall, arched lids, surely fine wood, not rotted in decades. Looks like there's something. I gripped the old lock and twisted. Crack, the rusted lock shattered, and I lifted the lid eagerly. You son of a... My hand jerked, nearly flipping the chest. Inside was all hand grenades. The melon-shaped kind, wrapped layer by layer in oil paper and coarse cloth, straw and sawdust packed between, a moisture layer beneath. In my past life, I'd only seen them in anti-Japanese war TV dramas. In reality for the first time, and a full chest at that. A bit of a visual shock. One slip and the fun would be big. I quickly clapped the lid shut. Second brother was still clunking and rooting, and my head throbbed. Out, get the hell out. With kicks and shoves I drove it out of the cave. It huffed. Meaning, when you need someone it's sweetie. When you don't it's kicks and beatings. Are you even human? I ignored it, took a few deep breaths, and kept opening chests. The second was a whole chest of ammunition, moisture cloth and thick oilcloth preserving it perfectly, not a speck of rust. The third, pistol after pistol, at least 100 Nambu, turtle box, pistols, thick oilcloth and moisture cloth plus a layer of gun oil. The bodies black and gleaming. Whether usable was hard to say, but the preservation was truly meticulous. The next few chests weren't much use. Medical kits, Type 38 rifle parts, cartridges and magazines, military canned food, compressed biscuits. Only 2 chests were different, plainly a size bigger, dark purple going black, extremely heavy, and up close a faint sandalwood scent, corners bound in pure copper, the surface inlaid with gems in pines and cranes for longevity, motif, an old copper lock carved with intricate patterns. This lock's like an antique, and the chest's worth more. It's small leaf red sandalwood. A pity, but my curiosity runs deep, so I'll have to wrong you, little lock. I picked up a rusted axe, smashed the lock, and the instant I lifted the lid, I clutched my chest, an excited flush rising to my face, panting hard. The hell, second brother, you really are a money-making pig. A whole chest of gold bars, gold jewelry, precious gems, gold gleaming and colors dazzling in the firelight, pigeon blood rubies, sky blue sapphires, lush green jade, and pink ones too, all top-grade gold pieces and finest gems. By comparison, even the half chest of gold bars at the bottom looked ordinary. Rich. Put these out, and in this era they'd absolutely make the "you convinced yet?" rankings. I looked 10 minutes, more excited the more I looked, and only second brother rooting back and restored my sanity. Damn it, they say wealth moves the heart. Turns out I really haven't seen the world. Lay low, must lay low, can't get reckless. Show this, and I'm finished for sure. The state machinery is no joke. I quickly shut the chest, out of sight, out of mind, and excitedly looked to the last sandalwood chest. Crack, I smashed the copper lock and lifted a crack. No gold light, and a bit disappointed I flung it fully open. Inside, 10 pieces of porcelain, small, plainly not ordinary. I'd had little to do with porcelain in my past life, couldn't tell good from bad. There were also a few carefully kept scrolls. I peeled off the moisture oilcloth layer by layer. A painting of mountains and birds, the signature I couldn't make out. No idea who painted it, but preserved this carefully, it surely wasn't bad, worth money. Rewrapping and replacing it, I found more at the chest's bottom. I scooped a hand in, yuan head and dragon silver dollars, a thick layer of them beneath. In 81, an ordinary yuan head dollar went for around 50 on the black market. The dragon dollar, the Qing silver coin with a lifelike coiled dragon on the back, was mostly melted down after the Qing fell, rarer than the yuan head, over 100 on the black market. This chest bottom held several thousand at least, no small value. I admired them a while longer, set down an exquisite bronze incense burner, and reclosed the chest. A pity, these can't come out for now. Never mind the current climate. Even sold, there was no reliable channel, and with a channel they wouldn't fetch full price, and it'd draw eyes easily. Just shifted from the big collective to the contract system, private economy barely surfacing, inspections vicious, not the time for big moves. As long as I developed step by step, I wouldn't lack money later, so store these in the cave first and come back at the right chance. This place was untrodden anyway, and the outer cave suited big beasts, so before long the tiger smell would fade and a new fierce beast would move in. I moved the 2 sandalwood chests to the very back, hid them with other chests, took 2 pistols and plenty of magazines and rounds, tidied the cave and confirmed all was in order, and with second brother's help sealed the mouth with the huge stone. To avoid discovery, I carefully smeared the seams with yellow clay, plastered the original small gravel over it, then scattered dust and dirt. A whole night's work, and no trace of the cave mouth remained. Even if someone got suspicious, no one could push that huge stone. At most they'd think it a big rock set in the mountainside. By the time all this was done, it was fully light. A whole night without sleep, yet I wasn't tired, only full of satisfaction and sustained excitement. I kicked awake the soundly sleeping second brother. Let's go home. It got up reluctantly, huffing for breakfast. You've gotten particular too. The 3 meals a day habit was one Su Chioshin and my aunt had spoiled it into. Every time they cooked, they prepped its share first, or the thing would climb onto the table. Snort, snort. It rooted around discontentedly, refusing to work. I could only compromise. Fine, hunt as we walk, eat whatever we bag, and if you still won't move, I'll beat you. Second brother glanced at the dead tiger on the sledge, sighed, and put on the rope as a beast of burden. I didn't slack either, tying a rope on and pulling with it. We walked half a day to where we dug ginseng. Luckily it was still there, spent an hour digging it out, and only then did 1 man and 1 boar set out on the road home. Linjiang County seat, Yu Xiaoqin's house. Boss He had meant to fleece them while Lin Chuan was away, and seeing Su Xiahe and Su Qiuxin unreasonably pretty, wicked thoughts rose in his heart. Brother Lin Chuan's not here, what business with me? These 2 girls look unfamiliar. How about coming to drink with me? My business isn't easy to run. So saying, his gaze roamed brazenly over the 2 sisters, and the several big men behind him wore ill-intentioned smiles too. Few in the underworld are good people. The first few times, Boss He couldn't read Lin Chuan and was fairly polite. After last time he'd had people look into it. Village bully of Black Mountain Village, a reckless lord who ran roughshod for miles. But he didn't cut it in the city. Boss He was Linjiang County's local snake, with backers above and flunkies below, running the black market, reselling goods, collecting protection money, robbing other crooks. Outwardly a paragon of loyalty, inwardly ruthless. In the underworld, you can't stand firm without being cruel. Lin Old 5 and the 5 brothers, seeing his expression off, stepped up to block the 2 sisters. What do you want, a fight? This is how you do business. Boss He curled his lip, unruly. The first couple of times I didn't know your background. This time I've got it clear, Deep Mountain Village, right? Country bumpkins, trading with you twice was already doing you a favor. Good haul this time. 4 donkey carts of meat you want to sell at my market, so show some sincerity. What do you want? Lin Old 5 snarled. Boss He pulled up a chair and sat, smiling. Sell me the meat. 4 carts, 400 yuan. Dream on. This is thousands of pounds of meat. Lin, she shouted furiously. Boss He snorted coldly, and his flunkies, catching on, whistled, and a dozen plus fierce-faced men swarmed in from outside. Lin Old 5 and the others gave no ground either, taking down their hunting knives, ready to fight to the death, both sides at daggers drawn, the air crushed to a breaking point. In the corner Yu Xiaoqian was scared stiff, crouched, and not daring to move. At the tensest moment, Boss He suddenly waved and smiled. Of course, I can also skip the meat. But I don't like drinking with no company. His eyes narrowed, looking at the 2 sisters. They say beauty is a curse. Pretty is no fault, but it can't withstand human wickedness. You can't stop others from wanting to do wrong. Su Xiahe was frantic, still blocking her sister. Qiuxin, run first in a bit. Don't look back, I'll fight them. But the moment before it came to blows, Su Qiuxin wasn't very afraid. She suddenly bent, pulled out a white handkerchief, pressed it to her mouth, and coughed hard. Cough, cough. Boss He, cough, cough. Do you still? Cough, cough. Remember me? You even gave me roast chicken. Done coughing. She deliberately flashed the handkerchief, a glaring clot of bright red on the white silk. Qiuxin. Su Xiahe steadied her, tense. Didn't the doctor say? Before she finished, Su Qiuxin suddenly gripped her arm, tilted her head, and shot her a look, and Su Xiahe swallowed the words. But hearing that, and seeing that glaring clot of blood, Boss He nearly died of fright, legs going soft on the spot. You're that day's consumption. Damn, go now. Like he'd been jabbed in the rear, he shot up and bolted. His flunkies were bewildered, and two of them, seeming to grasp something, turned and left. Lin Chuan had said his wife had consumption his first trip to the black market. The disease had a treatment now, but still a fatality rate, plus the older generation's notion that catch consumption and you just wait to die. And most of the room were his flunkies. Infect a whole nest, and he'd be responsible. A contagious terminal disease, and hospital treatment's medical fees alone were astronomical. This girl was coughing blood. The contagion had to be terrifyingly strong. The character for lust really does carry a knife on top. But Su Qiuxin wasn't done. Hold it. Cough, cough. Boss He, didn't you want me to drink with you? Cough, cough, I agree. Boss He went red and roared. Agree my ass. You don't want to live, but I do. And turned to run again. Run again, cough, cough. And I'll move into your house. Then who dare follow you? A boss with not one flunky. Cough, cough. Boss He's steps halted, and he turned with a mournful face, still slowly backing away. What do you want? He wanted to die right now. A rough big oaf who didn't understand tuberculosis at all, only that it was contagious and killed. Sis, I was wrong. Stop coughing. Whatever it is, say it. I'll eat the loss. I'm not human. Just don't take me down with you. Say it, and I'll do it for sure. He was nearly crying, and his flunkies caught on, backing away fast, some covering their mouths and noses, their eyes on Su Qiuxin full of terror. The fierce fear the reckless fear those who don't value their lives. This is that. Su Qiuxin was delighted inside, learning to be a bad person from a thug. The fun's yours, the trouble's theirs. Cough, cough. The meat in the carts you buy at full black market price. And there's 2 ginseng. I want a high price. Lin Old 5, expression odd, took 2 red cloth bundles from inside his shirt. Not just him. The 5 brothers and Su Xiaohao wore odd looks too, startled and wanting to laugh, having to hold it in and put on a solemn martyr's face. Close contact with a terminal consumption ghost. Those are fearless warriors. Boss He glanced at the 4 donkey carts outside, brows knit. Sis, how about you sell it at the black market yourselves? It's too much. I don't have the money. Meat's a hot commodity. Before he finished, Su Qiuxin bent again. Cough, cough, cough. More blood on the white silk. Okay, I'll buy. All of it. High price, all of it. Sis, put your powers away. Seeing him cave, Su Qiuxin stood straight at once, tucked the handkerchief into her pocket, and smiled. Boss He, actually my illness is nearly cured. I can drink with you, believe it? I believe your big head. Don't let me see you again. Consumption ghost. You gambling your life with me. Think I'm blind. Look at your own handkerchief. A handful of blood, and still saying you'll drink with me. You want me dead. Boss He had never been this stifled, cursing viciously while cowering back. In that moment, he grasped the true meaning of being a boss. Talk tough in a cowardly way, don't lose face. Su Qiuxin didn't mind, and said breezily, just 1 hour. Weigh it, pay up. 1 minute late, and I'll squat at your door, and nobody gets by. Boss He stopped cursing, turned, and ran. With no outsiders in the room, Su Qiuxin slumped instantly, covering her mouth. Ow, so much pain, I bit my tongue open. Su Xiaohao punched her a few times, exasperated. Sly little thing. Never thought you'd learn to be bad too. I didn't even react. If you hadn't pinched me, I'd have thought it was real. Lin Old Five's family looked a bit sheepish too. They hadn't reacted either, but they trusted Lin Chuan and Su Qiuxin. Just then Lin Bei noticed someone still cowering in the corner, head against the wall doing an I'm invisible act. The yellow-haired Yu Shaoqian. Su Qiuxin said with mischief. Hey, you think they'll get infected? Heard the longer the contact, the higher the chance of catching consumption. Anyone else in this room? Before she finished, Yu Shaoqian shot up like electrocuted, eyes shut, charging out, and got grabbed by Lin Dong. Just teasing. Can't be infected. Go cut your meat. 20 pounds. Yu Shaoqian was scared half to death, cursing inside that this was a pack of plague gods. Even Boss He caved and ran, and they say no infection. Tell it to the Marines. Doubt or not, he didn't dare cut 1 pound short of 20. Boss He was quick. An hour later, all the meat was weighed. 3,000 pounds gutted, 3,500 yuan. 2 wild ginseng, 3,000. 6,005 total. Cash this time, no coupons. Su Qiuxin was generous too, pulling out 3,000 plus to hand to Lin Old 5, but he wouldn't take it, and said solemnly. Little Chuan said this money's got a plan, to build the kiln. Best wait till he's back to talk. Only then did Su Qiuxin and Su Xiaohao learn Lin Chuan had other plans. I see. Then wait till he's back to talk. The group wasn't in a hurry to head back. A rare trip to the city, and a big handful of cash in hand, had to spend around. Su Xiaohao was still wearing her sister's clothes, too tight to fit. Lin Old Five's family too wore shiny, worn-out old clothes. Su Qiuxin waved a grand hand and headed straight for the department store. Lucky she'd brought plenty of coupons just in case. 2 new outfits and 2 new pairs of shoes for each of Lin Old Five's family, plus cloth to make more back home, much cheaper. Su Xia just bought 6 or 7 ready-made sets and 3 pairs of shoes. Watching her sister spend money like water, Su Xia didn't know what to say. A bit excited, a bit heartsore, and a tiny bit jealous. At midday, they ate mutton hot pot, and in the afternoon outfitted hunting gear, knives, rope, backpacks, compasses, ammunition, and a new pipe for Lin Old Five. The 5 brothers loved smoking, so a carton each, plus sheafing and ergo to liquor and daily necessities. Lin Old Five's family were all big rough men, careless and unfussy about daily life. Su Qiuxin, thoughtful, kicked out the family's daily needs in full. Over 500 spent in a day, more than a worker's yearly wage, spent so much that Lin Old Five and the 5 brothers felt bad about it. Their attitude towards Su Qiuxin shifted subtly too, truly taking her as family, no longer through Lin Chuan, but from the heart as their own little sister, unconsciously centering on her. Whatever she said went thick as thieves. Su Xia had to get to know her sister anew yet again. Grown up indeed, matured, utterly transformed. No longer the meek, frail, timid Su Qiuxin indifferent to living or dying. Not only was her body's illness healed, her heart's illness had found new life too. In just 3+ short months. Did that thug Lin Chuan really have such magnetism? Not until evening did the group ride the donkey carts back to Deep Mountain Village, dawdling till the dead of night before slipping off to their own homes. Time hurried on. 3 more days passed, and again in the dead of night, I silently vaulted my own courtyard wall. That was a clean vault. What's with the instinctive skill? I crept to the east room window and tapped the glass. Bam bam. Instant reaction inside. Who's there? I recognized Su Xia's voice, with a thread of tremble, plainly a bit scared. Yours truly got interested at once, eyes rolling, and put on an aged voice. Me, Tianguang. Wife, your dad took my bride price and you still want to run? I've come to haul you back today. Open up quick. The words out, Su Xia and my aunt cried out inside. A flurry of rustling, then quiet again fast. I chuckled and said low, pressing my voice down. Humph, let me tell you, I've brought men. Wife, don't open the door and I'll charge in, tie you straight back for the wedding night. 2 babies a year, 5 in 3 years. You dare run and I break your legs. And once you birth a kid, I'll beat the kid too. Inside, Su Xia and my aunt were terrified, clutching each other with wide, horrified eyes. Only Su Qiuxin found it more and more off. When Lin Chuan lured her over, he'd threatened her with these exact words, identical. Listening closer, there was suppressed snickering mixed in. She got it in a flash. Among people she knew, only that bastard Lin Chuan joked like this. Su Qiuxin dressed, ignored their attempts to stop her, walked to the window, and yanked the curtain open. Sure enough, in the moonlight Lin Chuan stood there talking nonsense with a straight face. Su Xia saw it was his doing too, fury surging, grabbed the scissors, and stormed to open the door to have it out. But she forgot. In her earlier panic she was wearing only her underclothes, glowing white in the moonlight, and quite surging with waves. My eyes went straight and unblinking. What's a perfect figure, this is it. Curves exquisite, front and back, a bewitching form. Su Xia brandished the scissors and gritted her teeth. You dare scare me? Think I'm easily scared? Sure enough, Su Xia was no gentle one. Radiantly lovely, but a rose with thorns. Otherwise she wouldn't have run away from home and called herself your lady either. Just a bit slow in the head, daring to run out in something so airy. I admired with shining eyes, amused. Whether you're easily scared I don't know, but you sure are big. Only then did Su Xia feel the chill all over, and looking down, couldn't see her feet, only a great expanse of white. Ah! She shrieked, clapped her hands over her chest, and fled inside in a panic. You just wait. I didn't mind. Just a bikini, not like she was really seen bare. In the future the beaches are packed with them. But in this era, especially the countryside, that was another matter entirely. Su Qiuxin came out fully dressed, first rewarded me with a big eye roll, then anxiously checked me over for injuries. My aunt got hands on directly, feeling here, peering there, only relaxing once she confirmed I was fine. Little Chuan, don't go into the mountains alone anymore. It's too dangerous. It's fine, Aunt. I've got second brother, the local tyrant of the mountains. At that, the 2 noticed second brother hadn't come back with me. Where's second brother? Su Qiuxin asked. In the woods at the village gate. I came back to hitch the donkey cart, heading to the county seat tonight to sell the ginseng and game. I'll hitch the cart. My aunt smiled and went into the yard. Only Su Qiuxin and I were left. I'll go too. Stared at by me she got a bit shy, and just as she went to leave, I caught her little snow-white hand. Bargain price bride. Missed me so much you couldn't sleep? She flushed and dropped her head, tried to pull her hand back and couldn't. It's my sister who thinks of you day and night and can't sleep. She's the one you laid down bride price for. Let go. I won't. Just as the mood was good, a teeth-gritting voice rang out. My sister told you to let go. Su Xiaohe, dressed tight now, glared at me, embarrassed and vexed. A bit awkward, I let go. Ahem, sister-in-law. Why grab your brother-in-law's hand the second you're back? Your sister's watching. Aren't you ashamed? You're asking to die. She went straight for me and was held back hard by Su Qiuxin. I took the chance to pull the donkey cart out. Wait, I'll go with you. Su Qiuxin hadn't told me about Boss He yet. If she went to Boss He again this trip, she had to explain what happened before. Me too. Su Xiaohe was uneasy about her sister. You two don't go to the county seat. Just bring second brother back together. Fine. I've got something to tell you. We'll talk on the way. It was already the small hours, the village pitch dark, not a ghost in sight. On the way, Su Qiuxin told me the whole Boss He business. I flared up at once. Son of a, show me respect, and I call him Boss He. Disrespect me, and I'll turn him into a black ghost. Big talk, Su Xiaohe scoffed. My eyes rolled. Which of you two did he take a fancy to? Su Qiuxin laughed inside and played along. My radiant, peerlessly beautiful second sister, of course. I picked it right up. Then never mind, Boss He's got it hard too. Heard he's still without a wife. Understandable, very understandable. Su Xiaohe's face changed on the spot. You bastard, what's that supposed to mean? What? If this Boss He fancied Su Qiuxin, he's a black ghost who'll get what's coming. But if he fancied Su Xiaohe, then Boss He's got it hard and deserves sympathy. Lin Chuan, your lady's not done with you today. And she went for my hair. Right then, I flipped back the roadside moisture tarp. A 3-meter-plus striped tiger revealed its form, radiating a formless, kingly aura. Even dead, it was frightening enough, all the more menacing to women. Ah. Two screams broke past the dolphin pitch limit, and two figures latched onto me with lightning speed, hugging my arm and burrowing hard into my chest. I narrowed my eyes and savored the softness, saying nothing, passively copying quite a few feels. A few minutes later, the two reacted, worked up the nerve to steal a glance at the dead tiger, then noticed I was perfectly calm, wearing a look of enjoyment. The two realized they'd been had. You. One of us is definitely dying today. You infuriate me. If you won't die, we go down together. Su Xiaohe was truly about to blow. This bastard was here to torment her. How many times had she cracked today? She'd lost count. Anyway, today was a life-or-death game. Facing her clawed, snarling advance, I pointed at the dead tiger, feigning surprise. The tiger's alive. Sure enough, movement started around the tiger. Su Xiaohe shrieked again and grabbed me, not daring to look back. Just then, second brother walked innocently out of the woods, saw Su Qiuxin, and ran over happily to act spoiled. All right, sister, the tiger's dead. That was second brother's noise. Su Qiuxin talked her down for half an hour before she settled. You just wait. I didn't buy it at all. Eat my food, drink my drink, sleep at my place. So you've got to provide some emotional value, and watching a beauty go frantic was pretty fun too. It really is a tiger. Amazing. I've never seen one before. How'd you kill it? It must have been so dangerous. Are you hurt? Compared to Su Xiaohe, Su Qiuxin was far gentler. The emotional value she offered more satisfying. Haha, a little mountain lord, one hunting knife, and it's in hand. Su Qiuxin put on an admiring look at just the right moment. She knew tiger hunting was never that simple. It must have been extremely perilous, but I didn't want to say, so she didn't press. The two looked a while longer, then together loaded the 500-plus-pound tiger onto the cart and covered it tight with the moisture tarp. You two head back first. Don't let second brother show yet. Wait till I'm back. Okay, humph. I drove the donkey cart, mulling over what Su Qiuxin had just said. Boss He, few in the underworld are clean, and he'd done plenty of ruthless things. But much of the game I had was, by regulation, not allowed to hunt, and precious ginseng was even more forbidden to trade privately. Only sellable at state shops, at a pitiful price. Boss He was Linjiang's biggest black market player, with market, channels, and customers. Ordinary people couldn't move goods like his. Still useful to keep, even now that he knew my background and was growing a rebellious streak. This time, if not for Su Qiuxin's quick wits, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I hardened inside. Then give him a deep lesson, make him behave. 2+ hours later, I entered Linjiang County seat, already 3 in the morning. Using the address Su Qiuxin gave, I vaulted straight into Yu Xiaoqin's yard. With my freakish physique, only the Forbidden City's walls could stop me. The door was unlocked. I walked to his bedside and gently slapped his dead pig face. Wake up. Who's it? No more drinking. I gave him a big backhand. Smack. Yu Xiaoqin jolted awake, eyes full of terror. Seeing it was me, he sat up, still shaken. Go. Big brother, How'd you get in? My heart's in my throat. I skipped the chatter. Where's Boss Hay live? Don't say you don't know. I won't believe it. His eyes rolled, and he groveled. I really don't can. Before he finished, I drew a pistol from the small of my back and pressed it to his forehead. One of the 2 Nambu turtle boxes from the cave, tested on the way back. Very smooth, very serviceable. MMPH. Yu Shaoqian clamped his mouth shut, every hair standing up. He was just a hoodlum, a few guys under him scraping a living on the street. Where had he ever seen this? A gun to the head. Are you even letting a man live? No now. I feigned coldness. He nodded like mad. Only then did I let go and smile. Just scaring you, toy gun. And I tucked the gun back into my waistband. Yu Shaoqian cursed me a million times inside. Toy gun? That cold metal touch could be fake. Boss Hay lives in the East Old District, Liberation Road, 3rd Alley. I remembered it but didn't know the way, so I just hauled him up to guide me. On the road, curious, he lifted the rain tarp for a peek. That one glance froze his whole body, arms shaking involuntarily. Talk and I'll shoot you. I didn't fear him knowing what was on the card. His type fears death most, and drawing the gun was for deterrence. Besides, the plan ahead needed him. Fitting threats plus a little benefit, and you can tie a man to your boat. Yu Shaoqian was thoroughly cowed. Kills tigers. Killing him would be like killing a chick. Go. This is a tiger. Herd officials pay high prices specially for tiger penis. Is that stuff really that potent? How would I know? I've no use for it. Let me tell you, I'm terrifyingly strong. Understand? Understand. I understand, G. You're still a virgin, so you've no use for it. Damn. Half an hour later, Yu Shaoqian, face bruised, pointed miserably at a 2-story building. That's Boss Hay's place. He lives there with a few diehard brothers. I nodded. You go first. I'll have a good talk with Boss Hay. Don't do anything stupid. I hold grudges. So saying, I pulled out 2 10-yuan notes and stuffed them at him. His eyes lit up, and he smiled brilliantly. Haha. Rest easy, G. I know the rules of the trade. I'll head off. Find me if you need anything. Once he left, it was my performance time. I sprang up like an ape, silently landed on the wall top, and lightly leapt into the yard. A 2-story building with a courtyard, top tier in this era, meaning either power or money. Boss Hay was the county's biggest local snake, with backers behind and money of his own. No surprise he lived here. The rooms were pitch black, nothing visible from outside, but that couldn't stump me. Senses sharp, I could hear the breathing inside. 5 or 6 asleep on the ground floor, 1 breath upstairs, probably Boss Hay's bedroom. I checked each window. One was unlatched, and I slowly pushed it open with my fingers and slipped in like a swimming fish. By moonlight, 2 people on the bed. I stepped lightly to the bedside and punched both heads in succession, and the 2 big men fainted dead away without a grunt. Then I roamed the little building undetected, a ghost of the night. Deep Mountain Village, the next morning. Su Qiuxin, my aunt, and Su Xiaoha finished breakfast and cornered second brother in the yard. Over a dozen-plus days its bristles were caked with mud, pine resin, and gravel. The 3 women found it filthy and insisted on a good wash. But it was a wild boar. Pine resin and mud harden into a thick armor. That's its instinct. Wash it clean, and doesn't it become a domestic pig? So it dashed left and right, refusing to submit. Thrashing violently, even once caught, the 3 women straining mightily to pin it and scrub it together. In the end it gave up resisting, letting itself be trampled like a dead pig. Su Qiuxin rolled up her sleeves and ladled water over it. No telling if Lin Chuan's in danger. If that Boss Hay goes for broke, could he get hurt? My aunt, watching her distracted, laughed to herself. This girl was hooked, the can't untangle kind. From her 2 brothers, my aunt knew what Lin Chuan had done these past years. A village bully. What decent family would want him? What happens when he can't find a wife? Never expected he'd have real ability and carry off the 2 prettiest girls in one go. Worried, my aunt teased. When he's back I'll tell him you didn't sleep all night. Worried sick. And when day broke you dozed off calling his name in your dreams. Su Qiuxin turned away and dropped her head to hide the flush. Aunt, I did not. I'm just a sister-in-law's normal concern for her brother-in-law. That's all. Huh. Is that so? Doesn't look like it. My aunt laughed hard. Su Xia's face went cold. Humph. What brother-in-law and sister-in-law? I say you're asking for it. I'll tear that foul mouth off. Pouting, she reached to grab. Su Qiuxin was no fool, circling second brother. Last night brother-in-law saw you bare. You can't seduce and abandon him. Su Qiuxin, watch me beat you to death. Boss Hay's place, Sun High. He opened his eyes on the bed, groggy, took one look, and a scream passed the dolphin pitch limit shot to the heavens. Yeah. Amid the tenor, he wet himself in fright, a rank stink spreading, his heart nearly bursting, hairs standing on end, trembling nonstop. Right then, a huge, ferocious tiger head was pressed against his cheek, about kissing distance. The sinister tiger eyes stared dead ahead, a bloodthirsty gaze, right into the just-woken Boss Hay. Eye to eye, locked. I'd even pried the jaws open, the savage fangs aimed right at his neck. Like a tiger pouncing the instant he opened his eyes, a hair short of biting his throat. An intensely shocking scene. Bloody pressure maxed out. That feeling of death a breath away. Boss Hay felt it. Struggling on the edge of death for 3 minutes, his reason returned, and he scrambled off the other side of the bed, tumbled to the floor, and without hesitation dove under the bed. No more sound after. Except the bed kept shaking. Wake from sleep bleary-eyed. A tiger staring you down. Its bloody maw 3 centimeters from your neck. The reek of blood clear in your nose. Who could take it? Wetting yourself is perfectly normal. Watching all this, I laughed to myself, walked to the bed, and slapped it hard, scaring a wail out of Boss Hay, the urine stink thickening. The moment about right, I smiled. Boss Hay, what are you hiding for? Got good stuff this time, didn't dare delay a moment, delivered it overnight. Like it or not, Corosho or not Corosho. Under the bed, trembling, Boss Hay heard my voice and blanked a good while before reacting. Out of patience, I reached under, grabbed him, and hauled him up effortlessly. Boss Hay, been a while. Seeing my amused smile, Boss Hay finally got it. This was all that bastard's doing. That tiger. On closer look, it was dead. Son of a... His face flipped in an instant, features turning savage, about to curse. But one look at the black thing in my hand, and he shut up at once. A gun. He had one hidden at home too, never dared brandish it. And now a cold gun pressed his head, and he wilted instantly. Then looking around the room, his 6 flunkies downstairs bound tight, socks in their mouths, posed in various shapes, wouldn't look out of place in a movie. Boss Hay grasped the gravity at once. I could slip into his home undetected, tie up his flunkies, and set a 3-meter-plus tiger by his bed without him noticing. Is this even human? It's a ghost. If I'd gone for his neck with a knife while he slept. Dangerous. This Lin Chuan was extremely dangerous. A lunatic. He didn't dare think further, and put on a face-change act. Rage a second ago. Now a mix of shock and fury, finally piling on an ingratiating smile. Haha, it's brother Lin Chuan. Look at you, coming so suddenly. Gave your big brother a start. Let's talk it out nicely. Mustn't set foot on the path of crime. Seeing his forced calm and hard-hidden fake smile, I felt a bit sick, especially with that rank smell on him. Boss Hay, I actually took you for a magnanimous hero. Never thought you'd dig into my background, try to expose me. What? Want to rob a fellow crook? No, no. All a misunderstanding. Boss Hay wore a mournful face. Truth was, ever since he'd looked into me he'd gotten crooked ideas. Just a village bully. How fierce could he be? Going to turn heaven over? Planning to slash the buying price to the bone next deal. But for all his scheming, last time I hadn't come, the volume was huge, and 2 fairy-like girls came with him. A crook, a black heart. How could he not get crooked ideas? Robbing fellow crooks was basic. Hitting on pretty girls, human nature. That's just how it goes in the trade. Never expected one of them was sick, coughing blood tuberculosis. Who'd dare touch that? And never expected a nastier lunatic to come today and scare him half to death. Where's the reasoning in that? My words cut him off. Heard you didn't want to pay that day and wanted my wife to drink with you? Cold sweat beaded on Boss Hay's face, the cold barrel nearly boring into his temple, harder and harder, painful. No misunderstanding. That was a friend from afar, just for a laugh. I was joking with the sister-in-law. Oh, for a laugh. Then it's a misunderstanding. I said Boss Hay's a loyal, magnanimous hero. I was joking today too, and the gun's fake. Believe it, Boss Hay? I tucked the gun away and smiled, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Believe it, I believe it. Brother's a real joker. The intimidation's goal met. I didn't want to push too hard. He had an outlet channel and many shady customers, useful later. Take a look, Boss Hay. A 3-meter-plus striped tiger. Name a price. Heard plenty of bigwigs want tiger penis and bone. Boss Hay didn't dare hedge, and carefully studied the dead tiger by the bed. Brother, the whole tiger's treasure, and one this big is rarer. I'll offer 18,000. All right. I nodded, quite satisfied. I'd figured the black market would only fetch 15,000. Skin, bone, meat, penis sold separately to the right buyers could go higher. Good. Boss Hay's decisive. I gave a thumbs up. Boss Hay cursed inside. How could I not be decisive? Even at no profit, I don't want to deal with a lunatic. Oh, and there's 7 old ginseng here too. Good stuff. Take them together, Boss Hay. Boss Hay wanted to cry but didn't dare, feeling coerced and robbed. Tearfully, he looked over the 7 ginseng. All decades old, whole and fine, and right at the New Year gift-giving peak, sure to sell high. A sharp glint flashed in his little eyes, his mental abacus clacking. Brother, let me round it. Tiger 18,000, 7 ginseng 12,000, 30,000 even. That's all the money I've got. He spread his hands, sincerity written on his face. I thought, a real city operator, pulling out 30,000 in one go is absolutely a heavy hitter. In 81 per capita savings were 52 yuan, per capita wages 40-some, and 30,000 was equal to 9 million in the future, enough to buy 3 courtyard houses in the capital right now. Of course I knew it wasn't his ceiling. Business is business, leave others some profit. Boss Hay's generous, we'll go with that price. But I need some industrial coupons, industrial oil coupons, coal coupons, machinery product coupons. I rattled off a dozen plus kinds in one breath. These were all essentials for building the porcelain kiln. The kiln's blower needed industrial coupons plus money plus connections to buy. The blower's diesel needed industrial oil coupons. Buying coal needed coal coupons. And even with coupons, you had to buy in the village's name. Actually buying, supplies were tight, and it took connections and money. Doing business and earning in the early 80s wasn't just a policy problem, but resource scarcity. Electricity and coal were fought over by state units. Why give it to you? I wanted no small number of coupons, and Boss Hay was a bit troubled. He wasn't all-powerful. Brother, the coupons you want are a bit hard. Lots of them I've got to pull strings for too. I skipped the chatter and raised one finger. 2,000 as a service fee. Get them for me, and you can also take a 10% cut. Boss Hay's eyes lit up again. Though he ran the streets, he held the lion's share of Linjiang County's black market and underground trade, and behind the trade was a vast web of connections, bound by mutual interest. Enough interest, and the power was immense. It's just that he'd run into 2 lunatics, Su Qiuxin and me, both going straight for the throat. Who'd dare play? The reckless fear those who don't value their lives. Fine. Brother, make me a list, there's nothing I can't get. The 2 of us, each with our own scheme, discussed for over an hour, and I left with 10,000 in hand. The remaining 20,000 was to buy the porcelain essentials, blower, ball mill, pug mill, coal, and so on. Before leaving, I said I wasn't averse to equipment scrapped by state plants. In this era that gear, once retired, basically had no disposal channel, private parties wouldn't buy it, and buying it with no technique was a waste. Pure state plants scrapped heaps of it too, only to sit in warehouses gathering dust. If Boss Hay's skills were good, he could even get it at scrap metal price. Win-win. I save trouble, he makes money. Besides, with the 2 chests of treasure in the Tiger Cave, I didn't care about this bit of money. Before noon, I was back in Deep Mountain Village. Lin Old 5 and the others, having gotten word, waited early in the yard, and relaxed seeing me back safe. All except the furious, bare-seen Su Xia. You're back, go wash up quick, made something good for lunch. Su Qiuxin took the donkey cart with a brilliant smile. Su Xia snorted coldly and went into the kitchen, ignoring me. Lin Old 5's family grabbed my arm, asking about my time alone in the woods. I told them about the tiger but hid the cave. Not distrust, but wealth moves the heart, and testing people's hearts is the dumbest thing. Wow, a tiger. Chuanji, you really bagged a tiger? The 5 brothers were shocked. Would I lie? Me alone, 1 knife, 300 rounds against a striped tiger. Mother of mine, Chuanji's a beast. All these years I've only seen a mountain lord once, from far off, and I was scared witless. Chuanji, take us tiger hunting next time. Sure thing. Next time I'll show you what one-handed tiger catching looks like. Just as I was about to brag, second brother came over and shot me a scornful glance. I flared instantly. What? You don't accept it? Believe I'll go 300 rounds with you. Snort, snort. Just as 1 man and 1 boar were about to throw down, my aunt came in with the food. Eat first, quit picking on second brother. It doesn't accept it, so it needs correcting. I glared at it and got up to wash my hands. After lunch, Su Qiuxin stuffed the meat money at me. Minus the 500 plus spent that day, 6,000 was left. I skipped the chatter and handed Lin Old 5 3,000 straight off. Lin Old 5 didn't dare take it. This won't do, bagging this much game, finding the ginseng. It's all thanks to second brother. We didn't put in much, can't take money. Second brother perked up again, head held high, pig face haughty, little eyes darting at me. Meaning plainly, it put in the most, it's the hero. Setting the 2 sisters laughing. I couldn't stand it, and kicked it several times running. Son of a, can't this house have anyone more of a beast than me? And them, pigs included. 1 man and 1 boar horsed around again, laughter unending. After a while, everyone sat back down, and Lin Old 5, finishing a pipe, said solemnly, Little Chuan, that day after handling the game, we didn't go home. We delivered the agreed 1 deer and few pheasants and hares to the production brigade. Lin Monsong and Lin Jiqiang looked very unhappy, grumbling openly and slyly that the game was too little. When you're back, they'll probably come find you. I waved it off, unconcerned. It's fine, they don't dare do anything to me now, still counting on me to build them the brick kiln. Lin Old 5 narrowed his eyes and mulled a while. then looked up at the composed me. Long as you've got a plan, just don't come out short. But the five brothers were lost in a fog. Lin Shi, who couldn't keep a secret, frowned. Weren't we building the kiln for ourselves? How'd it become building it for them? We spend money building it for the village. What for? I smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Monsong's been village secretary over a decade. No easy mark. Lin Shi wanted to ask more and got rapped on the head with Lin Old Five's pipe. With that brain of yours, quit asking blind nonsense. Just listen to little Chuan. Lin Shi sat down sulking, muttering. The new clothes sis-in-law bought me got ash on them. What did you say? Lin Old Five glared. Lin Shi turned and bolted. Just saying. Wait till we're home. Watch me beat you to death. Su Qiuxin, Su Xiaohe, and my aunt doubled over laughing again.